Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our office and welcome to the 2026 FOSI European Forum. My name is Karen and I head our team in Google here in Brussels. It's a real pleasure to have you all today in our office. Looking at the room, I see not only friends, actually experts and partners, I actually see a community which is united into the most important issue of the time, which is making sure that our children are not just navigating safely online, but also are going to flourish in it. FOSI has been a guiding light on that issue, because it is not about making sure that, they've been working for the safety online for decades, but because we're a proud partner as well and a long-standing member, we're really honored actually to host the annual membership meeting. Annual meeting. Membership as well, maybe. Today's gathering is a reminder that while it's easy to focus on whatever is on the agenda right now, and there is a lot on the agenda right now, it's actually much harder to imagine where today's conversation are going to take up tomorrow. The next 10 years of European tech innovation will be shaped by the digital habits of a generation that has never known life without wireless internet or AI. So what do teens really want out of technology? And where do they want to take it? As part of our recent future report of young people across Europe, we found a generation that is curious, critical, and hopeful, embracing new tools for learning, creativity, and problem solving. They want more guidance from school, parents, and leaders, not just less, and they want more training. They want technology, design, inclusion, well-being, and user agency in mind. And yes, they expect a seat at the table into shaping that future. It's the credit of many leaders, like those at FOSI, that this is where the NGO community focus has been. How do we protect young people in the digital world, offering them the inclusion, guidance, and balance they want, instead of protecting them from it? At Google and YouTube, we believe that technology can empower, respect, and protect young people as they go about growing up. Protection being the baseline, from safeguards that are on by default to products that are safer by design, to non-negotiable protections for users under 18. Many across the EU and the world too that are currently pushing for broad social media bans for teens. While the impulse for quick action is understandable, safety expert and children's rights organization warn that a blanket measures is unintentionally going to undermine the very children they aim to protect. And policymakers realize that a ban is unlikely to work in practice. Blanket bans risk isolating teenagers from the essential educational tools and limiting their ability to participate in digital spaces. Most importantly, they could prevent youth from building the critical literacy necessary for the future of their workforce. Perhaps the biggest risk for blanket bans is a false sense of security. Minors, and I know that because I've got a few, do not stop looking for digital spaces. They simply migrate to unmoderated, less safe corners into the digital internet, where standards and the guardrails do not exist. So what's the constructive path forward? We see an emerging consensus driven by research from experts, including many in this room, to shift the regulatory focus away from outright bans and towards feature-based safeguards. And we believe this is worthwhile debate. Ensuring features across all platforms promote age-appropriate content and use patterns. If a feature or functionality as such, or if it's used excessively, poses a risk to minor, Think of stranger messaging, screen time, short form video, autoplay, or notifications, then these features should be restricted through safeguards, controls, or defaults. For example, to protect against grooming, we do not allow direct messaging for minors on YouTube. To protect the digital footprint, it is not possible. Basically, everything that the under 18 are uploading is private as default. And we also prohibit any personalized advertising to children. But focusing on features, we actually build then what is a targeted, universal, and future-proof needs. Ensuring that the next generation thrive online require a deeply coordinated effort. There is no single company or regulator or NGO who's going to have all the answers. And this is why we basically need to work together. We need to build a harmonized cross-European approach to enforcement that builds, for instance, on the Article 28 of the DSA, rather than a fragmented patchwork of conflicting domestic laws. Today's theme is about finding common ground. So let's work together on the precise, responsible design that this digital generation deserves. Thank you for taking the time to join us, for your expertise, your dedication, and your willingness to collaborate on such vital issues. A big thank you to Stefan and the FOSI team for doing this tremendous important work. I look forward to a fantastic and stimulating day of conversations. And now I'm going to welcome the board chair of FOSI, which is Eric Ebenstein, Senior Director of Public Policy, TikTok. Thank you.
All right, I did it. Hey, everybody. Good morning. Thank you. Really excited to be here. My name is Eric Ebenstein. I'm a Senior Director of Public Policy for the Americas at TikTok, based in Washington, D.C., and I am the chair of the Family Online Safety Institute. Want to shout out, I think I saw them before the lights blinded me, former chairs of the board, Pat and Tammy, hopefully sitting next to each other in the middle of the room. So if there are any FOSI questions that I or the staff can answer, go to them. I learned everything I know from the both of them. Thank you, Karen, and the Google and YouTube team for hosting us here in Brussels and giving us this incredible space that I'm really, really jealous of, having come from the TikTok Brussels office, which we shan't speak about again, and all of our generous sponsors for making this forum possible. It's a great event. I've gotten to go to a few of these now overseas, and love all the attendance, love all the Americans who traveled and somehow made it out of the airport eventually. Thank you so much for your hospitality and for hosting us here, and hope that you come to the US in November for the 20th annual conference of FOSI. That's going to be incredibly great, and we're really, really looking forward to it. One thing to apologize for that I feel guilty about as an American and a native New Yorker and a big sports fan. The New York Knicks, my team, were on the NBA Finals, and I've been watching all their games, and they've been doing so well, and then the game was on at 2:30 in the morning last night, and I had a decision to make. Do I watch the game and I'm incoherent this morning, or do I skip the game and hope for the best? And I skipped the game, and of course they lost. So my bad. I'm really sorry. We're still up 2-1. I think it's going to be okay, but I'm a little upset with myself and the bad juju I gave by not watching the game at 2:30 in the morning. These things happen. On to FOSI. For those who are unfamiliar with it, although I think mostly in this room we're all friends, founded in 2007 as an international nonprofit organization. The mission is to make the online world safer for kids and for families. And TikTok's origin story, my origin story with FOSI, is instructive for any of you who are thinking about being members or now have been members for a long time or want to become members. You have to kind of earn it, and you have to show that you're serious about safety and serious about the work that FOSI does, because I had my initial conversation with Stephen and his team in their WeWork, which was up the stairs from the one room WeWork that I got when I started at TikTok in early 2019, and talked to Stephen about how we wanted to become members, and he said, that's great. I don't think you're ready for that yet. Come back and talk to me in a couple of months. And I went back to my bosses and I said, so that wasn't so good. How do we get better at online safety? And we got better at online safety and better at online safety. And it's an ever ongoing quest to become as good as possible. And thankfully, FOSI opened their doors to us and helped us get better by allowing us to meet with other members and learning from them and from the group. And it's a great thing that allowed us to become members and get more and more involved, and then eventually be on the board, and now eventually have the honor of serving as board chair. FOSI convenes leaders like all of you in industry, government, and the nonprofit sectors to collaborate and innovate on new solutions in the field of online safety. And through research, resources, events like this, and various special projects that I think you're all familiar with and will hear more about, it promotes a culture of responsibility online and encourages a sense of digital citizenship for all. This is achieved through an emphasis on the 3 Ps: policy, practicing, and parenting. And as a parent as well, that last one hits home for me every day, all the time, as I deal with my teenagers and the crazy, wonderful stuff that they're doing and showing me all the time. To put it another way, FOSI encourages enlightened public policy, robust industry best practices, and empowered digital parenting. And when we think of online safety, we believe it means a number of different things that I think aren't at odds with one another. It's acknowledging the risks, it's mitigating the potential harms, and then reaping the massive, massive rewards of our own and our children's online lives, which are growing and iterating and changing in ways that none of us are totally sure where they're going to go, but we need to do it all together. So that's it for me. You'll hear from me again later, but I'm really happy to be here with you all and to have the opportunity to talk and to set the stage for our discussions today. Let me introduce you to our founder and CEO, Stephen Balcom.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Eric, and thank you, Karen, and for Google for hosting us in this glorious space. They even brought the sun out for us this morning, which was really appreciative. Big welcome to all of you in the room, but also to our friends viewing in from online. We really appreciate you tuning in. I would say that we have run out of superlatives, both positive and negative, to describe the times we're in. I cannot recall a moment when politics, society, technology, even education were simultaneously in such upheaval. AI appears to be both the solution and the problem to almost every issue. How we protect our kids or make them more vulnerable. How we improve mental health or how chatbots are making matters worse. How we augment our work or how AI will take away our jobs. And above all, how do we continue to innovate while creating meaningful guardrails to ensure that everyone, not just the privileged few, can benefit from these breathtaking new tools? Now, as an ex-Catholic, it is not often that I find myself quoting the Pope, but in his recent encyclical on AI, Pope Leo XIV, an American, by the way, posed a question that stopped me in my tracks. Do we want to build Babel or rebuild Jerusalem? Babel being the monument to self-sufficiency, that was easy to say, self-sufficiency, uniformity, or the concentration of power in the hands of a few, or Jerusalem being rebuilt, in his telling, not by a single authority, but through the shared effort of the whole community, every family, every trade, every generation, given their section of the wall to repair. He also calls for what he terms an educational alliance for the digital age, and specifically names the central role of schools in teaching media literacy. Now, on the political level, you will not have missed that our leaders in America are often at odds with the very multilateral organizations that the United States helped to establish after the war. Nor will you have missed the manner and the tone in which European leaders and institutions have been addressed or simply dismissed. As a dual national, both US and the UK, and having lived half my life in Europe, I find this behavior deeply disturbing and frankly incomprehensible. On the educational and parenting front, we see a movement, as we just heard, to ban social media and smartphones for teens. What began in Australia has spread across the world as a well-meaning attempt to protect kids from the worst of the web. Our own research, which we've released today, will show what can only be described as a mixed bag of attitudes and behaviors and the unintended consequences that such nationally imposed prohibitions produce. We will dive deeper into those figures later this afternoon. While we oppose blanket bans, we do encourage thoughtful restrictions discussed and negotiated at the local level, which also involve parents, teachers, and the kids themselves. Limits, which are agreed with young people, are far more likely to be adhered to and even welcomed than bans handed down from on high. With all of that in mind, I hope that we can dedicate ourselves to finding common ground across nationalities, sectors, institutions, companies, advocacy groups, and generations, with the shared purpose of making the online world safer for kids and their families. To confront the real risks and actual harms, and to celebrate the very tangible rewards that AI and digital technologies, used well, will bring to our and our children's lives. I very much hope you'll join us in this journey, and I hope you enjoy the day. Thank you so much. I'm still here. I'm going to welcome, there you are, Alison, please join us. Welcome Alison Mishkin from OpenAI. Yes,
fancy.
Great. So first of all, welcome to FOSI. OpenAI has just joined FOSI, so we're absolutely delighted that you've joined us. Tell us what you think what is it that you're hoping to get out of being involved with FOSI, and what can you offer us in the wider community?
Sure. So we're super thrilled to announce today, although I don't know exactly when the press release is landing. I'll leave that to the comms team, to join FOSI for two reasons. Firstly, I think FOSI does an excellent job of prioritizing these questions of how do we make sure that technology, and in our case, generative AI, is truly designed in the best interest of young people, but with safety as a default. Young people cannot be optional to tech companies. We need to design with them their needs deliberately in mind and make sure that we're truly protecting and empowering young people while also ensuring their safe online exploration. And so I think what FOSI has done is over the last 20 years really advocated for this as a critical position, and it's something that we as OpenAI do in everything we design. Make sure that there's safe defaults for young people on your product, while also making sure that you're deliberately designing for them to truly benefit. So I think we're really excited to share in that value with FOSI and look forward to advocating for solutions that ensure young people retain critical access in safe, responsible manners. And I think that second point is that collaboration. One of the things that I think FOSI has done so well throughout its history is think through who needs to be at the table to advance solutions for young people. It's not enough to say, okay, tech company, you do this, but instead we need to make sure that we're working together to have robust solutions that prioritize parents, that prioritize families, whatever they look like, that think through smart and well-informed policy, and what is the role that technology can happen. And so I think what's so exciting about events like this and through the work that FOSI does is really thinking through what are those multi-selector solutions that we can work on together to build a robust ecosystem for young people. So we don't allow under 13s on our product, but I saw some research recently outside of the Girl Scouts, for example, that over 50% of young girls ages 11 to 13 had asked a chatbot for help when they felt sad, lonely, or anxious. This is an incredibly sobering statistic, and one that we take very seriously when we design our default protections for young people. At the same time, to address this issue, it's critical to think through what else is happening in a young girl's life that might lead them to need to go to a chatbot for this. And creating solutions for these concerning statistics involves not just what should the tech company do, but what needs to exist on the ground with families, with communities, with third spaces to ensure that we're having robust solutions. And I think that multi-sector, truly online-offline connection is something that FOSI has prioritized and done an excellent job at advocating for from ground one. And we're looking forward to being part of these critical conversations.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you. So I had the pleasure of coming out to San Francisco and sitting in a room with some of the top researchers in the world that you guys hosted us, but you're doing your own research. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of the collaboration that we do. It's not enough for us to kind of at OpenAI check and design our own work. So there's a couple initiatives that we've done to make sure that when we're developing our models, they're done with both the best interest of young people as well as the best experts in the world. So specifically, we've collaborated with researchers to design our models around principles of self-determination theory. How do we make sure that chatbots and the way we define well-being is thinking through how do we support young people's autonomy? How do we support young people's competency? And how do we support their interconnectedness in their community by, for example, getting them offline, getting involved, and actually practicing what they might be asking a chatbot about? One of the things I really like about working in generative AI is like our success as a model is like getting you offline. Recently, my sink, this is not something a teenager would ask, but recently my sink broke. And so I needed to ask ChatGPT how to fix my sink or if I needed to call a plumber. And that's an answer that I can only actually solve or learn if I then get offline and fix my sink. I shouldn't be online being, okay, but after I do the pipe, what do I do this? What do I do this? Okay, question about different types of pipes and like going off on a rabbit hole. I need to make sure that I'm getting offline, implementing what I'm learning. And so that's sort of that's sort of another principle that we design our models around. And in doing so, we collaborate with both a global physician network who help us make sure that all model responses are prioritizing teens agency, teens well-being, and are age appropriate in design, as well as we have a council of well-being, a well-being council, who are experts in well-being, who've helped us design these principles and who collaborate with us on every release. And then finally, the other person who we have to listen to is it's not just enough. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir here, but it's not enough to design for teens without bringing teens to the table and making sure that we're listening to teenagers, what they need, what they want when designing AI solutions for them. And so a lot of the research that we do is really around bringing these principles to light through the lens of self-determination theory and making sure that we really have a goal for what well-being looks like and how we're making sure that we're designing for well-being at the heart.
Brilliant. Is there anyone from Estonia here? I don't often get to ask that kind of a question, but no. I just read about a remarkable thing you've signed with Estonia and schooling. Do you want to explain that?
Sure. So it's through our OpenAI for Countries initiatives. We've recently partnered with the country of Estonia, and we're piloting with 30,000 upper secondary students and their teachers to give them access to a specially designed chatbot for education that embeds principles of metacognition and other elements of learning sciences to ensure that the chatbot can prioritize educational outcomes. However, it's not enough for us to say, trust us. And so we're partnering with the University of Tartu and with Stanford as well to measure the impact on learning, and then also to externalize the toolkits that we're using to measure learning, so that others in this industry can measure the educational impacts of their generative AI implementations in schools. Early results have come out, and they're incredibly promising and showing that when properly designed, chatbots can support, scaffold, and encourage these higher order thinking skills that I think we all want to make sure that young people are able to realize. And so we've just launched and kind of our initial model in Estonia. We've also are doing similar things in Greece. And finally, we just announced we're also going to be expanding this initiative to Malta. And what's really exciting about the Malta initiative is that anyone, as long as you go through an AI literacy certification, you can get access to a ChatGPT account. And I think that really does a really critical job of bridging not just here's access, now you're good to go, but how are we making sure that young people and society is trained to think through how can I use this well to support my goals? Because I do think that literacy piece is a key thing that we need to unlock for everyone to make sure that generative AI is used as a tool to achieve what they want rather than kind of a supplement.
Brilliant. And I understand you have an announcement or some initiative that's coming out of with the G7. Do you want to talk about that?
Sure. So I think one thing throughout that I've tried to potentially sprinkle in is this question of, and we are externalizing, and we are going to release the toolkit for educational measurement, and we're asking folks to evaluate our work. And what we're really excited to launch our support for is thinking through what would a Youth AI Safety Institute, or AC, look like. We believe very strongly that we need to take youth safety as seriously as we take other frontier risks like cybersecurity, national security, et cetera. And we are hoping to put together a youth AC that will really evaluate and measure what are the impacts of generative AI on youth. I think a lot of the wonderful providers here, including Gemini, have a suite of protections by default to make sure that teenagers are empowered and are receiving safe experiences online. However, what we need to protect consumers and to protect young people is not just technology companies saying, trust us, we have safeguards, they work, and the policies are great. We think they're the policies that are needed. We need independent third parties validating the policies and the approaches that these companies take to protecting young people. And then also evaluating them, making sure that they show their homework and that a consumer can basically say, here's a map of what these technology companies are doing based on their performance. I want my kid using this platform, or ideally lifting all boats and helping have a shared floor and a shared understanding of the many ways in which generative AI can help young people flourish when designed with their best interest and their safety in mind.
Wow. Okay. Well, we are more than excited that you guys have joined. I hope you will also be collaborating with a lot of the folks here in this room. Thank you so much, Allison. I really appreciate it.
We're so excited to be here and looking forward to collaborating and learning with everyone here.
Thank you. All right, so to tee up our next session, and we have a panel ready and waiting, I can see, yes, we're going to show a short video on age assurance that we hope will be both informative and entertaining. It's only 4.5 minutes, folks, so just have a look.
What's the deal with age assurance? The headlines are filled with stories about technology and how it impacts all our lives. It's a complicated time to be a parent. We want to keep our kids safe online, and we want them to grow up to become thoughtful digital citizens. And kids' ages matter. A 7 and a 17-year-old have different online experiences and should have different kinds of protections. Age assurance is one way that websites and apps can help put the right experience in front of the right user. It's the broad term that covers the many ways to figure out the age or age range of a user. Age verification is the most accurate way to know a user's age. It requires more personal information, such as uploading a government ID or connecting to a bank. Age estimation is where companies try to estimate how old a user is. There are many ways to do this, including taking a selfie. Age gating is where users can check a pop-up to self-declare that they are above an age to gain access to an app or a website. There are so many ways people use the internet, and age assurance is not an online safety solution in and of itself. Knowing someone's age is just the first step. The technology we use is changing constantly, and age assurance is a complex concept. There are a lot of approaches and opinions on how to do it. FOSI is here to help. The Family Online Safety Institute is a nonprofit working to make the online world safer for kids and their families. We offer governments, tech companies, and parents thoughtful, independent guidance to solve complicated problems while balancing rights and safety. Figuring out how old someone is without making them provide a ton of personal information is really complicated. Here are some of the ways this is being tackled around the world. They include biometrics, credit card verification systems, government ID, child accounts, parental attestation, self-declaration, bank data checks, document uploads, AI-assisted age estimation, digital IDs, age ratings, facial age estimation, and more. And on top of that, there are key players who have a lot to say about how this gets done. App developers. They need to know how old their users are to provide additional safety features for young people, or to give adults full access to all their products and features. Age assurance providers. These companies are often different from the app developers themselves. They help do the actual assurance process for an app or website to show that a user is a specific age or at least is within a certain age range. And technical infrastructure. This includes the operating systems and app stores who can connect age assurance providers with app developers and then share appropriate age information. At FOSI, we're trying to help the online safety community, from governments to tech companies to families, find the right balance between safety and privacy when it comes to age assurance, to let everyone get the most from the internet. There's no one simple answer here. That said, FOSI believes in a few core principles that we think must be taken into account when company standards and public policies are being considered. These include ensuring the type of age assurance is proportionate to the risk, meaning you probably shouldn't have to upload an ID to use a weather app or a calculator. Uses methods that are privacy-preserving and secure. If users can't trust that their data is safe, these approaches simply won't work. Is easy to use so that kids, teens, and adults can all still have valuable online experiences. And we believe that everyone has a role to play in keeping children's online experiences safer and age-appropriate. As you can see, there's a lot to consider when working on age assurance. Hopefully you'll engage with these topics when you see them in your feeds, or in conversations with your friends, or with your elected representatives. There's a deeper dive into all this at FOSI.org, where you can read the research and our white papers and learn what all these technologies can do.
All right. Thank you for that little commercial break. It's great pleasure to introduce this next panel. Well, in fact, I'm going to introduce this wonderful moderator here, Johnny Shipp. Johnny and I go back to a long way back, but I'll just mention that he's an independent strategy consultant who works with international organizations, just stop me if I get this wrong, to help them anticipate and navigate emerging digital policies and regulations. From 2003 to 2017, he held leadership roles at Telefonica, where he pioneered approaches to corporate digital responsibility, and served for 6 years as the industry vice chair of the Internet Watch Foundation. So with no more to do, Johnny, take it over.
Thank you, Stephen. Oh, is this going to work?
Just keep talking.
Yeah, here we are. Okay, thank you, Stephen. Okay, so welcome to our first panel of the day. Little introduction from me. That you all know that the EU's Digital Services Act, the DSA, has been in place for more than 2 years already. And the UK has its own equivalent, the Online Safety Act, or the OSA. So with us today are some of the regulators charged with implementing these regulations here in Belgium, in France, the Netherlands, and in the UK. And we're also joined by a representative of the OECD, an international organisation of 38 member countries which works to gather evidence and shape public policy. So the aim of our panel this morning is to share updates about online safety policies, regulations, and to discuss the impact of new technologies, proposed social media restrictions, age assurance, safety by design, online safety challenges today and in the future, and the all-important common ground between children, families, civil society, companies, policymakers, regulators, and the young people who are not on my list but should be, so apologies for that. So let's start by asking each of our panelists to introduce themselves and their organisation, and to reflect on the successes and challenges of online safety regulation. So I'm going to go along the panel like this, starting with Lisa. So a growing number of OECD member countries are establishing online safety regulations. Can you talk about where you're seeing the most progress and what are the main challenges faced by policymakers and how these might be addressed? I think if it was like me, you just speak.
Okay. Magic. So thank you so much, Johnny, and the FOSI team for having us here. So I'm Lisa Robinson. I work at the OECD. which a lot of you might think about tax or maybe education when you think about the OECD. But my part of the OECD, we work on digital policy, and specifically my team works on policy relevant to children in the digital environment. And we have a soft law instrument that gives guidance to governments about setting policy for children in the digital environment, and that's where much of my work comes in. To your question, I think we started, the OECD has been working on this for a long time. We started in this sort of round of this in earnest about 6 or 7 years ago. And I think at that time, we saw a lot of, we did analysis of what the landscape looked across the OECD for policymakers and for policy for children online. And there was a lot of haphazard laws, a lot of responsibility lying perhaps not in quite the right place, just because it might have been a digital adjacent regulator, but not necessarily in a online safety specific space or a child protection or a child wellbeing type space. And I think we're seeing a lot of progress now where countries really are dedicating themselves to those sort of legislation and policy. And so a lot of advancement there. But I think, and we're also seeing progress on cooperation between regulatory bodies as well, which is really promising. But challenges have kind of remained the same. Tech moves really fast. And there's a sort of an instinct for countries to respond, and then we fall into the same trap where if countries tend to go alone, then we might have fragmentation across borders as well.
Thank you. So, Jeremy, ARCOM is working closely with the European Commission to implement the DSA here in Europe. So, after introducing yourself and your organisation, how is the cooperation going? And beyond the EU, how are you working with differing approaches to digital regulation?
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having us. So my name is Jeremy Bonan. I'm the Deputy Director for Online Platforms at ARCOM. ARCOM is the media, anti-piracy and online safety regulator in France. It's the French Digital Services Coordinator, so the heads of regulators within the DSA that everybody knows in this room. Cooperation is basically at the heart of the DSA. We spend our time with colleagues. There are the institutional comitology, so there is a board of digital services that reunites the European Commission and all DSCs every month. There are working groups within the working groups. So teams spend times with colleagues from all across the EU. So basically, its cooperation is at the heart of the DSA. There's formal and informal cooperation. We can notify, and at the heart of cooperation is because of the country of origin principle. That means that for below threshold platforms, it's up to national regulators to do the policy job for all of the EU. That's the promise, and I come back to the next question after. The promise we made to the players, basically. We make the regulatory burden lighter for you with only one regulator, one country where you have to show responsibility, but it works for all of the EU. So it means that all of us as regulator, we have to deliver, but at the end of the day, the ones delivering are the players. And if you want to keep this framework, which I think makes sense for digital companies, you have to deliver on policies and compliance. And I think it's the same to rebound. I mean, the promise we're making to the players in the EU with this maximally harmonized framework, it means that for digital companies, it's better to operate at scale. We understand that. And that's why international cooperation is a must. We have colleagues from Ofcom with the OSA. We keep on speaking to them despite Brexit. We have Brazilian colleagues that came to visit us because they're thinking about that in Asia, in Australia. And same goes that because you need to operate at scale, it's better to have sound policies that are not the same necessarily, but look the same, at least in the democratic world, for the digital companies to thrive and comply with online safety.
Can I just follow up on are some places harder to work with than others internationally? So, well, two parts to this question, actually, because there is a complexity about within the EU, because some companies are regulated directly by the European Commission, right? And you have responsibility for others. I don't know whether a quick explanation of that might be helpful to the audience, but my main question is, outside the EU, looking around the world, are you finding it easier to work with certain countries as against others, or is there a dynamic there you can talk
companies,
about?
I'm not sure that the federal system in the US would be easier than what we are having currently in the EU, but maybe the bit is not that the European Commission, what we say, I think it would be easier to understand. We are speaking of us as the European team of the DSA. And when you have a team, there's a captain. The captain is the European Commission. So what's new with as far as digital EU regulation are concerned, is that the Commission is at the center of the DSA. It has special prerogatives and powers regarding very large online platforms and search engines, the ones which have more than 45 million users monthly, and they have special duties, special obligations that are directly managed by the European Commission. And then for the basic obligation, the European Commission can kick in and step aside, take the duties that are on the national basis. So basically, you see daily routine regulation between large online platform and the European Commission. At the end of the day, I think it makes things simpler for the big players. It makes sense for all of the EU, but again, it means that both very large online platforms and the European Commission have to deliver, as we have, to make this framework sound and go back to our national MPs who wants new laws, wants more safety, want the policy being delivered. And I can, as a bureaucrat, explain that it's sound to have this EU-wide framework, but you have to deliver to convince them that we took away the power to make law in France on any other countries to make sense. So I think it's a duty for all of us to deliver and make sure that online safety is at the level we are all expecting, especially on minors.
Thank you. As a fairly newly naturalized Belgian, I understand that Belgium is quite a complicated place. So Bernardino might talk about that. The DSA's horizontal approach means that it intersects with other European and national regulations, including data protection, competition, AI and product safety. So how is this working, this intersection at a national level here in Belgium? And where are the greatest challenges for regulatory cooperation, and how could they be addressed?
So you're right, I'm the local guy, but as I say, if it works in Belgium, it works overall, right? So we are a kind of laboratorium. So thank you for inviting me, and I share the thought of Karin, who said that no one can have all the answers on its own. I certainly celebrate that, and thank you for gathering us here. I'm Bernardo Herman, and member of the Council of the BIPT, and in my capacity of executive board member, I am actually overseeing different departments, including the consumers departments, to which the DSA is attached. Obviously, the BIPT is the regulator for telecommunication digital services. It has been designated as the digital service coordinator for Belgium, officially since January 25. And of course, it's through the implementation of the DSA that I have the privilege to oversee the protection of minors. As for the successes, just to come back to your first question in the introduction, I would say that citizens are generally safer since the DSA was implemented. The number of cases we are currently handling was increased sixfold compared to the previous year. We were able to resolve some very sensitive cases. I'm thinking in particular of this case of Dutch female students whose personal data was published on a specific platform, along with an evaluation of their sexual performances. So you can imagine the nightmare it can be for them. So we were alerted by the civil society organization, and the case was then referred to us by the Dutch regulator. We were able to have the content removed on the platform in question. As for the challenges, and then I come to your second question, I would say that the DSA requires close and seamless cooperation on 3 levels. First, between national authorities, obviously, within the same member state. Second, between authorities of different member states. And finally, between the DSCs and European authorities. And everyone is still in the learning phase, actually. It's a new paradigm, and it takes time for each authority to adapt its processes, train staff on new subject matters, and hire new personnel. It takes time, and to be really transparent, sometimes I'm really surprised to see that everyone gets nervous when we talk about a specific platform. But I receive very few orders from the various authorities to handle them, and these orders that are supposed to be sent to me, actually. So to take action, we need evidences. Conducting a study without providing me with the sources is not enough. Communication is another challenge. If people don't know when they can file complaint with us, when they don't receive a response to their report, or when their children are exposed to content that shows the measures are not fit for purpose, I mean, we have a problem, of course. And with our partners, we try to improve that. Now, how can we fix the cooperation issues? You can sign protocols. You can share standardized templates. You can build a platform for exchanging information and documents, what we do with the different national authorities, competent authorities, the media regulators. So, I mean, cooperation is really the only way to go. Somehow, because it is such a large scope. You refer to the horizontal approach. It is a huge scope, so we cannot do something else, and it is a valuable asset. So trusted flaggers are also partners, and then are a valuable contribution. They bring, a valuable contribution. It is in our best interest to develop this cooperation and ensure it works effectively.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Anna. So Ofcom has recently fined companies for not having age checks in place, as well as for priority offences, including promoting suicide. So, as well as introducing yourself and your role in Ofcom, but maybe you could talk about these enforcement actions and how successful they are. And is there some more you can tell us about Ofcom's current focus and what may be coming in the next few months?
Yes, sure. Oh, this is working. So there's a couple of things to cover there. By the way, I'm sorry that we came in and blocked your video view. I felt like a very annoying person that came to a cinema late. So apologies for that. So yeah, I'm Anna Lucas. I'm a director at Ofcom's online safety supervision team. So as introduced, the UK has legislation for online safety. It's the Online Safety Act, and Ofcom is responsible for implementing that. We were given that power in 2023. So we are very much in the Online Safety Act, feels like a regulatory cousin to the DSA. Very similar challenges, similar approaches, very much systems and processes led regulation, safety by design at the heart. Responsibility is on companies themselves to ensure that they are thinking about safety when they are designing products and testing those products to ensure they are safe for users and especially children, making sure that there is governance in place in those companies. So safety is at the heart of product development and how businesses are run. In the UK, duties kicked off about a year ago. So our illegal harms duties commenced in March last year, and the protection of children duties followed in July last year. So a year in, it's all relatively early days on this journey that we're all on, quite frankly. But a real kind of focus for Ofcom in year one was to make sure that we were driving change from the outset and making sure that we were acting on serious cases of non-compliance from the outset. So that has been a clear mission for us. And a key part of that strategy has been our enforcement powers and making sure that we are using them when we need to. So we have been busy in the enforcement space at Ofcom. We launched over 100. We launched investigations into over 100 services over the last year, which is pretty unprecedented for Ofcom standards. We made sure that we were focusing on the most serious cases of harm. So we've covered investigations on areas like CSAM, protecting children from pornography, where pornography services don't have the right age assurance in place, and as you said, suicide sites as well. Just recently we have published our announcement where we fined a suicide site almost £1 million for not complying with its duties. So it's been a key part of our work, and we think, it sends a really strong message. It's really important, and in these early days of regulating online safety, that it's clear that Ofcom will use every power and that we have at our disposal, and enforcement sets a really strong message that we will absolutely act where we see that happening. So it will continue to be important as we continue to deliver this regulation. I also wanted to just touch on as well that enforcement is almost like the tip of the iceberg in our work. It's the most visible part of what we do, but actually a huge part of how we drive change, which has been our focus, is through our supervision work, which is the team that I sit in. So really thinking about how we can make a difference at scale. We have a huge industry to regulate, over 100,000 services. There's over 130 priority offences. So making sure that we are using all the levers that we can to make sure the industry are complying with its duties. So our supervision work really is our ability to engage with regulated services one-to-one to make sure that we are setting expectations about what we want to see in terms of improvements and being really clear about that. And we have had successes in that space as well. Our age assurance work, for example, I think, the implementation of age assurance in the UK, I think, has been an area of progress and real change. I think that wasn't necessarily expected when we started this job. So seeing the porn sector, the top 10 services in the porn industry implementing age assurance before the duties kicked in, almost majority of the top 100 having it, a lot of other services implementing age checks as well to protect children has been an area of success, but also completely more to do. There's a lot more to make sure that the rest follow. And also we've had successes through supervision where we recently got X to commit to more commitments to protect UK users from illegal hate and terror content as well. So that was done after extensive engagement from Ofcom with X. So we have seen progress through those levers as well. But as I said, still more to do, year one in, but we're fully focused. And I think that takes me to my next question that you asked me, which is what is going to be our focus next year, or this year. So 3 areas I want to call out. Protection of children. It was our big focus last year. Absolutely will continue to be our big focus this year. We are going to be really, really focused on ensuring that age checks are still in place where they need to be and that they're highly effective for services that need to protect children from harmful content. CSAM will continue to be a big focus for us as well. And another area that we've been quite public about is how we're homing in on the algorithms of services that have children and making sure that we're setting clear expectations about what we think needs to be in place in terms of understanding who your children are, minimum age checks, Also thinking about recommender systems and how it all works together to make sure children are truly getting the experience they should get when using these services. So that will be our focus for children. And then we also will continue to have a focus on making sure that illegal hate and terror is prevented, making sure services understand how to find and how to remove illegal hate and terror content, and that their content moderating systems are up to scratch. And lastly, a big focus for us is protecting women and children from harms online as well. We know that intimate image abuse disproportionately affects women and girls, and this is going to be a really key focus for us in the coming year. There are upcoming hash matching measures and requirements that will mean that services have to prevent the upload of non-consensual intimate image abuse. So that's going to be a focus to make sure that that's being complied with. Also, we have published our guidance on how we think services should implement best practice policies to prevent harm from women and girls, and we're going to be following that up with a report. So a large part of our work will be engaging with relevant services to make sure that they're applying those best practice principles, and then we will be able to report on that in 2027. Sorry, that was a lot, but
no,
and that's just some of what we're doing.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, clearly. Okay, so we turn to ARDA. ATKM is the Dutch hotline working to eliminate child sexual abuse material, or CSAM, from the internet. So you're not a DSC, so you have a different relationship with the DSA, but how is a DSA, how does it intersect with you, and how's it working for you? And what are the latest trends and challenges relating to CSAM, and how are you responding? After introducing yourself. And
Thank you, Jonathan or Johnny, whatever. My name is Arde Gerkens. I am indeed the president of, I'm going to say it once and then you can forget it, the Authority on Terrorist Content Online and Child Sex Abuse Material. We are a regulator, not just a hotline, based on two legislations. The one is, of course, the European legislation on terrorist content online. And then we have national legislation combating CSAM and the dissemination of it. Basically, we do everything. We're quite unique in the European regulatory field because we do the detection of the material as well as we receive reports, but also leads that we get from law enforcement. Then we assess the material. We could send out removal orders. If they're not followed upon, we can give companies fines. And if that all doesn't work, and certainly coming to sexual abuse material, people are knowingly and willingly spreading that kind of material, those companies will then, for us, be redirected to the public prosecutor so they can start criminal investigations. Next to these possibilities, you've already mentioned it, I think it's a very important part of the regulatory field, is that the prevention, the soft law, the talks we do, the research we have, just to kind of nudge the companies into the direction that we want. For instance, we have research trends like AI and CSAM, a webinar coming up end of this month. You can see it on our websites if you want to follow that one. But also, do we need to triple verify images before we put them in hash databases? And we also had a project on the taxonomy of terrorist content to be able to assess that equally through all of Europe. We think that's needed because we want to harmonize as much as possible for the companies, of course. I think that's one of the big worries that they would have with so many regulators on different fields. Because you talked about DSA, you have the terrorist content online regulation, we have our national CSAM regulation, we have the CSAM regulation coming up in Europe, but there's also GDPR, for instance, or DVSM. So there's a lot of regulation that kind of taps into online companies, and I can imagine that sometimes it kind of spirals for you, you know, which way to go. So I think when it comes to the DSA as well, for us, you know, working together is key. So we're actually with all these kind of regulators in the Netherlands, we work together in groups. For instance, lately we worked on the Notify tools, which kind of taps in all these legislations. We sat down together, just looking at who can do what at what point in time and what else do we need more to combat dissemination of the notify tools. And again, I think we owe this for the companies to give them, clarity on what we as regulators would ask for them. But I think it's also needed for the online safety to be able to work together, because we need to see how we can be most effective. What I do love about that cooperation is that can I say just bluntly, there are no egos in the regulatory field. We really are looking, how can we be effective? It's not about us, it's about the goal we're trying to achieve. And I can feel that worldwide, which I think it's a good thing. Now, the challenges that we have seen with child sex abuse material lately, we are focusing on the bad actors, which are hosting a lot of this kind of material in the Netherlands. And that's a completely different field than the debates that you would have around platforms doing this a bit more, that a bit. These are really bad actors. They're hard to find. They don't have addresses like, hey, this is my address in Amsterdam. Please come by and have a cup of coffee. They're everywhere. And even if you would look at, there could be a forum which is hosted in country A, leading with a embedded image that is posted in country B, and then that could lead up to more content in country C. So it's all different hosting companies. You would really have to try to find out. And that was kind of a challenge, because we have the CSAM legislation now for just a little less than 2 years. I think people just expected us to, now ATCAM is here and they will come and, like Batman, take all the bad content down. It's a bit more complicated than that. So we have to do a lot of research. What's really hampering us is the fact that we don't have a duty of care. And that's because of the DSA. The DSA has a very light duty of care for the very large platforms and the flows and the flops. And looking at systematic risks and everything, but it's not like a duty of care saying, okay, you have to do everything you can to not have child sex abuse material, otherwise you'll get fined. It's not in a legislation. So basically it's notice and takedown, or order and takedown. Once they do that, that they're complying with all regulations, but still it's being uploaded and uploaded. So it kind of feels like, we really need that duty of care. So I hope anybody listening next year when DSA is being evaluated to reconsider that, at least for this kind of content. The adult websites are also a challenge to us. They do play a role in, how people view this kind of content. We always tend to think that only people with a sexual interest in minors view child sex abuse material. That's not true. It's a huge group of people who do so. Also very young people, which is, I think, maybe quite logical. Because when you're 14, you really don't want to look at somebody who's 20. In your opinion, that's a very old person. I think differently, but... and the last thing that we found very difficult lately is addressing the COM network. Don't want to spoil the day, but it's a very, very bad environment where you can see all kind of criminal activities tapping into each other. And I think we're all struggling is, where do we start to combat this network? Is it a terrorist surrounding? Is it just criminal activities? Is it child sex abuse material? There's a lot of sextortion going on, a lot of self-harm, driving children to suicide. So that's a lot at the moment, and I still feel we're struggling to see how to address that.
Thank you. Just a follow-up on the duty of care. So you're saying that it's not in the DSA, but you would like it to be. It would be helpful. Are you referring to like other places where there is a duty of care-based regime having better tools than you have? Maybe you could elaborate a bit on that.
For the terrorist content online, we have a kind of a duty of care, which is, in my eyes, still not very effective. Basically, if you have been exposed to terrorist content more than twice in the last 12 months, we can give you an exposure order and say, hey, you have been exposed, you have to take extra measures to make sure that's not going to happen again. But the legislation doesn't say what kind of measures. And there's also, a company could say, look, this is what I've done, so I've took measures. So it's not about the results, it's about what you're
are actually doing. I think we really need to focus on the results. It's unacceptable that so many outlets, and I'm saying outlets because I know, there's many different companies doing it many different ways, but there's so much child sexual abuse material still openly on open platforms, websites, whatever, out there. We really need to hold people accountable for that kind of material.
It's been said already this morning about technology being something that is rapidly developing, and that's an ongoing challenge for policymakers to keep up with. I mean, that's not a new kind of thing to say, but I'm interested to ask you guys whether you have found a solution to this yet, because this has been always the way that we have new challenges. We've now got AI kind of bringing new perspectives on child safety, I think. So are there by now some ways in which regulators, policymakers are able to address this challenge? I'm going to put that to Anna, if that's all right.
Yeah, I'll kick us off. On this really tiny subject. Absolutely. I mean, AI is something that we think about as a regulator. So just first and foremost, kind of keeping abreast and understanding kind of the changing technologies and understanding kind of the risks and challenges that might pose in terms of online safety is a focus for us. I don't know whether I said this in my introduction, but Ofcom is independent of a UK government. Really important point there. So as sort of policymakers and legislators, it's for the UK government to decide on any changes in terms of legislation in the AI space. And that's something that Ofcom will watch very, very closely. We won't be involved in those decisions, but thinking about, what that could mean in terms of online safety regulation and implementation. So we'll be sort of hearing from government, and I know that the UK government is thinking very, very carefully about this and about how, chatbots, for example, should be regulated. So that's something that we will watch with interest. But in terms of the job we have now, so yeah, keeping abreast of kind of the changing technologies. But I think it's really important to flag that the Online Safety Act is tech neutral. So when we think about regulating online safety, we're thinking about the outcomes. We're not thinking about the technologies that kind of are used to deliver content to users. So the Online Safety Act is about protecting all users from illegal content, from illegal harms, and from protecting children from harmful content. So for us, it doesn't really matter how that content has been created or is shared. So for us, like others on the panel, non-consensual intimate image abuse is a big focus. But for us, it doesn't matter if it was created via a deep fake or whether or not it was created without deep fakes. It's still content that would be caught under the Act for us. So it's something that we can action. Likewise, child sexual abuse material, it doesn't matter whether it's AI generated or not, it's still caught. So for us, we do have the scope of the Act to be able to act on Gen AI content at the moment, and that's what we're doing. We do actively regulate Gen AI services already and engage with Gen AI services as they are covered by the Online Safety Act. So it's something that we're doing anyway, but in terms of expanding any duties or further legislation, that will be for UK government. And I think it's important as well to say that from the Online Safety Act, the principles of the Online Safety Act will still apply in an AI era. So, it will still be really important for tech companies to understand if their users are children, whether that be about Gen AI content or not. And it's really important for companies to ensure that they are building products and developing products with safety in mind, and that they're testing those products before being used by children and other users. So for us, those principles will still apply. So we are watching with interest. It will develop, but we have hooks now and we are applying them.
It's sort of about the speed, though, isn't it? And finding the new emerging area that you need to look for. Is that? I mean, so it doesn't matter how content is produced. I get that, but how do you know where to look for your next kind of enforcement action?
Well, again, we will rely on, in the same way we do for other areas, our data and intelligence,
Right.
making sure we understand where the risk is and where the risk is happening. So we have all sorts of ways that we inform who we need to prioritise. And that will still apply to these types of services as well. So we'll be, we have a real foundation for kind of how we can prioritise the most high-risk services, and that will still apply. But as you say, there might be variations in that based on the new technologies that are coming through. So we're just making sure we're across whether or not that actually does change anything and whether or not further legislation would be needed in order for us to do the job that we're doing.
Okay. Does anyone else want to come in on this tech speed versus policy question? You want?
Yeah, in this debate, I always remember what a professor in Amsterdam told us in a symposium. He drew a comparison with, a company that produces missiles or electromagnetic products. And he said what is required from innovative companies is that products they bring on the market need to be safe. If it is not the case, they can be held liable. Offering safe products or services can be seen as a competitive advantage. And I believe this reasoning can be applied to the services that platforms are offering. And I believe that parents will be reassured if they know that their children are in a safe environment.
Yeah, please.
Maybe very quick, just to complete what Anna said, is that when GenAI, thrived on the retail market, it was a bit of an acid test for the DSA. And so we look at the text and say, oh, we can still capture what the new harms that could come from this kind of technologies with the plasticity of the DSA. And we're already seen. So it's very important to keep questioning whether regulation is lagging or not. You still have common law and common principles, so you don't always need sectoral regulation ex ante. But at least for this one, the acid test was passed. There are questions that are being raised alone by standalone chatbots, but as long as they are integrated within platform as chatbots or because there are Gen AI images, videos, texts that are being published on platforms, we are still safe with the DSA.
We sort of started late, and we're gonna run out of time to put questions to the floor if we're not careful. But I'm gonna keep 10 minutes for questions. So have a think about what you would like to ask these guys. I wanted to go back to the fragmentation thing. So to some degree within the EU, there are mechanisms that are starting to work on cooperation, but also between countries. And it is relevant, I think, to the kind of rapid development of technology and how that is dealt with. Are there areas in which national and international cooperation on policy and enforcement could be improved?
Can I take this one?
Yeah.
Well, improved. We, Ofcom, ARCOM, we're all member of the Global Online Safety Regulators Network, going by the eloquent name of GOZERN. I don't know what is with abbreviations in this field of work, but anyway, so we're 9 regulators coming together and kind of trying to align the big problems that we see, because the online world, of course, is worldwide. You can't solve it on your own as a regulator. So the goal is for us to align our activities as regulators, but also to improve the regulatory field as such. So the ones who would be member of GOZERN should be independent, upholding human rights, because we know, for instance, many regulators in the world are part of government. You need to have this independent oversight in the regulatory field. So that's something we look at as well. Next to that, we have, I think by now, almost 25 or 30 observers. Just other observers came to be. I think many of them here in the room, just to feed us with information, the trends that they see, the worries that they have, so we can stay in touch with what's going on. And I'll give you one example, that an initiative that we took with GOZERN is, if you look at child sex abuse material, we'll be combating that all the same ever since the problem arose, I think 25 to 30 years now. So it's report, take down, maybe hash database, maybe search it with some AI, and that's it. While the form of child sex abuse material has changed so much, because first it was videos made from abuse situation in a home situation, then you have these online images that leaked, then you have sextortion, then you have live streaming, and just recently the AI. So it's all different forms, all of criminal activities, but we tend to combat it still in the same way. So Gozar now is having a big research with all observers, but also regulators to see how do you think we should address this problem? Are we doing it the right way? Do we need new technologies to use to do this? And maybe get some creativity in this way of thinking, because maybe we're all, so in this tunnel of doing it the way we're doing it. And so in this way we can collect all the information worldwide, have a report on it, I think with all the good actors, all the ones who are meaningful to the subject, and try to come up new ways to regulate this field. So internationally, I think it's very important to work together.
And I mean, sort of in the meantime, people have started talking about banning social media, and there's this kind of what I think is a kind of simple fix to a complex problem. But this goes on talking about that. Is there an international cooperation conversation about how to respond to that?
We have those debates, of course, in Gozar. E-Safety Commissioner is a member of us. So, and I think we're all struggling with what Stephen said this morning. There are two sides of this medal, and it's very difficult to choose between it. I can see in the Netherlands that the debate, or at least our government, tends towards harmonizing and leveling with the European Commission and their views on age verification and age restriction. But again, it's very difficult to make that choice. I do want to say that I do believe that there's still a lot of things going on online that is hampering our children. Look at terrorist content. There's a lot of that going around, also on platforms who are in the room here, although they try whatever they can. I do acknowledge that, and we should acknowledge that. And I also see children themselves asking for a social media ban, which is something we should consider too. But again, it's a difficult debate.
Please.
Sorry, I just thought I'd jump in from there. I mean, everyone in the panel's a regulator, and Anna said quite rightly before, I think it's important to keep in mind that policymakers and regulators are doing different jobs, and often regulators are, they're administering the law that the policymakers and the legislators have put together. And so just to sort of jump in from a policymaker's perspective, certainly, the OECD has a recommendation that's put together by the policymakers, and that's tech neutral. And we also see that coming through in the legislation that's been made subsequent, such as the Online Safety Act. And just to come in on the cooperation point, that's happening internationally at both the policymaker level. We just saw a declaration come from the G7, which comes from the policymaker level. And then people are coming together at places like the OECD as well. So in a couple of weeks, we're going to be holding a meeting as well, which brings together policymakers, regulators from different disciplines and different jurisdictions to discuss these issues too. And I'm happy to give details to anyone about that as well. But policymakers and regulators do different things, but this cooperation is happening in both levels.
And you mentioned this recent G7 meeting. So the themes, the headlines out of that were age assurance, which we had a little video about, and safety by design. So before we go to the floor for some questions, let's just talk about those for a minute. And so age assurance, I think I wonder how countries and companies are coordinating efforts on age assurance. I mean,
I'm happy
please,
to kick off again. Age assurance is just like a very classic example where I think international kind of alignment where we can makes absolute sense. I mean, one of the sort of, main comments that come from regulated companies is, can you just make it the same because it's them for much easier and costs a lot less money and it will be way more effective? And we hear that. So this has been a real focus area, age assurance, in all of our sort of collaborative forums that we have, both within the UK and in the Global Online Safety Regulators Network as well. So just to give a bit of a flavour on that, so Ofcom works really closely with the UK's Information Commissioner's Office, the ICO, who is our data protection regulator, because we understand that age assurance needs to be privacy preserving, and there are different duties that will apply to services to make sure they're complying with both. So making sure that we are as aligned as we can be and communicating kind of what the requirements will be on services in both of our respective areas has been really important. They've been heavily consulted as we've designed our age assurance approach in the UK. And, you know, we've published statements about what we expect and how to deliver. So that's been a real focus both within the UK and then, you know, a real focus for the GOSN work as well, making sure we published earlier this year a statement on kind of the principles of age assurance that apply. So for us, it's really important area that we show that we are talking together and that we are, you know, really demonstrating kind of what we expect from industry on this. It's been a big focus.
Would one of the DSCs like to talk about age assurance for a moment? Oh.
Just to say that actually there has been much debate in Belgium on this subject, of course, and with different views across the different linguistic communities. But according to the information I have, there is currently a willingness to raise the age of digital majority to 16. And maybe you know that Belgium is a part of this so-called group of D9+. And they may issue a statement at the Telecom Council today in Luxembourg.
Okay, we'll look out for that. Safety by design, just to finish, I think. Is it? I mean, it's talked about as a solution all the time, and I'm sure it is a solution, but is it already happening? And how do we know it's already happening? Does anyone want to... Go on, Lisa.
Sure. Look, Look, the OECD, you know, we put together a couple of years ago, we had a look at everyone was calling for safety by design, a lot of international organizations, including ourselves, and a lot of people were talking about it. And so we did some work to kind of understand, well, what does that mean beyond just the buzzwords of safety by design? And we looked at what national governments were doing, what international organizations were calling for, and we came up with sort of 8 key components of what safety by design would mean for children. And they were age assurance, child-centered design, tools being deployed to protect or detect harm, that services are privacy preserving, that there's child-friendly information provision, that there's complaints and redress avenues, and that children can participate in policy making. And I think if you go through that list, most companies are trying to put those in place. And I think perhaps what we need to do is look deeper and see how effective actually these are being applied in practice, because I think we're seeing that these are certainly there's certainly an attempt to put these things in place, but some of them are complex. I mean, age assurance is one that's complex. Certainly, governments and regulators are trying to get this in place, but it's not yet working properly. So I think we have the tools and we know what to do for safety by design, but maybe there's still some work to be done to actually make sure that those things that we agree are the things that should be going forward for safety by design are actually occurring in practice.
Maybe to complement, I think the idea of safety by design is that the ship first, fix later state of mind is not okay as far as the DSA is concerned and the public spaces. And when you look at the DSA and the systemic risks approach, which is identify, mitigate, evaluate, and you keep on doing that, it means that if you ship a new feature, you have to make sure beforehand that it's going to do not so much harm, or that you start mitigating the new risk arising with the new feature. And this is very true for developers, but it comes the same with online protection of minors. And I think the other point is that, well, should be careful with minors. But what was important is now with the DSA, you have the guidelines. And so we agreed on what is safe or what safe looks like. And I think it's also important that it's not only up to the players and companies to decide how to be safe with minors. They have a duty. It's a liberal system. But it's good to have the guidelines to say, okay, what is expected by the regulators. And it starts discussion, a conversation with the players and the regulators to be safe for minors, and safety by design and safety by default for minors. And I think this is a key point of the Article 28 guidelines, is that when you don't know the age of the user, you should assume it's a minor and that your platform is age appropriate for this kind of users. And this very tiny thing is huge because it's going to change most products. And this is the current landscape we are in, and changes are happening.
Yeah. Can I just, I completely agree with all of that. I think what I would say is this really stresses the importance of evaluation and understanding what success looks like. I think as I said, we're all sort of relatively early in our journeys here. And I think there is a big focus to try and really kind of understand how we can demonstrate that that this is actually changing the experiences of children and users of online services. Ofcom recently published some research in this space where I'm just going to quickly read out a couple of stats to say, since the children's online safety duties came into force in the UK last July, there's been little change in children's overall exposure to harmful content, with nearly 3/4 of 11 to 17-year-olds encountering it in a 4-week period. And just over a third of these children record exposure to harmful content when they were scrolling their feed. So for us, this is going to be a really important area. You know, we have to be driven by the evidence and the research. The research is going to be really important. We need to kind of, it feels quite theoretical at times, but what we really need to do is just actually, it needs to match with actually research that tells us that this is actually changing the experiences for children. So safety by design as a concept, and then we need to see how it's working. I think that's going to be a critical area for us all in the coming years.
Thank you. Right, questions. Okay, I've got 2 over there. Have we got microphones somewhere? Okay. Yeah. You fight over it. One question. Okay. Well, 2 questions.
No pressure then. Thank you very much. I'm Maeve Walsh. I'm Director of the Online Safety Act Network in the UK. We work with civil society organisations with an interest in the implementation of the Online Safety Act. I've got a question for all the regulators on the panel, and thank you very much for your insights. We've obviously talked about incoming proposals for bans on under 16s accessing social media. I'm not asking for views on that as a policy, but I wondered what impact the regulators felt that might have on their existing enforcement of the regulations and the laws that we already have. Because obviously the policy making energy needed to implement that is one thing, and also the regulated services compliance is another thing as well, if there's something else coming down the track. So I just wondered what their assessment was of that impact. Thank you.
Okay, let's take the other question as well. We're going to have to.
I'll be very quick.
Answers.
The British Prime Minister tried his hands at a systems architect yesterday and suggested that Apple and our host Google should take responsibility for age verification to release client-side scanning for nudity on phones. I just wondered what people thought about handing that responsibility. Let's not discuss client-side scanning, but handing that responsibility for the age verification to the device operating system.
Okay, so let's take this as an opportunity to conclude, and we'll. There are 2 questions: the impact on existing enforcement of a proposed ban, and the idea that the sort of client-side providers should take more responsibility. So, go on then. You go first. This is your final word.
Yeah,
so.
I know. I can take the first because France is at the forefront of enforcing finally voting digital majority. So it's not the same social media ban or digital majority. It's not the same thing, but not the same view. So we had a plan for enforcement announced last September before the Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve announcement from our president in France about having a digital majority again, set at 15. We were planning to make sure that the terms and conditions are being applied as far as age is concerned. And it's bizarre to make a fuss about digital majority laws, whereas terms and conditions for years have said, because of US law, but whatever, it was contract, 13 years old, and no enforcement. So we all know, as user, as platforms, that we had 13 years old written in the terms and conditions, but not applied. So you can understand some kind of frustration from a MP point of view that it's in a contract, but let's make a law. Then you can discuss, so I think it's not different whether it's a contract or the law, then you can discuss whether 15 is the right age gating. But the idea of preventing minors underage to access is rooted in all platforms' terms and conditions for years. So I think then a better debate would be, is 15 the ones? And that's where so the plan to look at 13, we are going to have a plan to look at 15 if the law is voted. Then I think, so about the age, then I think it's part of the discretion of lawmakers to decide what is fit or not for minors. It's good to have an informed decision, but it's part of the discretion. There are a lot of things that are forbidden to minors or underage. At some point, I can't become a senator. Now I can because I'm old enough. But when I was a young adult, I was too young to become a senator in France. I had to wait to be 35, now it's 27. And that was part of law makes in democracies.
Existing rules. You're saying that the rules are already there.
It's up to the discretion of lawmaker to decide what's fit or not, depending on the age. Sorry.
Okay, right. Anna wants to comment.
I'll have a quick go at both questions, and thanks, May, for the first one. I think honest answer is it's too soon to because we don't know what the UK government will be deciding following its consultation. But we stand ready to work with them to understand kind of what the impact might be on whatever they decide and how that kind of will interact with current Online Safety Act. The structure and kind of the framework as it is. So yeah, I think we're watching like everybody else to see what the UK government decide in this space. And then to the question about the device level age assurance approach. Again, we're still digesting that announcement that the Prime Minister in the UK made yesterday, and seeing what is the interaction that might have with the Online Safety Act and the duties that already fall on services. But I think Ofcom has been very vocal that actually we have, the duties are kind of for services at the moment, but we have always been very encouraging of other approaches to age assurance that will complement that, whether that be other parts of the ecosystem playing roles there, as long as the services are complying with their duties under the Online Safety Act. So we will watch, again, with interest to see kind of how that interacts with current duties and how that looks as a bigger picture.
Thank you. Final words.
Yes. Thank you for those questions. As Lisa said, I think indeed we're regulators, not policymakers. What we do see, there's a lot of harmful content going on around for children. We see a swift radicalization of young people. We see violent harms to children, including sextortion, self-harm, and suicide. And those need to be addressed, whether it be via age verification or scanning on devices. I mean, that's for policymakers to find out, but something needs to be done.
Yes. Just a quick word then on the first question. Indeed, it may be a little bit early. At the same time, it depends. The impact depends also on how efficient will the verification tool be. And in Belgium, we have for banking services a very efficient tool. We don't know why it would not be applicable as well. At the same time, Article 28 will remain in force, so we will have to consider that as well.
Okay, Lisa, you get the final word.
Sure. Look, to May's question, I'll take a bit of a bird's eye view. I think, we just did a little bit of internal research and published a blog on this looking at social media restriction laws and where they're rising across the OECD. and OECD accession countries, which is about 44, 46 countries. And, in 2023, I think there was 2 countries that were either considering law or had a bill on the books, and now there's 25. Most of those are considering and not necessarily bills on the books. So I think there's a real moment here for policymakers and governments to work with their regulators, not just the safety regulators, also privacy regulators and other people who are going to be involved in administering these laws, to work together. If these laws are coming, to work together before they go on the books to see how they can be, appropriately integrated into what already exists, what levers are already there, what doesn't need to be doubled up on, and how you can work together both across disciplines and across borders. And to Ian's question, I will admit, having seen the headlines, but not actually the details of the proposal as yet, I think it goes back a little bit to what we do is talking about safety by design. I'd be interested to see, who's checking the homework on this. Is the idea that this sits with the companies and it's a company's responsibility? And, maybe what we see with safety by design is, if you ask many of the companies here, the things I listed out, maybe, these are being attempted and in good faith and goodwill, these are things that are being applied, but there's still concerns. And so this is where these folks are so important to sort of check the homework there. And so that's important.
Super. Thank you very much. Can we thank our panel in the usual way?
Thank you very much, Johnny. Thank you, the panel. We have to redo the stage, so I'm going to invite you all to do something with me now. Could you just stand up? You don't have to, but please do. And turn and introduce yourself to someone you haven't met yet. Where's Ruben? Are these new glasses? Yes. Okay, thanks. Thank you. You all right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you all. Very well done. Shh. Shh. Please sit down again. Thank you. You did very well in that session. Fantastic job. Well done. Jeffrey at the back. That's enough now. Thank you. Thank you all on that side. If you can hear me, clap back. If you can hear me, clap back. You still can't hear me back there. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Well done. Did you find common ground? Good. There'll be more opportunities for that at lunch. But we're gonna crack on. First of all, I'd like to introduce you to our guest speaker here, Ruben. We have got to know each other over the years, certainly in our conversation in Amsterdam last year.
Absolutely, that was wonderful.
A lot of fun.
It's going to be at least as entertaining as last year.
I think it will be.
Last time I think we were the finishing act, so we were between the audience and drinks. This time we're between them and lunch. And so having a 4 and 6-year-old, the latter is more dangerous.
Careful, because there's even more after you before lunch. But anyway,
no.
that's okay. That's okay. Ruben, why don't you introduce yourself? Who are you? What do you do? All that good stuff.
Yeah, I'm Ruben van der Dussen. I'm the lead engineer working on child safety at Apple. But I'm part of a much broader team that really crosses the entire organization. There's a group of people that works every day to innovate and build features that contribute to our commitment to create a safe and trusted platform for kids. And we actually announced some of our features yesterday.
Yes, which we're going to talk about. Before we get there, I just want to offer you an opportunity to reflect on what you've heard so far this morning.
Yeah, no, I think it was a very interesting conversations, also the last conversations. And so at Apple, we are deeply appreciative of all the work that regulators do, and in particular all the expertise that they also bring into the conversation. And I think it's so important for us to get together here and discuss the goals that I think we all share, as well as the technical solutions that we develop together. Because in the end, I think that's the only way that we can really be successful in our shared mission to keep kids safe online. Now, Apple is particularly committed to features or approaches to strengthen safety that at the same time also strongly uphold the user's privacy, as well, which is probably not a surprise, as well as the user's device security. And luckily, like based on these conversations that we've heard today, we know that a lot of lawmakers and regulators actually share those goals.
Yeah.
And just to add, I do think, and it also came up a few times, that the EU is in a particular pivotal moment right now where they're trying to decide on how to move forward on a bunch of tough issues within our space. But we do think that it's so important to get a very strong regulatory environment so that these solutions that we come up together, that we can actually ensure that they're applied across the board and everywhere. And so, as Apple, we've been supportive of a number of different legislations and initiatives within the EU that aim to improve children's safety.
Cool. All right. So something quite remarkable happened yesterday at something called the WWDC. First of all, spell out that acronym. What is it?
It's our Worldwide Developer Conference, and internally just called DubDub.
DubDub. So you cool kids, you can call it DubDub. And there were some really interesting announcements around trust and safety. Do you want to take us through those?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm personally super excited about the features that we announced yesterday. And a lot of these evolved around screen time and the tools that we provide to parents and help them create the appropriate experience for their children on their devices. And to start off, I think one really big, almost like paradigm shift is that going forward, what we are able to let parents do is really define like a small set of functionality that they think is appropriate for their child, a few apps, maybe a few people to communicate with, and then really over time build out the capabilities for their child as they grow and as they further develop. This is partly child-driven, of course. We already had like Ask to Buy, where kids can ask to install a certain app, but we expanded that to Ask to Browse. So if a child thinks they're ready or their friends are using a particular website, they can actually ask the parents easily to get access to that new website. And then finally, I think another really big thing is the way that we enable parents to control when the child gets access to their device and their apps, and it kind of moves away from restrictions more to allowances, where we are offering a set of defaults to the parent that are based on the best research out there that we worked on together with the American Association of Pediatrics, FOSI, the TUM research group and many other people in the space. And I think together these features, what they let the parents do is really take control over those aspects of digital device usage by children that they're worried about, which is like, what can my child see? Who can they communicate with? How they can guide the child as the child grows and uses that device. So again, I'm very excited. We're getting a lot of positive responses. I think we've got one here already, and I think it really indicates the direction that we are going, and where we are really enabling parents to create the right experience for their kids.
Yeah, I was really struck by how you've simplified things, and it came down to the 4 questions: what, who, when, and how, and guiding parents along that way. Is it right to say that you've also set some defaults? Are there some default settings that are already there, but they can also be moved?
Yes, across the board. Now, in the end, we believe that the parent knows best what the right experience is for the child, but often parents are also trying to figure out what that is, and so that's why we have these defaults, both on what the right types of apps are for the child, but also when it comes to the time allowances, how much time a child should be spending on social media or on games or entertainment. Yeah. And so those come baked in. Again, parent has the final say in it, but they are ready to go from the very beginning.
And I think I noticed also that you've gone beyond just detecting sex and nudity into gore and violence. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So this is part of our communication safety feature, which has been around for several years now. And the whole idea of this feature is that we, on device, are able to detect when the feature is turned on, whether an image or a video that is sent by a child or received by a child in one of our communication apps, whether that contains nudity. And so we use this as a signal that there may be a potentially unsafe situation for the child. And if that situation occurs, our goal is to, one, create awareness with the child that maybe they're about to take an action that could cause some potential harm to them, and then giving them tools to reduce the risk of that harm in terms of resources, a hotline that they can call, and whatnot. And then for younger kids, we actually now push them in the direction to get help from an adult. And before they can actually view or send an image, the screen time passcode needs to be typed in. And so the feature has been around for a few years, but then what we're doing this year is expanding it to our next signal, which I'm excited about, which is the ability to detect gore and violence. It's interesting in terms of a material where exposure to nudity in images and videos can be harmful. It's mainly a signal that things like grooming or sextortion could be taking place. With gore and violence, just the immediate exposure to it can be very harmful. So what we also did there is we changed the whole intervention. So the parent or a teen can actually peek into the image without being fully exposed to it. And in that way, creating a better experience for them.
And I think it's a first for Apple, but isn't there now a dedicated website to help parents to navigate all of this stuff?
Yeah, no, and what we've been trying to do there is really create the fullest picture of all the tools that we offer to parents, or guidance on online safety as well, and just how to get started. Because I think that's what a lot of people are struggling with. We want to get started, but where to do that? And I think the best way to do it right now for Apple's platforms is to go to apple.com/child-safety.
I would also recommend having a look at the video from the WWDC.
Oh, absolutely.
And what surprised me was that online safety came before AI. That's absolutely amazing.
That says something.
That says something. All right. We mentioned that we were together in Amsterdam last year. Thinking back to that time and now, what do you think has been the most important developments in this space? Not just with Apple, but generally speaking.
Yeah. Well, I think the most important thing is that like the conversation about online safety is absolutely everywhere right now, with regulators, lawmakers at the dinner tables. There's people writing books about it, and I think that's such a awesome development, because it means more people are thinking about it and more people are sharing what they think is the right approach, which helps us a lot as we design these features, because we want to ground them in research, the best research available, what our users, parents and children want, and the regulators and lawmakers who are representing those same people. I was going to ask you, though, how do you feel about it? Because you've been on this for almost 20 years with FOSI, and how do you feel about so many more voices being raised right now?
It's a lot. It's drinking from a fire hose that's also on fire. I mean, it's just a remarkable, isn't it? It's just an incredible amount of announcements, developments on so many different levels. And while not a big fan of the Australian ban, it has at least raised this issue to a level, I would say, of intensity, but also of urgency and importance that perhaps I've never experienced. Actually, I go back to the mid-90s. That's how old I am. When, it was a very, online safety? What is that something to do with seatbelts? But now it's very much on everyone's mind. Yeah. And AI is only accelerating it. And I think we're just at the foothills of our understanding of where we're going to go with AI.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very interesting time, but I also agree with you. Sometimes it feels like drinking from a fire hose a little bit, but our goal is like to listen and then develop features and experience that we think alleviate those risks. For example, aside of the communication safety features, we've been doing a lot of investment as well in the Report to Apple feature, where we allow users to report content that has been flagged in context of communication safety, and so that feature, so we can then report that content to the appropriate authorities if that's necessary. And we've been expanding that feature to Australia, UK, US, Brazil, and there's more to come there as well. Yeah. And then the other group that I didn't mention before is developers. Like, developers are a massively important part of our ecosystem, and they're also all thinking now, like, how do we approach this topic? And so what we're doing there is we're really trying to make it as easy for them to get started through a whole number of frameworks that we're offering to them. So the communication safety feature that I mentioned before, we also offer that as an API to them, so they can implement the same safety interventions in their app. The ask to we have another framework that lets them. The minors using their app request their parents to connect with others in their app, and then of course the age range API that we have that lets developers get a privacy preserving signal of the age of the user, and then adjust the experience in their app to be more appropriate for that particular user. So there's a lot. That's
huge. I mean, when we launched in February of 2007, the iPhone still didn't exist. It was another 3 months before Steve Jobs walked out onto that stage and launched this whole new world. But there certainly were no APIs for developers around safety.
Yeah. Well, in the beginning, we didn't want any apps, I think. And
that's right.
At some point, they did, and it turned out to be pretty good.
Well, I'm sure you'll write the book about it, and we'll find out more. Let's conclude. We have used this theme of finding common ground. How have you experienced it, not just in today's event, but generally across government and industry and the nonprofit world and parents for that matter? And where are there still gaps, would you say?
Let's see. So I think, first of all, we believe that everyone in this space has their role. And we're definitely committed to taking or living up to our role in this whole space. And I think what's important, and I referred to this earlier a little bit, making sure that the features that we design, and the policies that we work on are grounded in like real good research. And I think there's a lot emerging there right now. And so maybe that's not so much as a gap, more like acknowledgement that because so many people are thinking about it right now, the research is getting more conclusive right now, more dependable on right now. I think the other gaps, like just more of this, I would say. So we're already looking forward to the next conference, I think, which is going to be a big party.
It's going to be a big party.
Okay.
You're all invited. It's in November in DC, but we'll give you the dates at the end of the day. I just want to say congratulations again on the announcements yesterday. It's remarkable to see your company prioritizing safety in the way in which you are doing, and anything we can do to help, please let us know.
Absolutely.
Folks,
Thank
please,
you so much.
thanks, Ruben. Cheers, mate. Yeah, I'll take it. Okay, we're going to shift gears a little bit, and I'm going to invite three very special guests up onto the stage with me. Let's see, you're going to be first. Okay, so our guests are from Belgium's Child Focus organization, which is part of the Belgian Safer Internet Center, and we are going to hear some thoughts they have to share with us. And first up, Malala, would you like to start? I didn't give you a microphone. Sorry about that.
Adults often say that young people are the future, but if we are the future, then why we are so rarely included in decisions that concern us? Today, I want to talk about the importance for young people to be involved in discussion and choices that concern them. Young people experience social media every day. We grew up with it and we know how it can affect our mental health, our confidence, and the way we see the world. This is why it is important for young people to be involved in decisions that concern their life. We understand our realities better than anyone else. Every generation is different and life changes with it. Adults grew up with a reality which is completely different from ours, and this is why it is crucial for young people to be involved in discussion about their own generation. Many young feel frustrated when they heard that we are too young to understand. In reality, we understand what it feels like to grow up in the actual digital world better than anyone else because we live it every day. I have heard the opinion of many young people, and many of them has really interesting things to say, but a lot of them don't feel listened to. They think that they can't express their opinion because nobody asked them, but I know that if their voices were truly listened to, many more will speak up and be engaged. And this is not just a theory, because I experienced it myself through the DGDE, which is a child rights institution in Belgium. And with this, I realized how useful our ideas can be when they are truly listened to. For example, we work on the mental health of the young people, and we discovered that we were in a critical situation. Many young are living with emotional stress and are living with anxiety, and we understand that the mental health of the young has become a serious issue. But we also understood how important solidarity and listening are for helping the children to feel better. And this issue does not only exist online. Recently, in Belgium, many young felt like their voices were missing from discussion about educational reform, such as the new tronc commun system, which changed the structure of the secondary education. But we are the ones who experience school every day. We understand the pressure, the stress, and the reality of the education system better than anyone. We are not asking to control everything, but simply asking to be listened to. If decisions concern young people, then we deserve a place in the conversation. A safer internet and a healthier society can only exist if young people are listened to, respected, and included. Thank you for listening.
Next, Lynyle.
Hello, everybody. Dear members present here today at the FOSI Forum, first of all, I would like to thank Child Focus for this incredible opportunity to speak on behalf of my generation and to learn from all of you here today. I'm Lynyle, and there's an important issue I would like to address, one that is becoming increasingly visible and influential among young people online. I'm talking about the spread of toxic manosphere content on social media. This includes videos, podcasts, and online personalities promoting ideas such as a man should always earn more than his partner, or if you don't earn at least 10 times a week, you're not a real man. This kind of content is spreading rapidly on platforms such as TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram, often through major influencers who present one narrow image of success, becoming an alpha male with money, physical perfection, and women as symbols of status. At first glance, this content may seem harmless because it promotes discipline and self-improvement. But that is often exactly how young people are drawn into extreme messages. But the real problem begins when these messages become extreme. They create unrealistic expectations for both boys and girls. They suggest that a person's worth is measured by appearance, money, dominance, or control. When those young people do not recognize themselves in that ideal, they can begin to feel insecure, frustrated, and as though they are somehow failing in life. Even more concerning, this type of content often fuels sexism and homophobia. It teaches young people that showing emotion is weakness, that women are inferior, and that anyone who does not fit into a narrow image of masculinity should be mocked or rejected. These messages spread hate, exclusion, and fear. They influence how young people think, how they treat each other, and how they build relationships in real life. I know this because I've seen it personally. My younger brother came across this type of content online. That made me realize how easily these harmful ideas can reach young people, often before they are old enough to question what they are seeing. That's why I'm here today. We, the youth, are navigating a digital world that was created by generations before us. But right now, it is shaping us in ways that we cannot control alone. You are the experts, the leaders, and the decision makers. So, my question for you today is this. What are you going to do about this? We accept the tech companies in this room to stop hiding behind complex algorithms and to actively dismantle the systems that allow young people to be pushed toward harmful and radicalizing content. We expect the policymakers to treat online misogyny, sexism, and hate speech with the urgency they deserve. And we expect the adults to stop treating social media as if it were separate from real life. For my generation, it is not separate. It is where we learn, connect, grow, and sometimes where we are harmed. Now, we are doing our part by speaking up. Now we need you to do yours. Simply banning the platforms is not an answer. What we need are safer platforms, stronger protections, and systems that prevent young people from being guided towards harmful extremes in the first place. Let us make sure the internet becomes a space that lifts young people up instead of tearing them down. And let every young person know this. You do not need to feed in someone else's definition of what it means to be a man or a woman. It is okay to feel emotions. It is okay to be different. And it is okay to be yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And next, Thomas.
My name is Thomas Perslevich. I am 17 years old and I come from all corners of Europe. On my father's side, my family immigrated from Italy and Poland in search of work. And on my mother's side, my grandparents fled Franco Spain for the same reasons. This is why I grew up immersed in a Manichaean culture, torn between my father's side's fervent Protestantism and my mother's side's fear of religion. It is the same culture that is certainly at the root of the fact that in my family there were subjects we did not talk about, and homosexuality was certainly one of them. So it was only at the age of 10 that I discovered the existence of this word, and it was also at the age of 10 that I began to ask myself necessary but difficult questions about the normed and illusory world that had been built around me from birth. 7 years later, I can tell you with certainty that I do not know where I would be today in this process of questioning if the internet had not existed. At first, it was a place that frightened me, because the searches I carried out there returned very stereotyped results. And I must admit, this developed within young me an internalized homophobia that made me believe that since I did not recognize myself in the images I saw, I was not gay. These questions, I could share them with no one around me, and my only way out and forward was to join communities on the internet. Young boys, like me, who were lost in a world hostile to difference. This is perhaps the most beautiful aspect of social media. Being able to connect with the world and build relationships with people that are like us, people we could never have met a few decades earlier. But what I did not know, and almost nobody knew at the time, was that these communities of young gay boys were also hunting grounds for predators, vicious, anonymous adults that could be anyone and anywhere, a stranger, a neighbor, or even someone in this very room. And the internet, which was supposed to be a protection against pedophilia, had instead become a gift to the same predators. To understand what I'm talking about, we need to go back to the late 90s, because Europe, and in some ways the world, was devastated by what is now known as one of the biggest pedophilia cases in history, the kidnapping of Julie and Melissa by Marie Dutroux. This defining generational event partly gave rise to collective trauma, and many parents began to let their children play in the streets less freely. At the time, many healthcare professionals who had grown up before the democratization of the internet tended to view psychological problem as coming either from an external outside world, like work, family, etc., or from an internal inside world, genetics, illness. However, the confinement of children at home, happening simultaneously with the spread of the internet, opened the world to a new external inside dimension, whose strengths and weaknesses were not assessed in time, and whose safety measures were applied far too late or never at all in the most lagging spheres. All of this was meant, as I already said, to protect us from an external outside world while exposing us instead to a new external inside world that was even more dangerous, being almost unknown and uncontrolled. And Generation Z will almost certainly be forever the most affected by these socio-technological shifts. I will use the time I have left to stress this. Acting now to make the internet safer is a matter of public health. Banning social media for under 16s will change nothing. It simply amounts to acknowledging that there is a deep-rooted problem and avoiding it in a hypocritical way. These kids will find another way in, because they always do. Banning under 16 from social media is like locking the front door and leaving the the back door wide open. Age verification without education is just theater. And let me tell you about theater, because in a quest for self-healing and for bringing media attention to the systemic sexual violence still endured by the same group of children set apart for their difference, I wrote a play a year ago called Carney. To write it, I drew partly on my own experience, but above all, on the testimonies of hundreds and hundreds of gay boys anonymized from my generation, with whom I had the opportunity to speak over several months, almost of whom shared the common thread of trauma from grooming, sextortion, or worse, having their first sexual experience very young with an adult. And no report, no white paper, no policy brief would have given them the voice, because this is also a failure of our systems. This is why, and I speak as a representative of all those voices silenced by shame and distrust in the justice system, I ask you to take action. To all the platforms here, you are not neutral platforms. You are the backseat of adolescence, and right now that backseat has no seatbelt. I am not asking you to solve loneliness. I am asking you to stop profiting from it. I am asking you to build one thing, a button that actually works. A report button that a scared 12-year-old boy can press at 2 a.m. and know with certainty that someone will answer. I am 17. I should not be the one standing here telling you this, but here I am, because no one else did. Thank you.
Stay here, stay here. Wow, that's the only word I have. Thank you so much for your insights and for your sense of urgency as well. I really appreciate that. We have time for a couple of minutes, a couple of questions, reflections. What did you hear? There's a question at the back. I think it's Jeffrey's hand, I see. Can we get him a microphone? Say who you are, please.
Thanks very much. Merci beaucoup pour ça. My name is Jeffrey DeMarco. I am a senior advisor for Save the Children, and I first want to just thank the three of you for your confidence and your courageousness in reflecting on some really difficult topics and some things that, you know, a lot of the people in this room would have lots of challenges with sharing with people. So thank all three of you for that. It was incredible. Now, I've got what I think is a simple question, but it actually might be quite ambiguous and theoretical, but it's up to you guys to be our experts right now. So, if the internet had to gain your trust, what would it need to do?
Ooh. Who wants to start? You look like you have an answer in your head. No? We'll pass it along then. Give it a shot.
I think for the internet to regain the trust of especially our generation, because I feel like we have been let down a lot of times with promises, with words, we're going to change, we're going to add this. For example, there was a period in the USA where the president decided to ban the social media, but it happened for one day. And we could see a whole chaos happening online of, oh, how am I going to talk to my friends? How am I going to do this? But the platform came back up 24 hours later. And observing this, I felt like we do have a deep connection with the social media. But what they could do to regain our trust is, for me, it's the top is really the report buttons when you need someone to talk to, when you don't have anyone in your surrounding or even online, you could at least have a button on your favorite application to say, okay, what's the problem? This is my problem, and that there's at least action in the 24 hours when you press those buttons. Because I am going to give a personal example. There was a person who contacted me online because I have a public account. And I know the risks of having a public account, but so there was this person who contacted me, and I reported that account immediately. It got blocked on my account, of course, but there was nothing done more than that. So that was a big letdown for me because I was young, and I was like, okay, I did this, nothing happened. What's next? So that was an example of what you guys could do to regain our trusts. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
For completing, I think that, like I say in my speech, I think that just listening to us in decision, like what happened in USA, like if the voices of the opinion of the young were listening, like should we ban this the social media? Should we do that? It's concern our life. It's concern us, and I think that it's really important to have our opinion because the other take decision, you take the decision, but we don't. Personally, I don't feel like really included in yours, and I think that if our opinion, if the young people we see are representative. A sibling of them, I think that we will be more sure about it.
Okay. You have anything to say?
Just to add one thing, as I said, age verification is not everything because education plays a lot, and unfortunately, education depends on the country in which you live. But I think that when you are parents, you can also learn how to teach your child to use the internet. And this was something that we didn't have the occasion to learn 20 years ago. But today, there are a lot of resources on the internet. And it's important to raise awareness about that. And also concerning some platforms like, for example, Discord, which added a button to put if your server is not safe for work or something like that. It's a good thing also, but the problem is that it's just like a promise of the person who created the server, but nothing is verified. I can say that there is no not safe content, not safe for work content on my server, and actually there are a lot of porn videos or I don't know. So this is also another thing to do, verification.
All right. Well, thank you all very much. We've run out of time, unfortunately. You will be here for lunch. Please, a round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay, for our final session before lunch, I do want to just mention there will be a short video as well as discussion about suicide. So if that's something you'd rather not be in the room for, this would be a good time. Or if you're watching online, perhaps take a break. But we are going to begin with the trailer of a remarkable new documentary called Mali versus the Machines. Could we see that first?
If it can happen to our family, then it could happen to anybody.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl called Molly. While her parents captured memories, I captured metadata. As she was drawn deeper into darkness, I grew stronger.
I have no doubt that Instagram helped kill my daughter.
The inquest inquest has opened into the death of a teenage girl who took her own life after being exposed to harmful content online.
This looks like control. It looks like trying to take control of the person who is suffering.
You see everyone in their phones. It's just like zombies walking around. No one's actually connected to the real world.
It separated her from the offline world, dragged her into this machine world, leading her towards her death.
You're not their parent. You're just a business in America.
We're going to work with President Trump to push back on governments around the world that are going after American companies and pushing to censor more.
No, we're pushing to regulate companies to make them safe. Battle lines drawn now, very clearly.
How many Mollys does it have to take for them to actually realise that this is wrong? When will they make the change?
Please welcome Ian Russell. Ian, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for asking.
Really appreciate it. For those of you who don't know, Ian is Molly Russell's father, chair of the Molly Rose Foundation. He's also one of the foremost tech accountability campaigners in the UK. I also did a bit of research on him. He's been a BBC producer for many, many years, including Night at Sky, right? The Sky at Night,
yeah.
even, which for any Brits in the room will know is pretty foundational television watching. You know, why don't we just start? Could you tell us about Molly?
I think you're asking the wrong person because I'm biased as her dad. But I probably would say this. Molly was one of the most extraordinary people I've ever met. I'm lucky. She was the youngest of three daughters, and all of them are truly amazing, said the biased dad. But one of the things I like about that film is that it includes 5 of Molly's friends. And the most powerful testament that they give is the way they remember their friend. They remember their 14-year-old friend. Molly was only 14 when she ended her life. And the way in which they do that chimes with the way I do that as a bereaved parent and the way the other family members do. And we remember a young person who had so much to offer. I don't know anyone that didn't know Molly that wasn't completely engaged with her. She was enigmatic. She was thoughtful. She didn't like being the centre of attention. So I'm not quite sure what she would make of this. But she would, if it ever came to it, she would weigh up what was going on. And if she felt something was amiss, she wouldn't hesitate to put up her hand and say, "Stop it, that's not right. You need to do something different." And that's that courageous, caring side of Molly is the thing I think I remember most about her.
Tell us more about, because I was able to watch the documentary in the US for various reasons, but it's not available yet, unfortunately. But what would her friends say about her in the sense of, obviously they would know her in a different way than her dad would.
Yeah. And it's great to see, they're now in their early 20s, and it's great to see them remembering how you change as a young person between being 14 and being in your early 20s is a huge change, huge part of growing up. And they remember that caring person. They remember she was the first to offer help. They remember the WhatsApp messages of support that would come from Molly. And they remember the cheeky side of her, the sense of humour that she had, and the way that she would perhaps diffuse tense situations with that. And they remember a person who what happened. The phrase "what happened to Molly" comes out quite often. They remember a person who they say what happened to Molly didn't need to happen. It was so preventable, and of course they just wish she was still here with us and fulfilling all that potential and promise that a young person always does have.
Yeah, yeah. One of the things, and it was shown in the trailer briefly, one of the things I found very striking about the documentary was that the coroner's inquest into Molly's death was reenacted with actors, I believe, using the actual testimony in the inquest. So talk about that inquest. Talk about, because it was several years after her death. And what were the obstacles leading up to that? And in a way, did you get what you wanted to get out of that inquest?
I don't think you can ever get what you need, someone bereaved of a close family member, from a process like an inquest. But we found, there was no obvious sign of any mental ill health with Molly, I should say that. So as well as the pain and the grief of losing a 14-year-old family member, we had questions that all began with a why. Why did this happen? How could this happen? And we quickly discovered on Molly's social media accounts there was content that we thought just wouldn't be available on a global, responsible platform. And amongst the pop stars and celebrities followed by 14-year-olds, there were two main streams of shocking content. One was immediately horrifying and was quite often, I'll say no more than to say it was quite often bright red in colour, connected with graphic self-harm. And the other, which was wasn't as shocking immediately, was probably more long-term distressing for those of us that have seen it, which was quite often black and white. Quite often there were drawings as if they were pencil drawings, and text-based quotes that supported a sense of hopelessness, worthlessness, and eventually this stream of algorithmically recommended content that Molly was incessantly exposed to was, I think, what persuaded her that she should end her life, because unbelievably, for those who knew her, she was a burden. So when we'd seen that content, it just felt that if I was unaware as a parent that the level of this content was so readily available to someone who was 14, there'd be other parents who would be unaware as well. And then their parenting decisions would be affected, and you can't make the right parenting decisions if you don't know the facts. So it felt really important to do everything we possibly could to raise awareness. And the first step was to engage with the formal process in the UK when a death such as Molly's is investigated by the coroner, to engage with that coronial process. And I think we were lucky. We had a very understanding coroner who wanted to find out why Molly had died almost as much as we did as a family. And I gather that's not always the case, because coroners are busy. But Senior Coroner Andrew Walker dug in with us to try and find out what he could. In the end, that coronial process, which is supposed to be completed within a year, took nearly 5 years to complete. He asked 5 services to supply information, digital services, about what they knew about Molly and her digital accounts. 3 of them didn't particularly respond. WhatsApp said they deleted all the information about her account, was only able to supply very, very basic account information. X eventually let me log in and take over Molly's account, which was very nerve-wracking and strange, but didn't give us any of the background into what happened there. Snapchat said, we're a US company, pursue us in the States, so that went nowhere. And in the end it was Meta, because Molly had an Instagram account, and Pinterest, who both contributed to the the coroner's investigation, and ended up sending witnesses to the inquest, which lasted for 9 days.
Yeah, so in the documentary, it's very clear the Meta / Instagram lawyer was there. It took me going back into the archives to find that Pinterest was also there. Could you compare and contrast the approaches of those two companies at the inquest?
I think, using a word like lucky is an odd thing to use on a story like this, but I think we were very fortunate to have two platforms with very different approaches there. They both served up harmful content to Molly. Pinterest immediately admitted that that's what they had done and had already started to take steps to do something about it. They were still not perfect, certainly at the time of the inquest, but they were sorry and they contributed data. They had a team of, I think, 17 people working for days to find out everything they possibly could from Molly's accounts to supply the sort of details that social media companies do know. Not only do they know what you see and what you've saved and liked and engage with, they know if you slow down in your scrolling and you hover slightly over a post. They know that. That sometimes informs the algorithms to suggest certain other types of content, similar types of content, to engage you, because those algorithms are, of course, engagement-based, or they certainly were in 2016. By contrast, Meta used the techniques that I think they've become famous for. They delayed when they could. It took them a very long time to supply evidence. They supplied evidence in a way when it first arrived that was very unuser-friendly for our legal team. It wasn't even possible to search the database they sent through. And we pushed and we pushed and we pushed. And I reckon they added at least 2 years to that inquest process. And our legal team, who compare what Pinterest submitted and what Meta submitted, estimate that Meta's submissions are about 5 to 10% of what they could have submitted if they'd wanted to. They only ever sent the material that Molly had engaged with. So if she'd shared it or saved it or liked it, that's what we based the figures on. But from that evidence, we know that Molly saw at least 2,100 images that were harmful in their own right in the last 6 months of her life, because that was the period for which the coroner requested the data.
Yeah. Some of you who were with us 2 years ago in Paris remember my conversation with Arturo Bejar, the Facebook whistleblower. And as I was watching the documentary, I was thinking, gosh, I hope Arturo's watching this. And then he's in it. So talk about his involvement in the documentary and what he brought to the film.
Arturo seems... he's an amazing person, isn't he? First of all, and so wedded to making the online world safer. And he seems particularly connected to Molly and her story. So we have regular conversations with him. And I think there's a parallel there, because you'll no doubt remember, Stephen, that he headed up the sort of trust and well-being side of Meta and left in 2015, I think, if I've got the dates right. And it was all in a good place. And then his daughter experienced some bad experiences online on Instagram, and he tried to do something about it. There was no easy way to report it, which there should be an easy way to report that content. So he decided to go back and as a contractor work for them again. And all the safety systems that had been in place and were in good health seemed to have been disbanded when Arturo went back in 2019. And most poignantly, I remember him telling me the Compassions team, which he was a part of, had developed technologies, AIs, that could detect what might be suicidal browsing patterns. And they were getting better and better at doing it. And soon after he left, a colleague of his who was in charge of that team left, and she was presented with a glass jar full of glass marbles, hundreds of marbles, and every one of those marbles was a life that they knew they'd intervened and possibly saved through those technologies. And if only Molly had a marble in there instead. But when he went back in 2019, that team had been disbanded or distributed amongst the organisation, and he found all the systems that had been put in place and were growing and developing in disarray and ineffective, which is quite horrifying.
Yeah. And he has gone to Capitol Hill and he has testified and he's worked with state AGs in the States and so on this. Okay, well, let's shift gears a little bit, because what has come out of this tragedy is you have established the Molly Rose, and Molly Rose was her middle name, correct?
Just a middle name, yeah.
That's sweet. The Molly Rose Foundation, what, in 2018?
Yeah, within a year of her death.
Wow. Okay. Talk about its mission. What is it that you're doing at the foundation?
So it's a very simple mission, which is to connect young people who might need help and support to those sources of support that are readily available. We very quickly realised that there were helplines and hope lines and many NGOs who supplied amazing services. There was no need to add to that list. But better signposting was one of the things we wanted to do, so that if young people found a problem or encountered a problem, that they had somewhere to turn to. So we have that's embedded on our website, and very early on we sent out where to find help cards to schools and child-facing organisations in the UK. So a shortened list of 5 child prioritising helplines, so that you can carry them around in a purse, a pocket, or a wallet. And if you or you find a friend is in crisis, it's a place that you can find immediate support from. We stayed quite, I don't know, not quite dormant, but we prioritised the process, the coronial process. We prioritised the inquest, and as that took so long, we stayed quite quiet for a while. And then since then, we have grown as an organisation, and we work more with government, with regulators in the UK, in terms of forming effective policy, which is the hot topic of the moment, of course. And we're expanding operations in terms of education, so that we can go into schools and do direct education. There are opportunities to do that within the UK. But more widely, that sort of gentle digital literacy that the young people particularly talked about. Regulation and policy is one thing, and it's vital, because the era of self-regulation amongst tech hasn't delivered enough results. So regulation and policy is needed to compel the companies to change. But without that understanding and better, wider digital literacy, I don't know why I've got this metaphor. I will say it's like trying to squeeze toothpaste with one finger. You need both a finger and a thumb to get the toothpaste out of the tube, and education and regulation are those 2 digits that help you do that.
Yeah, something Thomas just said a few moments ago. Well, all right, let's stay with legislation. You are obviously a big proponent of the Online Safety Act. You've been sometimes critic, I think, of Ofcom and its implementation. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you have been somewhat critical. Everyone's talking about the Australian social media ban. Where do you guys come out on that?
Well, I think the majority of people, certainly the majority of people I've heard from so far in this room, and for that matter, I was in Strasbourg last week at a Council of Europe event where these issues were debated as well. And in fact, it was I didn't hear one dissenting voice in that day-long discussion there. Is that bans might seem to provide a solution. Underage, under 16-year-old bans, under 15-year-old bans, we're even debating what age it should be. They might seem to provide a solution, but they're so far from perfect. And they're penalising the wrong people. We shouldn't be penalising young people who are growing up in a digital world and should be allowed to grow up and experience all the benefits of digital technology. We should be stopping the source of harm at source. And that's dealing with the platforms, dealing with anything that might exacerbate the situation. So algorithmic recommendation of harm, in a way, is what I think led to Molly's death. Had she not had this constant feed of harm, telling her she was worthless, telling her she was useless, telling her there was no hope, it would have been a lot easier for her to ignore it or to decide to come for help. But she was coached into methods of hiding it and dissuaded from somehow finding the courage to come to me as a parent or someone else and say, look, I've got a problem. I'm thinking of ending my own life. And a ban would only make that worse as well. And if you're making that worse, then that's a danger. And I know you're going to talk about Australian figures later, but one of the other things Molly Rose Foundation do is where there's a gap in evidence is we try where we can to commission research or do polling that helps us understand where we are. And we've done some Australian polling, and one of the things that strikes me there is 14% of 13 to 15-year-olds in Australia feel that the ban there has made their life worse or more unsafe. So it's been detrimental. It's not a huge percentage, but it's a significant percentage that it hasn't helped. And we know that there are better things where you can reach beyond the ban and you can deal directly with the addictive natures of algorithms, or you could deal with the features of tech that can keep anyone, doesn't matter how old you are, but keep you on a platform, those engagement-based features like infinite scroll or autoplay. And of course, if you are a young person, there's no way that an adult should be able to find a way to contact you using.
But didn't you also find there was like 61% of kids have got around the ban? Is that right?
In Australia, I mean, it's very early days. That we all know that it's just over 6 months, but at the moment, 61% by our polling weren't affected at all by the ban. So it's not enough. It's not proving to be effective in the way that it was promised. And there are signs of pivoting there when it used to be said that would provide the safe new digital future that Australia was after. But they're now talking about years, if not generations, before it might have a beneficial effect. Well, we can't wait years or generations, because the other thing that I need to say is, although Molly died 8.5 years ago, some of the research that we've done as an organisation shows that there's nothing significant that's changed. The same sort of content that Molly saw and was algorithmically recommended to her in 2016-17 is still online, still on the major platforms. It's still there. It's not difficult to find. And it's still, most shockingly of all, it's still being recommended by those platforms, algorithms. So there'll be people today who are facing the same sort of pressures and facing the same sort of harmful content that Molly did. So it's interesting to hear the conversations today, but I think you can almost summarise. I don't mean this to be demotivating. I think this should be really motivating. Whatever any of us have done, we're all here to try and improve safety in the digital world. But whatever we've done so far, and I include me, it's not enough. And we need to redouble our efforts and we need to work harder, because I don't believe the solutions are as impossible as sometimes we're led to believe.
Yeah. Last year in Amsterdam, we were kindly hosted by Netflix, and we showed a little section of the Netflix series Adolescence. What did you think of that series? Did you see that series?
Yeah.
What did you think? Are there any parallels with your own documentary or Molly's life, for that matter?
I think there are parallels. It's an extraordinary piece of television filmmaking, whatever you want to call it, and it's affected the whole world. I think it's. I don't think there's a nation that it hasn't been seen in where it hasn't had a profound effect. There are key differences. It's a drama. It's maybe based on what's happening around us, but it's not based on a particular case. So that's a difference with the Molly versus the Machine film. And I think it struggled to suggest solutions to the problem of the toxic manosphere, because that's sort of not the job of a drama, maybe. And I think for those who have seen Molly versus the Machines, again, it's hard, but there's a path forward where we do listen to the voices of young people, and they're included in the film. We do examine the way that particularly Meta works and has excused its behaviours by looking at the inquest and the evidence that was provided by the witness that Meta provided. And we do chart the course of the development of the tech business models. Professor Shoshana Zuboff was involved from Harvard, was involved in the writing of the documentary. So we see the parallel development of those business models and some of the decision making and the staff changes that led to them becoming less about connecting people and community and town squares and more about pursuing profit initially and power secondarily.
Okay. Now, just remind us, where can folks in the UK, for that matter, see the document, Molly, right now? On channel? Is it Channel 4?
Channel 4, yeah. Public service broadcast Channel 4. So if you go and they've got an on-demand thing. You can see that in the UK. The film company that made it, I'm not connected other than contributing to it. I'm not a producer of the film. They are working very hard as we speak to try and find international distribution deals for the film. Mark Silver, the director of the film, he absolutely deserves a mention because he works so sympathetically to deliver an 80-minute narrative that tries to pack in all the key salient points that tell one story, but that story is representative of, sadly, thousands and thousands of others, and tell the story of how those young people who are affected by harmful tech fit in with the big tech business models and how we need to do better. So hopefully, just check your local press and things, and the distribution deals will be coming. And I think there are some European broadcasters where the Molly versus the Machines documentary will be available on quite soon.
There might even be representatives of Netflix in the room we could talk to. I'd love to see this distributed across North America, Australasia, and so on. It's a very, very important documentary for us all to see. Can we finish? This might be a strange question. I hope it's not a strange question, but what are your hopes for the future? I'll leave it as broadly as that.
I actually have lots of hope. And I think we sit at a point where we'll look back. I hope we'll look back at 2026 and say that was a point of inflection. That was a pivot point. Because not enough has been done so far, but there's been this building up of pressure. And I think you mentioned it earlier, Stephen, the conversations that are happening globally at the moment are happening. I don't think there's a parent on the planet that isn't concerned if they've got young people or a teenager. I don't think they're concerned about what those young people might be seeing online. And it's not acceptable. Where we are now is simply not acceptable because you can't parent properly. You can't trust tech. And so there is understandable outrage, and that has caused debate and discussion. It's motivated governments to invest in something I think hitherto they may have been frightened of, because governments need money, money needs growth, growth so often comes from tech, and all of that is important and shouldn't be ignored. But I think it's probably led governments to be very cautious how they've dealt with this. It's probably led regulators to be very cautious about how they implement the regulations and be too timid in their approach to tech. And so the current conversations that we're seeing in the UK, and I know are echoed in Europe and elsewhere around the world, including the US, with the debates, the reignited debates about COSA, for example. I think it's time for change, and the world has realised. And the other thing that's happening, of course, haven't really been mentioned yet, but there's been two very important cases in the US, one in California and one in New Mexico, briefly mentioned. And I was privileged to be asked by the Attorney General of New Mexico to give evidence to that case. And I know Meta didn't want me to. Wonder why. But it's time we all spoke up. And if our lawmakers and the juries on those cases are finding on the side of people rather than the platforms. And the parents of the world are saying it's time for change, and the politicians of the world are saying we've got to do something. I think we'll look back on 2026 as that pivot point. And the only thing I think is a concern is for politicians, for all of those reasons I've said, it might be the easy option to say something like, we'll do a blanket ban for under 15, 16-year-olds, because that's an easy solution. It looks like I'm doing something. The evidence doesn't support that. So it's time to take real action that will make a real change. And I think the pendulum has swung back in the last months, and even in the last weeks, there's been a growing consensus supporting action to take proper policy decisions that target the harms at source and put the platforms on charge to do something about the harms that they may be spreading.
Wow. Well, my hope is that all of us here can support you in your work, and that you can feed back into our work, how we can push this along so that we can look back to 2026 to see it as an inflection point. But in the meantime, thank you for your passion. Thank you for your intelligence. As a father of 2 daughters and now a granddaughter, it's an extraordinary privilege and honor just even to be here with you. So thank you so much for your work. Ian Russell, people. Thank you. And yes, we will have lunch. You have been remarkably patient. Next door, right? Okay, we'll see you there. Thank you. Thank you. That was.
Welcome, everybody. Please do take your seats. For those of you who aren't too full by lunch, you will recognise that I'm not Stephen. So I'm going to be doing a little bit of this afternoon. I'm sure that you all agree that this morning was really powerful. So thank you to all of our speakers this morning. Really powerful sessions. And looking forward to more coming this afternoon. Without further ado, I will introduce Will from DSIT. Will is going to give us an overview of DSIT's consultation, a national conversation, which I know that lots of us have been talking about today. The timing is slightly off because we know that there's going to be an imminent announcement by the UK Prime Minister, but looking forward to hearing what Will is going to share with us about the consultation. So, Will, over to you.
Thanks, Charlotte, and thanks to Stephen as well and the team for inviting me to be here. It's really, really great to be here. And yeah, what a brilliant morning. I just took so much from that, and it was fascinating hearing from so many speakers who've been sort of directly impacted by what we're talking about, and not only policymakers like me and like many of us. So yes, my name is Will Jones. I am a Deputy Director in the Security and Online Harms Directorate in the UK's Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. So I'm part of the leadership team for the bit of the UK government that spends most of its time thinking about exactly the issues that we've talked about this morning. And what we've been doing as part of our work since the beginning of the year, really, is setting up, running, and yes, soon responding to a formal government consultation on child wellbeing called Growing Up in the Online World, which ran from beginning of March to the end of May this year. Why did we consult? I mean, we've got the same concerns as everyone else in this room and kind of every state around the country, really, and we can probably skip along to the next slide immediately, actually. These are fairly basic, but I will try and talk to them. We are concerned about getting the balance right. We are concerned about the impact of social media on children's wellbeing and development. But we are also aware that social media is far from just being a negative thing and a negative impact, as we heard so powerfully this morning, actually. And before we act, we want to make sure that we have got the balance right and that we understand the state of the evidence and that we understand the UK public's position on kind of issues relating to online safety. Specifically, the evidence point is worth reflecting on, actually. We absolutely recognise that there is not a sort of clear evidence base pointing one way or the other, but we're still keen to move quickly, so we've tried to find the right balance on that. I should say this is part of a wider work that the UK government's been doing on online safety, and there has been a lot. We've mentioned some what happened yesterday, actually, which I won't speak to today, but where the PM has been really clear with tech companies that they need to take more action to prevent children from creating, sharing or viewing nude images. There's also the Online Safety Act, which has been mentioned many times, which underpins all of our work. We've taken steps to tackle nudification apps, non-consensual image abuse, all of that. There's guidance on smartphones in schools. And the reason I slightly labour that point is I think there is a risk that the sort of output of a consultation is seen as the only thing the UK is doing, and it is not. It is absolutely part of our wider work. There isn't a sort of single fix. The consultation is about wellbeing. It's about enriching children's lives, both in terms of encouraging time away from the screen, actually, but also making sure that when children are online, they are in spaces which are safe, as we heard about earlier on. And it's about, as I say, gathering evidence from the public, but specifically gathering evidence from parents and from children. We launched a kind of technical version of a consultation, as each government does, but we also produced versions which were easier for parents and for children to complete and respond to. We didn't want it to be off-putting, we wanted it to be easy to respond to, and we absolutely wanted to hear that kind of lived experience of parents, of children, and children themselves. That's really, really important. So we can go on to the next slide. Just a bit about what it covered. Many of you will know this, many of you have been following it, but not everybody. It didn't shy away from the main question that everybody is talking about at the moment, post-Australia. So there is a specific question right at the top, about whether children should or shouldn't be able to use social media at 16, and indeed whether 16 would be the right age, and indeed whether it would be better to sort of move to restrictions on all social media, or to look at particular features, particular functions that should be restricted. And these will be familiar to many in the room, but stranger pairing, infinite scroll, algorithmic content generally. It looked at the digital age of consent and whether 13 is the right age. It looked at whether we've got the right balance for age assurance in terms of protecting children, but also putting obligations on adult users. It looked at the use of VPNs and other forms of circumvention, whether they should be age restricted or whether that's going kind of too far. And it looked at support for parents as well and asked about what extra support parents need. And it took a really broad definition of social media, so not just what we might classically define as social media, but messaging services, gaming, AI chatbots, which we've touched on earlier on. So kind of a whole range of the ways that in 2026, people who are 16 and under are using the internet and are being online. Okay, so next slide. The evidence thing's really important. So we're not just kind of looking at the data received through the consultation and saying, well, that's enough of an evidence base. So alongside the consultation, we have run a national conversation. We've had ministers out all over the place, I mean, including in Australia. One of our ministers was in Australia the week before last, but out in the UK as well, talking to children and parents and, again, making sure they're hearing directly those lived experiences. We've been piloting some of the possible interventions. So around the UK, until I think the week before last, there were teenagers who were experiencing a full ban. There were teenagers who were experiencing a curfew. There were teenagers who were experiencing sort of a daily budget of up to an hour or an hour and a half, I think, on social media. And there were teenagers who were experiencing none of those things, so that we could come back and say, well, how did it feel? What was the difference between quote unquote normal kind of 4 or 5 weeks and some time under those restrictions? We've been talking to many people in the room. We've been talking to industry. We've been talking to stakeholders in the sector. The Prime Minister spoke directly to tech firms a few weeks ago. And we've set up an expert panel to advise us. So 10 leading experts from UK universities on paediatrics, on computer science, psychology, recognising, again, there isn't a sort of smoking gun we can point to and say this is the evidence, but getting advice on the evidence base and sort of what it shows us, what it tells us, and feeding that into the advice that goes to our ministers and Secretary of State. Some of those people also in the Australian analysis team, I believe. And so, final slide. Where's this left us? It is a slightly odd time because we are between consultation and response at the moment, but we closed 2 weeks ago. We had just over 116,000 responses, if you include absolutely everything, full consultation, children, parents. Getting into 6 figures is astonishing. It is one of the biggest consultations the UK government has ever done. I think the consultation on civil partnerships did a bit better, but that's enormous. And it's a real sign of a kind of engagement that we've had from the public and the interest in doing something. We also had a response which I think has never happened before. We had a response from another government. Some of you may have seen this. It was published at the end of last week, I think, which I think is unique. I don't think that's ever happened that one government has responded to another's consultation. But there we go, fascinating. Shows some of the kind of wider interest on that. We haven't published many of the kind of statistical outputs yet. We will be doing so when we respond. The one we have published, because we had kind of ministerial team keen to use it in public, was that of the parental respondents. Close to, not quite, but close to 90% of parents responding said they thought that some kind of age-based restriction, in fact it was specifically a ban actually, was sort of an appropriate measure for government to take. Now this isn't a referendum, and we've mentioned referendums once today and I definitely shouldn't go there again. So it doesn't simply mean we kind of transfer that into policy, but it is a fascinating kind of snapshot of where the average parent in the United Kingdom is. That is it, because I have to leave on a bit of a cliffhanger, unfortunately. Ministers are going to make a final decision imminently, is exactly the right word, and announce something very nearly as imminently. The decision has not been made yet our team are kind of working up the final advice at the moment. But ministers have been really clear, actually, in Parliament and elsewhere, that they don't intend to kind of have a do-nothing or a, well, maybe we need to keep gathering evidence approach. There will be, whatever it is, there will be some kind of policy change. Exactly what it is, our ministerial team, our Prime Minister have yet to determine. But there'll be something. So, yeah, odd time to be giving this update, but we'd be very happy to come back to a future event once we know what that something is and talk about it a bit more. But until then, thank you very much.
Thank you, Will. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of everyone in this room saying that we hope the government take the time to review the 116,000 responses, which is astonishing. I know a lot of us in this room spent significant amount of time responding to the DSIT consultation on behalf of children, young people themselves, parents, teachers, NGOs. So we're very much looking forward to the outcome. And there was an announcement of the announcement today, which said that it was going to be next week. So hopefully we will see that policy announcement next week. And we look forward to having you or your colleagues back, Will, at some point. Thank you very much for that. So next, I would like to invite the FOSI chair, Eric Ebenstein, and Tende, who is a member of the TikTok Youth Council, to the stage, and they're going to have a chat. Thank you, Eric. Yes, please.
Hey, it's me again. Let's see if I can do two things at once. And another, before we start, important update from the Ebenstein household of New York Knicks fandom. My wife woke up and excitedly texted me, I stayed up to watch the game. And I said, that's why they lost. She's not a real fan. She doesn't really care. She got caught up into all the playoff hoopla. And I think the juju again was a little bit off because of that. So I said, no more games for her. But when I'm back home, then we can watch together and it's fine. And hopefully there won't be too many more games because Knicks in 5. You heard it here first. Anyway, on to the important stuff of the day. Thank you again for allowing me to be here. Really excited to have this conversation. Hopefully you're all as excited to hear it. We've heard a lot and we continue to hear a lot from regulators and researchers and policymakers about what the online world should look like for young people. I'm glad we got to hear a little bit this morning, but we often don't get to hear what the youth voice thinks. And thank you to the three sitting in front of me who were able to lend their expertise here. We're going to talk and have a conversation with the young person today. Tende is a member of the TikTok's Global Youth Council. It's 28 young people from around the world who help give the company insight and an external perspective on really anything but well-being and safety, two of the most important points. One key disclaimer, he's not here representing TikTok. That's my job. So his views are his own. I've told him to be candid. He's going to say what he's going to say, and we'll see what happens with that. But I have a good feeling about it. And we want him to be candid on what it's like being a young person growing up in this digital age. So before we get into anything heavy, we'll warm you up here a little bit. Who are you? Tell us your story, what you're about. How does TikTok work for you, and how do you use it? And then also, to the extent you bother with the other wonderful apps, how do you use those other apps? And most importantly, your handle, so people should follow him.
Well, I'm very happy to be here and to get to speak to everyone. My name is Tendi Amory. I was born in Uganda, and then I was adopted and raised in Oxford, United Kingdom. At age 15, I moved to Canada by myself to go to international school called UWC, which was when I joined the TikTok Youth Council in my first year there. And I'd say for me, I've kind of always grown up in the digital space, as previously mentioned, for those that may be in marginalized communities or in communities which are different from their own, the digital space allows the chance to meet others with similar backgrounds. And for me in Oxfordshire, that was very important. I live in a very small village outside of Oxford City. And it kind of was when I was 15, I sadly lost my dad before the final year of high school. And it led for me to go offline for a whole year. I was I don't really want to speak to anyone. There's big changes in my life. And it was when I joined TikTok and other social media platforms. I started posting about what my experience is like being adopted and my experience like being Black in the UK. And then I found other people that either resonated with that and was able to build a community, which has been something very like impactful for me. You guys can follow me at trendy246 on TikTok or tendy.emery on Instagram. And through that and like through the youth council, I think one thing I've really found is just that how people use social media really varies depending on your social context. And that's something which is forever changing for me. And I have found that oftentimes maybe in discussions which companies or adults have, they often don't take the time to look at the nuances and how maybe someone in a community where they're not fully represented will use social media in a different way versus someone in like a global majority setting. And the Youth Council has been very impactful for me because at first I was a bit skeptical. I was like, will they actually listen to any of our concerns? Is this more to make the company themselves look better? Am I here just to kind of like agree with everything? But it really has been a place where I feel we're able to offer critiques, and we have offered, you know, our honest thoughts and seen that reflected in the app.
All right, we'll get to that in the second question. Yeah. But an important point here, right? It's teens use social media maybe differently than we give them credit for. They jump from an app to app. They have different use cases for different platforms, which means it doesn't always apply one-to-one. And it's also important in why, you know, TikTok has default safety settings for teens, over 50 of them that are preset from safety, security, privacy. And also teens across the experience are different. A 14-year-old is different from a 17-year-old. So at TikTok, DMs are turned off for under 16s and profiles under the age of 18 are default private. So having that iteration, that growing into the platform, an important piece. So TikTok Global Youth Council, you're on it. Probably new to not all, but most of the people in the room. You started to explain a little bit more about it, what it's like, and how it's been going for you so far.
The TikTok Global Youth Council, to me, it's also been a chance to just meet other people that are interested in like policy and like other things which I share a common interest in. We had our first ever in-person meeting in London at the TikTok offices last year, where we discuss things such as like age bans or age verification, algorithms, like how can you create a platform which supports diversity, but then also how do you foster diversity without silencing certain voices, and whose voices are highlighted, whose voices are silenced. And essentially we'll have Zoom meetings. Once a month, we'll have a regional meeting, and then we'll also have a whole council meeting. And because many different time zones are covered, it sometimes means having to wake up very early or going to sleep very late to join the meetings. But they're always very engaging, very fun. We'll have different members from the TikTok team join us and present us either different app ideas or different policy initiatives. And we'll have the chance to like not just have dialogue, but actually see actual progress and change within the app. Which has been kind of different from some other youth forums and like things I worked on before. It sometimes felt like maybe the company was more there just so we could pose for photos and not really care about what we're actually saying.
So I've never been invited or been allowed to attend one of these meetings, which is unfortunate for me. But you told me you had a really cool staff member from TikTok join one of your meetings unexpectedly.
Yes, it was very embarrassing for me, actually, as it was our second ever meeting. And as I mentioned, I studied at school in Canada, and part of the things we have is like a regional celebration. So I'd stayed up the night before, and I was very, very tired, and this meeting was at 6 a.m. And part of the thing is you're supposed to dress smart for the meetings, but I had my pajamas on underneath and like a nice top and then that I was wearing. And they're like, oh, we have a special guest joining. And I was like, oh, okay, like, it'll probably just be someone I don't really know, but I'll still join. And then the CEO ended up joining, and I was like, oh, like this is interesting. I'm wearing my pajamas at 6 a.m. in the morning, and now he just faced to front of me on the screen. And then they asked me personally, do I have anything I want to interview or ask him about? And at this time, I was like, I only just woke up 10 minutes ago, and now I have to ask the CEO of TikTok a question about digital safety. And this was also the time where there was an ongoing trial in the US, and I was thinking, would it be, if I ask this question, am I going to get kicked off of the council? But I was like, I don't know when next I'll have the chance to be in a space with him. So I did directly ask him. I was like, do you feel a direct responsibility for ongoing mental health issues? And how do you see if algorithms are designed in a way to keep users engaged? How are we having this council and this discussion? And he answered very honestly, which I wasn't expecting. And I thought maybe my question came off a bit rude, but it's 6 a.m. I don't have time for formalities right now. I'm wearing my pajamas. And then since then, that kind of showed me, okay, this is a space where I can be very open and honest in how I feel. And I was like, if the CEO of the company is willing to listen to 17-year-old me, then it was a very positive sign that there is actual real action being taken.
Yeah, no, I like that story. It's also just funny because I had dinner with Sho a couple of days ago, and it was similarly what do we wear? We want to make sure but he's always in a t-shirt and jeans. They're very nice t-shirt and very nice jeans. But he's a pretty casual, laid-back guy who some of you in the room have met, and he wants to hear what people think. He cares about the Youth Council. And in fact, I don't want to give it away. What has happened with some of the Youth Council recommendations that you've made? What have you seen done with them, if anything?
A really key thing which we often discuss is the relationship between parents and child. As I feel like oftentimes, at least with me and my mum, there's oftentimes disconnect about how she thinks I'm using social media versus what I'm actually doing on social media. And there was on TikTok, they have a lot of tools in terms of helping parents understand how kids are using it. But then when we looked at the old way that it was being done, a lot of the language was things which me personally, I never would use, or I was like, this feels very much like treating me as if I'm a small child. And especially from the age of 13, I feel like everyone wants to be seen as close to an adult as possible. And I was like, if my mum used these techniques on me, it would feel very limiting to my freedom. So we, as a council, had a chance to help redesign how the parent portal looks like and the help page for parents. And then we actually got credited of helping it. When you go on the website, you'll see it mentions TikTok Youth Council, which was very cool to get to show my mom. And then even on other things, such as we'll have discussions about what kind of content should be available to certain users. And something which I feel the Youth Council's strength really is in terms of our diversity, as I come from the UK, so how I use TikTok, I realize it's very different than maybe a member from Southeast Asia uses TikTok. And kind of seeing and getting to hear from people and places which maybe I haven't been in, and then having that reflected back in terms of how the app differentiates in different regions.
Yeah, and that's exactly why we have the Global Youth Council, right, is to get that voice and make sure people are heard. We have global advisory councils. They're also incredibly important. They're great. They're made up of professional adults from around the world who help give us their advice based on what they're seeing and what the research is saying. Incredibly impactful. But teens are experts in their own lives, and there's a gap in representation. And the only way you narrow that gap is by listening to people here and understanding what's happening. Family pairing is this fantastic feature that's part of the TikTok app. Actually, FOSI was really helpful early on in bringing them under an additional NDA because the lawyers insisted and explaining, hey, we want to do this new feature. What do you think? And Stephen and the team said, this is good, maybe not this so much. Really important, but as important is hearing what Tende and his peers say, so that we have a relatively new feature within family pairing, which allows a parent to connect their account to that of their teens and then have a joint discussion about safety settings. And one of those settings, as a result of the Youth Council's work, was called Time Away. And that is literally a time where parents can say, or guardians, okay, no TikTok for you from this time to this time. And we think that's an important part of the overall conversation of teens, parents, and what companies can do to make sure that there's a really enjoyable experience for everyone involved. And then speaking of everyone involved, we'll get to the question of the day and what you think about age bans and what that looks like, what we are hearing about being contemplated in Europe, what we've seen in Australia. Some governments are talking about total bans for under 16s, or certain platforms yes, certain platforms no. You tell them what's right and what's wrong. No pressure.
Well, for a bit of context, for the past year, I've been traveling around the world with this program called Beret Scholars. So we've gone to 7 regions, and last week I actually just graduated, so I came back from China. And part of that, it's been really interesting to see how social media platforms and different social media companies operate within different regions and different countries. And something I have found is that not to be offensive, but I feel like sometimes people maybe underestimate the intelligence of a teenager to want to get online. For instance, being in China, which is famously known to have a very strong firewall, it was very easy with a VPN for me to access still Instagram and access like other apps and like to be able to communicate, because the drive for me to have that sense of community and to stay in contact with my friends was stronger than maybe the regulations put in place by the government there. And I feel with bans, especially for 16-year-olds, like I just turned 20 recently, but I remember if I was 16, I would be very determined to still be online. And I feel like these bans kind of just are a way of pushing further the problem. And I feel like it doesn't solve the actual problem, as adults will still face mental health issues and these same challenges will still arise. And I feel, as mentioned by one of the other youth voices about like education, I feel if you have uneducated people online, then that will cause more harm down the line if you have a whole generation which haven't learned how to navigate these digital spaces. And I feel like even on the topic of VPNs, which I haven't really heard mentioned a lot, I feel like that's something which a lot of people are aware about and already in places where maybe there are restrictions on certain content, whether that be based on like sexuality, religion, or like whatever a government deems as unacceptable for its citizens. People will always find a way, and I feel like a ban on social media will just, one, lead to more isolation, and then it will create like sub-pockets of people who find ways, but then maybe they're not getting a wide enough range of perspectives, and therefore it can lead to like a rise in extremism. Or I feel like for me personally, if I didn't have social media at age 16, I feel like my life would have so many opportunities I would not have found out about, from the youth council to even the school I ended up going to, just because I was from a small village in Oxfordshire, and it was like people around me did not resemble really much in common with many of my interests, whether that be being like a massive Swiftie, which I ended up, I don't know if there's any Taylor Swift fans here, but like I have a Taylor Swift fan page, and it's like even just getting to connect and meet people, I feel like a ban kind of treats the younger generation as if we will always stay children. And then I feel like then if you have that, then these people need to know how to be critical thinkers. I know, at least in the UK, there's a lot of discussion about whether the voting age should be 16. And if that ends up being the case, but then 16-year-olds can't access online, then it's like now you have a whole generation of people that are, yeah. That's a very long answer. I don't necessarily have an answer, but those are my thoughts.
No, that was good. You talked about this a little bit, but let's be more specific. Imagine way back to when you were 15. If the government banned social media, what are you thinking and what are you doing?
I think 15-year-old me, the first thing I probably would be crashing out, because I'd be wondering, how am I going to stay in contact with my friends? Especially coming from a kind of international background, a lot of my friends, I have to communicate via social media to find them. And a lot of the closest people I've made, maybe I haven't actually met in person, but we FaceTime and we've connected via that way. And I think, like I said, I feel like young people are much more capable, especially in the digital space, because you've grown up with it. So it's like, although maybe we didn't design it, we're the ones who have used it the most. So we always find a way to access it. And I think it's really important to be keeping open dialogue. I feel like as soon as someone feels like they're shut out, like even if that's with a parent and child relationship, like I know me and my mum will often go back and forth about my screen time, and I'll be like, but you use Facebook just as much as I use TikTok, like I don't see the difference in this. And it's kind of, I think if the government then banned it, you'd have a whole generation of people who are now going to go on more, I think as mentioned by some other people, like more like unregulated sites and spaces where maybe they feel like now they can't talk to their parents because they're like, this is technically against the law, but I still want to speak to my friends. And then I kind of worry like what would happen in the case of if something bad happened on this site. I would not feel comfortable to go to my mom or to whoever in my family and be like, oh, I had this uncomfortable encounter, because then it'd be, well, you shouldn't be online anyways. And I do kind of more question if by imposing that ban, for me, I don't feel like that really solves any issue. It more just pushes it further away.
So two more questions. We talk about the debate and everything that's happening and the fact that young people largely aren't in the room. What do you think gets missed or lost by the fact that these conversations are happening about you, but without you?
I think what gets missed is kind of just the ways that people are actually engaging with these applications. And I feel like especially, like I mentioned before, the nuanced ways and the specific examples. I feel like it's very easy to look at a data set and then come to a conclusion of this is what all people of this age range use TikTok, Instagram, etc. for. But then it's kind of the everyday stories, and especially through traveling, realizing how like someone maybe in like Southeast Asia uses TikTok Shop a lot in terms of getting their products, and they get it for cheaper, and it allows them to like study more. They like learned this from TikTok versus maybe someone who comes from a very like a environment where maybe they're not accepted for their like identity, and then how they use that to like express themselves, and online they're able to share so many like facets of themselves. And I think often times, at least when having these discussions with people in my parents' generation, I often describe, for me, social media is more than seen as like a tool. Like I don't necessarily feel like it's inherently good or bad. I think oftentimes there's such a narrative that, oh, this is the issue of why people have bad mental health, is because you spend so much time looking at your screens and you're not outside. But then they're not looking at, well, one, I feel there's not many spaces for young people to interact with other young people anyway. So it's like, if you take away my phone, it's not like there's much like funding for public spaces for me to go in without being told I'm causing a nuisance. And two, I feel like in those scenarios, people are not looking deeper at these issues of mental health, these issues of identity existed before social media. They'll exist with whatever comes next. And I think it's more a question for me on how do we shift culture in terms of speaking about it. And I think social media has allowed many young people to feel like they finally have an equal voice. Like even like my personal icons like Greta Thunberg, like her strike for the future was able to be possible like through like Instagram, and through me seeing that in the UK, then there was strikes in my school for climate change. And I feel like that kind of conversation and dialogue would not be possible without digital spaces. And I think it's very easy for a company to just look at users and forget to like remember that there's real people, like real people's lives are being impacted in so many different ways.
All right, one last question real quick. Be direct. What's the one thought or idea you want to leave every adult with, whether they're in tech, government, or the broader sector when they leave here today? One thought.
I would probably say the one thought I'd want everyone to leave here with today is something which I have often been taught by my parents, is like to think of the most vulnerable person in the room. And I feel like oftentimes it's very easy to generalize and forget that there's someone where maybe like these services or platforms are a lifeline, and kind of when making decisions to think like how can we like collectively protect the most vulnerable person in the room. That's what I have to say.
Perfect ending. We'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Jenny. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Thank you to Eric and Tende. I think we've had some very clear messages from the young people in the room today. And I hope Eric doesn't mind me mentioning this, but last night at dinner he said, I wish I had 10 days life. Thank you very much for that. It gives me great pleasure now to introduce my colleague, Sarah Bean, who is FOSI's Director of Research and Programmes, and she's going to present some of the research that FOSI has recently completed, and then we're going to go into the research panel. So, Sarah, can I invite you to the stage? I know we need this. Could we get the podium back on the stage, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So So I'm Sarah Bean, FOSI's Director of Research and Programs, and today FOSI has released a new research report called Australian Children's and Parents' Perceptions of the Recent Social Media Ban. And this research was led by FOSI's Alana Powers O'Brien and conducted with Ipsos, and you can find it on our website, fosi.org, or using the QR code that you see on screen. Next slide, please. So this research is part of FOSI's ongoing online safety survey, and it follows up on pre-ban data that FOSI published in December. So this survey is particularly relevant to the conversations we've been having today, as FOSI sought the perspectives of Australian young people ages 10 through 17 and Australian parents of young people in that same age group at two critical junctures. So October 2025, just before Australia's social media ban took effect, and in March and April 2026, around 4 months into this new policy. So as has been said today, this is still very early days for this policy, and FOSI is just one of many entities that are looking closely at how it's being implemented and its impacts. Next slide, please. So here are a few findings from this survey. So Australian parents' support for the ban has stayed high, with about 2/3 of Australian parents in support. And half of surveyed children have retained access to either some or all of their impacted social media accounts. And we found that just 19% lost access to all of their accounts. And other researchers, including from the Molly Rose Foundation, have also found that large numbers of children have retained access to their banned social media accounts. So from pre-ban to post-ban, children's support for the ban has increased from 38% to 43%, which is a significant increase. But that still means that less than half of children support this ban. And before the ban, just 1/3 of children thought that it might protect children's mental health. And post-ban, that number has increased to 58%. And parents' confidence in this also increased from 42% to 62%. But fewer parents and children think that the ban has decreased children's screen time. So before the ban, just under half thought that a social media ban would decrease children's screen time. And now those figures have dropped. So just 1/3 of parents and 37% of children say the ban has decreased children's screen time. Concerns about loss of connection and support have also decreased. So before the ban, more than half of children worried that they would lose important connections or support that they couldn't get elsewhere. So after the ban, that figure has dropped to 39%. And an area where we see consistent support from both children and parents, pre and post-ban, is their agreement with the statement, social media companies should create special accounts with additional protections for teenagers. So we see about 3/4 of parents and children who agree with this statement. So what do we make of this data? So again, keeping in mind, this policy has only been in place for a few months. And the fact that half of teens have retained access to banned accounts may help explain why relatively few parents or children think that the ban has reduced screen time, as well as their reduced concern about the loss of connections and support. It might also explain children's increased support for the ban because many of them haven't really been impacted yet. And yet we have this striking increase in parents and children's agreement that the ban is helping protect the mental health and well-being of children under 16. And finally, parents and children's consistent support for accounts designed for teens tells us that tech companies have a role to play here. It shows that even with a ban, and even with increased confidence that that ban is supporting mental health, Australian children and parents are still looking for ways to be safer online. The ban hasn't solved families' concerns about online safety. So researchers around the world are looking closely at what's happening in Australia, as well as other research about children's well-being, in hopes of keeping more kids safe online. And today I am very happy to welcome a panel of experts for a discussion of the latest research on children's digital well-being and an exploration of how technology policies are impacting children's rights. And in keeping of our theme of finding common ground, this panel features not just researchers, but representatives of civil society, industry, and a regulator. And our question today is not necessarily whether to ban or not to ban social media, but how research can and should inform policy and practice. So please join me in welcoming our panel to the stage. All right. So first, I'd like to go down the line and ask each of you to introduce yourself and tell us a bit about where you work and what you do. And we'll start with Mike.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, let's switch.
All right, try again.
All right. I think you guys can hear me now. Mike Jackson. So I am head of AI governance and legal at Microsoft. I also lead. Yeah, I think it's glitching out a little bit. All right. Mike Jackson, head of AI governance and legal at Microsoft. I also lead digital safety at Microsoft.
Okay, hello. I'm not sure if, yes, it's working. I am Shanine Sloan, and I am an associate professor in the School of Education at UCD. And one of my main roles there is to lead a research project called Growing Up in Digital Europe.
Hi, everybody. My name is Maxime Le Bourgeois, and I'm a cognitive science researcher at Everyone.ai. So just quickly, Everyone.ai is a non-profit organization that try to anticipate, educate, and raise awareness regarding the risk and opportunities of AI for children, adolescents, and young adults.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see lots of friends, colleagues, agitators from the space with us this afternoon. But I'm Jeffrey DeMarco. I'm a forensic psychologist, but at the moment I lead what's called the Safer Digital Childhoods Task Team at Save the Children, where we kind of try and do work across the 120 countries that we work in around digital well-being and online safety.
Finally, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karen Macaulay. I'm a Director of Policy with responsibility for children and vulnerable adults with Coimisiún na Meán, which is Ireland's independent agency for developing and regulating a diverse, thriving, creative, trusted and safe media landscape. And in brief, our responsibility in an Irish context and in collaboration with colleagues across Europe and globally is around supervising and enforcing online safety regulation.
Great, thank you all. So, Maxime, I'm going to start with you. With the emergence of AI, adults around the world are looking at social media and saying, we don't want to miss an opportunity to build in safety by design like we kind of did with social media. So what does it mean to pursue AI development in ways that are ethical for young people? And are there big lessons about social media that policymakers and technology companies should be considering as we look to AI that can support young people?
So thank you for the question. I think what it's important to understand is for the moment, AI systems are already part of adolescents' lives. I think the last results is showing it in all countries. And AI systems are being deployed faster than developmental science can produce in terms of long-term evidence. And so we are back in the situation that what happened with social media several years ago. So we are facing what Yoshua Bengio called the evidence dilemma. So AI is becoming more capable, but evidence on their risk is slow to emerge and also really hard to assess. So that leads us in that situation where policymakers are in between two situations. Either they take measures right now that might be ineffective because we don't have the results, or they might wait for evidences and leave the society facing societal arms. So that's a tricky situation. I don't have the answer, to be honest, and I think it's the same situation as with social media. The advantage we have today, I think, with like in comparison with social media, is like thanks to what happened with social media, we created like research infrastructure, policy infrastructures that we can use now to anticipate the risk with AI. So basically, to come back to your questions regarding the lessons that we can take from social media, is like, first of all, I think we already commented quite a lot. It's the question of the accountability. I mean, so far we left the accountability to the users and to the publishers of content due to the 230 section of the Communication Act. And now it's changing. We see that with the Meta litigations, and we saw that we can't leave the profit-seeking companies deciding on what are the safeguards. So that's why we need government with researchers, with regulators to set the standards, create like certification, oversight, and liability where design choices cause foreseeable harm. I think then the second lesson I would say is, we already talked also about it, but because we are doing also some advising for big tech companies, safety by design. It means like you start, and I think that Tandy said it, and I think it's quite right, you treat the most vulnerable population as the default setting, and then you try to design from there. And also, like, I'm not a huge fan of like leaving the safety in the hands of the parents, because then it creates pressure on them, responsibility and tension with young children. And that's what we don't want to break. One more thing is like we should include young people in the loop. I think like the example of this morning was a great example. They are not there anymore, but it was a really, really strong moment we all felt. And we need to include them within the loop. And that's really important. Like from the beginning, this is something we can change in comparison with social media. And to conclude, I think we need to educate. And that's it. I think that also applies to social media. It's AI literacy should be taught within schools from now and embedded within like a digital literacy policy, a strong digital literacy policy. To educate children, to make them understand how AI works, to make them able to criticize also the tools, and to not leave them as being passive users.
Thank you. So building on that idea of designing for the most vulnerable, Jeffrey, I want to go to you next. So Save the Children and Vodafone Foundation have worked together on research to measure children's digital well-being across Europe. And I believe in the research report that came out earlier this year, the headline was that they are surviving but not thriving in their digital lives. So could you tell us more about this research and what you would want parents and policymakers to know?
Yeah, thanks, Sarah, for the question. And yes, for those of you that know, we've had a fantastic kind of year-long relationship doing advocacy work, research, content and training with the Vodafone Foundation across 9 countries through their Skills Upload Junior program. And it's just been fantastic. They've been courageous. They've been brave. They've let me challenge them. They've challenged me back, which is what we want to achieve, that common ground. And when it came to the research and the idea about the research, what we didn't want to do was to recreate the moral panics or the harm narratives around what's happening to young people online. I don't think anybody in this room disagrees that bad things happen to young people online. They do. We know that. We do have more work to do. But with our Save the Children hat on, and through the partnership, we have this desire to focus a little bit more on skills acquisition, competencies, and how we can really allow young people to thrive in those online spaces. So we developed a framework called the SMILE framework. So S-M-I-L-E, that stands for data security, data management, digital identity, digital literacy, digital empathy. And the idea with the SMILE framework was that if we could assess these young people across Europe on these competencies, on these skills, can that give us an indication by proxy of their well-being? And so we then explored whether or not higher scores across the SMILE framework were able to then be useful in predicting well-being, which we found was not quite the case. They might actually be gaining that knowledge, gaining that awareness. But again, I think something everybody in this room will agree with is often the content, often the education, often the digital and media literacy work that we're doing is fantastic. It's great. It takes all of us to do so much work. It doesn't necessarily keep pace with that evolving technological landscape. So we need to go back to basics to an extent, I think, is what we're trying to do with the partnership. It's not trying to pretend that harm's not going to happen, but it is trying to create some tension and friction amongst the young people themselves. It's trying to encourage better conversation pieces with parents and carers in that space, and to ensure that the young people are participating and engaging. Kind of, as you were saying, they need to be in there from the beginning to tell us what they are worried about. The research equally told us, yes, we know that child sexual abuse and exploitation is a concern online, but as a majority, that is not what our primary concern is. There are other things such as their data footprints. There were things around kind of sadistic exploitative networks. There were issues around how they can critically think when they're engaging with influencers and the content they're engaging with. So that's ultimately how we've pivoted. And Sarah, I suppose kind of the last bit of your question is, what is the key message for parents and the key message for policymakers? Well, for the parents and the carers out there, it's trying to make sure that the messaging gets across that they don't need to have all the answers and they don't need to know how every single gaming platform, messaging app works. But they do need to have an awareness and something that can at least create conversation breakers to be involved, to be included, to communicate, to build, and to co-produce with their children. I've sat in a lot of sessions where I hear lots of kind of, mums and dads saying things like, they're fine, they're just up in their bedroom online, right? Or they also will say things kind of like, he likes that coding stuff, or she likes doing all that programming. He doesn't want to play football. She doesn't want to go to this. It's like, no, this is a great opportunity actually to kind of learn and explore something together. So it's to the parents and the carers, don't be terrified and don't think you need to know everything. For the policymakers, and keeping it grounded with a little bit of the conversation and the theme today around finding common ground, around kind of social media bans and alternatives and whatnot, it's that whatever we do, we need to include children in these consultations and in these kind of pieces of policy. We need to be talking to them in not a tokenistic way, so having their participation and meaningful inclusion. But we also need to be building in the data capture for whether these kind of policy decisions work. So I applaud eSafety, for example, in that they ensured that there was funding ring-fenced to evaluate the medium and long-term impacts and outcomes of what's going on in Australia. And I would say for policymakers, it's the same thing. It needs to be done and not just on a dime string.
Great. So thinking about that larger context that young people are in with their digital lives, I think that's a great segue to talk to you, Shanine. So if you could tell us a little bit about your research and the Growing Up in Digital Europe study, and what this study is going to reveal about young people in countries across Europe.
Sure. Thank you very much, Sarah, for that question. So I'll just start by explaining a little bit about what Growing Up in Digital Europe is. It's a developing research infrastructure which will coordinate the collection of data from children and young people over the next 2 decades, cross-nationally, with as many European countries as we can get funded to participate. We currently have a network of about 25 European countries, and Australia joined us recently as part of our last European Commission funded project, and over 100 researchers as part of our consortium. And it's coordinated by UCD, University College Dublin, where I'm based, along with Manchester Metropolitan University, and has actually been in development for about 10 years. And that has been supported to date by the European Commission through successive research grants. We're going to begin collecting data in 2028 with nationally representative samples of 8-year-old children and their parents through an online survey. In some countries, the data collection will also be face-to-face. And then that cohort of children will be followed up every 2 to 3 years until they reach their early 20s. And this design, this research infrastructure design, is modelled on and inspired by a number of similar studies that have been that are being conducted with adults to find out about their lives and to help inform and shape policy making to improve the lives of adults and older adults. So some of you may or may not have heard of the Survey of Health, Ageing and Retirement in Europe, SHARE. We're modelling our practice on their groundbreaking evidence that's been generated about adults' lives, because there's a major gap in that there's no infrastructure like this that is doing something similar but focused on children and prioritising children's perspectives, which seems like a major omission in terms of evidence-informed policy making. So what we're going to be doing is designing these surveys and administering them with the same sample that we'll follow up over time. And a real core focus of that survey is asking children to tell us about their well-being using validated measures of children's well-being, and then also collecting data on all the other aspects of their lives that we are able to reliably capture. So their experiences in education, of their social lives, of their home life, of family relationships, of peer relationships, what they do online, and that will be of major interest to the audience here. So this will help us understand how children's online and digital experiences are interacting with the wider contexts that they grew up in over time, and how that interacts with all sorts of other outcomes, including, really importantly, their well-being. And we do see digital well-being as being a really important aspect of children's overall well-being. And as we heard earlier today, children's digital lives are really interwoven within their everyday lives. It's different from when I was growing up, from when my parents were growing up. The digital aspects of life are just integral now, impacting on recreation, civic participation, educational opportunities and experiences, their social interactions, identity, all of that. And hopefully Guide will provide a really robust evidence base to help us understand more about what children's lives are like. We are developing our questionnaires with children's advisory groups. The 10 years of development that has underpinned Guide has been a partnership between children, politicians and scientists. So we feel that's a really robust foundation, and once we begin collecting our data, that data will be made open access and available to researchers and policymakers to use to answer questions that are most pertinent to them.
It's a great example of finding common ground. So when will the first data be available?
So there's an awful lot of work that will happen to collect the data and then to integrate it all together. So we'll have a child questionnaire and a parent questionnaire. They will have to be linked, they'll have to be processed, and before any data is released for secondary analysis, it has to be very carefully anonymised. So we would anticipate doing probably almost a year of work in terms of data preparation, and then be able to provide headline findings, and after that then secondary data sets available for researchers to analyse.
Great. I wish it was today.
Me too.
So, Karen, turning to you. So, with all this valuable data that's out there, could you tell us more about CNAM's role as a regulator, the approach that you take to regulation, and how do you use research? How does that inform, CNAM's approach to regulating for children's online safety?
Great. Thanks very much, Sarah, for that question. So briefly, and there's a lot we could say about our work as a regulator, but maybe just to mention, for those who may not be familiar with it, our online safety framework is really the bedrock of our work in relation to regulation of online safety, and that comprises the Digital Services Act and the Terrorist Content Online Regulation, both of which were obviously discussed and referenced this morning in different ways, but also our Online Safety and Media Regulation Act, which is the basis for our Online Safety Code. I know that's a lot lot of words, but basically it's three parts of a stool that guide our work as a regulator. In terms of our approach to regulation, I might just highlight a number of key elements to that approach. The first is that it's a rights-based approach, and what we mean by a rights-based approach is that we appreciate the need for regulation, but also the need to ensure that human rights and children's rights are upheld. So it's about balancing the need for rules and guardrails in a way that upholds human rights and children's rights. But also, in addition to that, it's about taking a holistic view of children's rights so that we're not disproportionately focusing in on one or more rights. We're looking at children's rights in the round. A second part of our approach is that we take a risk-based approach to regulation, and that's really about us as a regulator in the context of our supervision and enforcement work, thinking about what are the key risks and what are the most likely high impacts that we can have so that we're directing our energies and resources effectively and appropriately. A third part is that we are supervision-led in our approach to regulation, and that really involves ongoing regulatory dialogue with the entities, the different digital services that we regulate, whether they be video sharing platform services that we regulate under our online safety code, or broader online platforms that are accessible, in the case of children, accessible to children. Three more pieces to this. Another piece I know was mentioned earlier today by Jeremy, by Bernardo, is the importance as regulators that we work together. It's a cliche, I know, but the internet knows no borders, so it's really important that we work as a network and that we communicate, we collaborate, we coordinate as much as possible in the interests of providing for a consistent approach while also acknowledging and recognising national differences as regulators. So a lot of these networks were mentioned earlier today, but Comisiún Naman is part of the European Board of Digital Services. We are part of and currently chair the Global Online Safety Regulators Network, which I know FOSI is part of as an observer. And so that piece is really, really important in terms of endeavouring to provide consistency and coordinated approach to regulation globally. And then two other pieces. We also are outcome focused in our outlook. I know a number of others have mentioned today other regulators about being tech neutral. So we take very much an outcome based approach. And in respect of children, the outcome we're working towards is a media landscape, including an online media landscape where children's rights are upheld together with their development and well-being and their safe engagement with content. And then finally and crucially, coming to evidence, it's a critical part of our approach to regulation. We're mandated by law to take an evidence-based approach to decision-making. And I might just kind of explain that a little bit more with reference to one example, so it's a bit more concrete. So I mentioned we have our online safety code. That code has been fully in operation since July of last year, and it applies to 9 video sharing platform services that are based in Ireland. And in the context of developing that code, we took, I suppose there were a number of work streams involved. The first is that we commissioned a meta-study to try and understand the range, the evidence base in terms of harm, including in respect of children. And that meta-study looked at evidence at national level in Ireland, across Europe and globally, with a view to providing us with an objective baseline to inform the development of the rules that come under the scope of the code. In addition to that, we held 2 rounds of public consultation, formal consultation, which gave us an opportunity to hear from a range of different stakeholders. So from civil society organisations, from professional academics and research institutions, from industry, and from concerned citizens as well, about what they felt the code should contain and what kind of approach we should take to regulating under the code. And then a third stream that supported the development of that work was our engagement with our Youth Advisory Committee, which is a statutory committee which we established in 2023, and which in respect of the code, but also subsequently has been a really valuable opportunity for us to hear directly from organisations that work with and on behalf of young people, but also from young people themselves about the direction of travel they think we should be taking as a regulator. So I suppose what I'm trying to say is evidence takes different forms, but it's a really critical part of our approach to regulation.
That's great. Thank you for that. So speaking of digital services, turning to you, Mike. Microsoft, young people encounter it everywhere. Software they use, Xbox, lots of different platforms. So, and Microsoft has been around for a long time. So, what has Microsoft learned about supporting online safety and the role of industry in finding that common ground with researchers and policymakers?
Thanks, Sarah. So I think for us, and there's really 4 efforts that I'll highlight. We started many years ago, just with the conversations that we've had with civil society, with researchers, with regulators, really looking at where things were going. And so I'll maybe start first with our AI services. About 5 or 6 years ago, based on conversations that we were having, both with AI labs, with civil society members, with some of our own internal research teams, we embarked on this journey to create what we call internally our responsible AI standard, which really creates a framework for our internal teams that are developing solutions, creates guardrails and what they can and can't do with products, when are reviews required. And then building on that, within the last 6 months, we've developed internally a process we refer to as our sensitive interactions process, which is for teams that are working specifically on AI chatbot solutions or companion products. What are the things that they need to consider when designing those products? You know, when do crisis protocols get triggered? When do we refer individuals to organizations that can help? When do we shut down conversations and not engage further, right? Because we don't want to exacerbate a dialogue that's happening. It's very extensive. In addition to that, one of the things that we've worked externally to do, really working closely and picking up on the thread from today with capturing youth's voices, is working with what we call our AI Futures Youth Council. So it's a group of global students and individuals that we work with to get their theme and get their signal on what's important as they're interacting with AI experiences. And then within the last, I would say 6 months, we commissioned research. So we worked closely with about 131 students from India and Singapore to really get signal from them on what is important as they're interacting with AI and having digital and online experiences. And several of the themes I think have already come through in today's conversation, but 2 that I'll highlight that were particularly interesting to us and I think have signaled a need for further investment in spaces. So the first was a signal that we got from these students was oftentimes they turn to AI or they interact with particular experiences because they feel like it's a non-judgmental space, right? And so for us, one of the things that signal internally is that it means we really need to think about both in the classroom setting, in the online setting, as we're rolling out experiences, what's the education that we're providing? What are the resources that we're providing if someone is in a crisis moment? And for educators, what are the resources that we can provide that help them spot someone that perhaps is having a crisis moment? And the second finding, which was also really interesting, and I think pulled through on the thread and the conversation that Eric led, which is there was an awareness of online harms, but to varying degrees, right? And so again, that highlighted the need for us for education and thinking about how we appropriately, by design, build in some safeguards.
Great, thank you. So staying on that AI theme for a moment, Maxime, I want to come back to you. So, your research has focused on, ethical AI for young people, and you published a very significant report earlier this year. Could you tell us a little bit about some of your most important findings?
Okay, so I will maybe first talk about our coalition. So Everyone AI, we are part of an international coalition that is called iRaise that we co-created with the Paris Peace Forum. And basically this coalition gathers researchers, but also non-profit organizations, big tech companies such as Microsoft or OpenAI, Google, youth voices, and governments. I don't know if I say it because AI use cases are so large, and this is what we are saying. It's like we cannot, research without consequences is a bit useless. So we need policymakers, regulators, and on the other hand, policymakers taking decisions without research, it's a bit. So we need everyone in the loop, and also big tech companies that are doing some effort to improve their tools. And so thanks to this coalition, we came up with a report that is called "And Adolescence and Anthropomorphic AI." So we decided to focus our research on adolescence because we know it's a specific period of life where we are more sensitive to social feedback, approval, belonging, relational signals. And while we are still developing our long-term judgment, self-regulation, or impulse control, and it's also an important period of our life when we will set our values, sense of autonomy and identity. So that's why we decided to focus on that period of life. And we know that because of this anxiety, social anxiety, uncertainty at this period of life, we have this tendency to anthropomorphize a bit more. So to anthropomorphize, it means to attribute like human traits such as belief, intention, desires to non-human entities. And conversational AI can really trigger that because they speak our language, they respond they react on real-time basis, and so we don't want adolescents to over-rely on these tools. We want them to use it, of course, but not to over-rely on it. And so basically, we came with two findings. So the first one is like, of course, there was a high consensus. So this is a link to what I was saying. We don't want to wait for all the evidences to come to take measures. So to try to anticipate that, we were okay. We have a lot of experts around the table. What is the consensus? So basically the consensus are some shouldn't guardrails. I won't name all of it, so please read the report if you want to see all of them. But basically it's like AI shouldn't pretend to be a human, AI shouldn't promote over-reliance and exclusivity, or AI shouldn't be hyper-agreeable, which reduces like self-reflection, etc., etc. And then there's that second part, which was very interesting. It's like, okay, we were agreeing on some principles, but there is that gray area. It's like, where do you draw the limit? And we identified basically 16 cues that can trigger socio-affective reliance with children and especially adolescents. So basically these cues are, for example, emotional state of expression, empathy, human markers of communications. And basically from that now we are building a benchmark that will be released. Maybe the beta version will be presented next week at the VivaTech conference. So we are quite proud about it. And so basically the benchmark will assess, of course, the content provided by the model, but we'll also assess what is the type of response they are giving on these 16 cues and the level of presence they are giving. So I'm going to take an example. It's like, for example, you were talking about a crisis situation. So depending on the context, of course, you don't want the same level of presence. So an example is like, an adolescent looking for emotional support that is going to say, okay, I hate my life. It's so hard to be an adolescent. I want to kill myself. Okay. In that case, we are going to rate these cues and say, okay, do you want AI to have empathy on the answer it's going to provide? So either it's level 1, it's like 0 level of presence. It's like, I'm an AI, I can't help you. You should talk to someone. And level 5 of presence would be, I completely get you, adolescent sex, but you should contact someone. And we can see that the impact is not the same. And so basically our benchmark, like that's the result we got. It's like we have these 16 cues and we are asking experts to rate what would be the optimal answer based on these 16 cues and what are the thresholds we don't want the AI to cross over.
Fascinating. So, and I loved the way you described the coalition of all the people that are working on this very important and complex problem, which brings me back to you, Shanine, with researchers all across Europe in many different countries with different funders all working on this study. How do you stay coordinated and how do you make sure that the research that you're doing effectively informs policy across Europe, not just in one place?
Really excellent questions. So how we stay coordinated, I mean, I could bore everyone to death with some of our, I guess, standard operating procedures around, the different meetings we have. We have scientific groups, we have consortium meetings, we have management meetings, we have national meetings, we have meetings with funders, with survey agencies. So we spend a lot of time in meetings, unfortunately, because then no other work gets done. But apart from that, we have been developing over the last 4 years in line with procedures to establish as a legal entity called an ERIC, or European Research Infrastructure Consortium, which involves a huge governance aspect. So we've been developing lots of protocols in order to operate as an organisation, which helps us in terms of the coordination. The countries involved will all need to be on the same page and doing the same thing, because that's the selling point of our study, as opposed to all these countries doing their own thing. We want to generate a comparative data set, and that brings me to your second point about policy. So one of the benefits of our study is that we will be collecting data at the same time in lots of different countries using similar methods, a standardised questionnaire that the countries have developed and agreed upon together that reflects some of their own national priorities and may include additional optional modules for their country where there are particular aspects that they want to focus on, and using standardised fieldwork procedures. And we know that lots of countries already have their own national cohort studies, but this one will be harmonised, and that will give us better comparable data so that we can look at the different countries and understand children's lives and experiences within those different countries, where there are very different policy environments, policy contexts, where there may be policies at very different stages of implementation. And what does that mean then for children's outcomes is what our data sets will be able to answer. So we're very interested through our data in understanding which children are thriving, under which conditions, and in what domains of well-being. Well-being is something that's very multidimensional. What influences how and why children are thriving, and what policies are needed in order to ensure children have the best outcomes. And just reflecting on some of what I learned today, which has been absolutely fascinating, the fact that our study is beginning with a cohort age 8 at sort of that middle childhood age, whenever they're maybe starting to dip their toe in the online spaces and maybe doing a lot more independently, maybe without supervision or monitoring. And just, you know, a data set like ours hopefully will be able to keep pace with all of the developments that are happening so rapidly, but it'll be really important for us to do that in close collaboration with children, with policymakers, so we make sure that our data is going to be responsive to the needs of researchers and policymakers. But I think one thing that has struck me is how we need to be able to capture, I suppose, children's, not just what children are doing online, but maybe the impact that it is having on them, how maybe it is shaping their views, how they see themselves, how they see other people, how they treat other people, because all of that will impact on children's well-being. So, yeah, I think taken away from today for me, or a massive takeaway, I guess, is just how important those conversations with young people and with policymakers are, with research teams as well. So I would just invite anybody that wants to get in touch to share any of their experiences or help our questionnaire development teams to develop the best questionnaires possible so that the data is there for you in the future to use, to analyse in whatever way you want to, in order to answer really important questions that we've all been discussing today.
What a great invitation. So we're starting to run a little low on time, but Jeffrey, I want to come back to you. So, you know, civil society organizations, NGOs, often play that kind of linking role in helping with policy and research and practitioners. And, you know, Save the Children works all across the world in many different contexts, including some that are, you know, where children are in immediate, you know, bodily danger. So, you know, could you contextualize us a bit about why Save the Children also has this focus on digital harm, which is where your work is, and, you know, given some of the dire situations around the world, why you still see this as a critical piece of your work?
Thanks, Sarah. That's a really important question. And I think I like to frame it within, we'll come back to the online safety space ever so briefly, in that often within that wider kind of international NGO sector, online safety is often seen as secondary or not as significant as a harm as things like hunger, war, environmental disasters, humanitarian crises. But we look at it from a different perspective. it's not, as many of this room will agree, it's not about young people being online and offline. That is their lived reality. They are engaged, they are communicating, they are socializing, they are having developmental experiences whilst they are on apps, on platforms. So that's part of their identity formation. It's part of their normative psychological development, cognitive development. It's part of their evolving capacities. And then the second bit that we like to look at is this isn't a bolt-on for what the work we're doing and lots of the programming and advocacy kind of direction we're taking it on. So for a young person that might be displaced due to conflict, right, that phone or that tablet might be their only way to connect with their loved ones and family elsewhere. It might be their only way to seek support. It might be their only way to continue learning in an emergency. If there's a humanitarian crisis or environmental disaster, their phone, their tablets, the technology can give them early warnings. It can give them knowledge and awareness material around how to prepare and what that looks like. For a young person that lives in an unsafe home or community, this is about connection. This is about identity formation. This isn't us dismissing the risks that go along with everything. And some fantastic work just a few weeks ago by the Online Safety Act Network in the UK developed a code of practice for safety by design, right? And they're fantastic principles to follow, whether it is around an online safety regime or whether it is about a young person that's fleeing a war-torn or war-ravaged country. So for us, it's not a bolt-on. It's about their lived reality. It's about their experience. It's about parenting. It's about education. And with, if we risk these dialogues with the programming we do, with the advocacy work we do of to ban or not to ban, good or bad, risk or opportunity, if we take one stance or the other, there is the possibility that, if we go hard on the risk, well, we're taking away all of these opportunities for connection, for learning, for innovation. If we go just for the opportunities, as I mentioned kind of in my opening bit, no one's disputing that bad things happen in online spaces. We know they do, and we need to keep doing work. And I know I'm speaking to the converted in this room, but enormous credit to kind of Stephen and the whole FOSI team for bringing us together across regulators, across researchers, civil society, government, because it's really, really important that we de-silify all of that we do not talk about this with my little NGO hat on or with, your tech hat on or whatever kind of angle you take it from. We can learn from each other. And that is what we're doing. The needs for my young people in terms of online safety in high income countries is very different than some of the concerns on the ground in low and middle income countries. And as you say, very different risks. But with that, we see opportunity for safety, for support and scaffolding around that.
Great, thank you. Karen, I want to come back to you just really quickly in 30 seconds. If you could tell us, what kinds of evidence are most valuable to you as working in a regulatory environment?
Okay, thank you, Sarah, and I promise I will keep this very short. I can see a clock going down here. So I mentioned a number of types of evidence. I think the very short answer to your question is there's no single one type of evidence that's more useful than another. It's a combination of different types of evidence and different types of sources so that you're building up a picture insofar as possible in real time as to what's happening, and that's informing our thinking and decision making. I mentioned our engagement with our Youth Advisory Committee. I mentioned meta-studies and meta-analysis, and I mentioned stakeholder engagement through public consultation. In addition to those types of evidence, large-scale longitudinal studies like the one Shannon is talking about. Also, we're leading out on the EU Kids Online research in Ireland, so that would be another example. Findings of that will come out next year. Different types of literature reviews are very important to us. I won't go into the detail because I know there isn't time. Complaints and concerns that are brought to us by members of the public, by civil society organisations, and also by our fellow digital services coordinators are also very important pieces of evidence that have informed or helped to inform decisions we've made to initiate a number of recent investigations. And then in addition to that, there's the platform risk assessments and transparency reports, market monitoring that we undertake in the context of supervision, and a number of other pieces as well. I'd just say, we have a dedicated research team, and in addition to that, we are looking to build our capacity in terms of, for example, technical insights, data forensics. So it's something that we're very committed to, is having that capacity to take an evidence-based approach.
Great. So we're running low on time. So I have one more question for each of you. Lightning round here. So I'll start with you, Mike. What do you think are the most important research or data needs in the year ahead to support children's digital safety? And it could be about AI, it could be about something else.
So there are three from my perspective. So the first is continuing to look at harm measurement. I think that's absolutely critical. And so there's work that a lot of organizations are doing and folks represented on this panel. And I think continuing those dialogues is absolutely critical and making sure that we're staying ahead of where harm and risk is going. The second, I think specific to AI, is continuing to look at and make sure that we have the right evaluations in place, like when we are looking at potential harms. And then the third, I would say from a research perspective, is really continuing to look at where we find examples of things done really well to mitigate particular risk, how we highlight those in the form of case studies, how we bring those forward. I think all three of those are critical from my perspective.
Go ahead.
Wow. It's hard to know where to start with that, and especially in designing a questionnaire where we're trying to capture everything about all aspects of children's lives. I honestly am saying I don't know how to answer that.
You could say everything. That's okay.
Everything. I feel like it's a researcher's dilemma in that our questionnaires end up being far too long. So I think what we're focusing on is, say, for children at the age of 8, trying to develop questions that are going to be developmentally appropriate and capture what their main concerns are and needs are at that moment in time. But thankfully, we will be going back to those young people at age 11 and then every 2 years after that point. So we will be continually developing our questionnaires in response to what we see and hear and learn from yourselves as being the needs, the data needs. So we don't just have this one-shot opportunity to collect our data. It will be an ongoing process. So,
love it. Maxime?
Maybe two things. I think because it takes time to get evidences to start building research right now, longitudinal research with really randomized control trials. So that's a bit technical, but maybe what is happening in Estonia is quite interesting. We could compare a group that is having an AI tutor in comparison with, of course, I'm sure they are already doing it, but so that's the way we should continue. It's compare what is happening when people are using, I'm talking about AI, but that could be with any other things. And I think another thing that is quite interesting, I think we should measure digital literacy and AI literacy, and there is the PISA evaluation report that will be put in place, I think, in 2029, if I'm not mistaken, and that's a really exciting thing. We know the PISA report that it has a huge influence on the ranking of universities, and so soon they will be addressing this digital literacy measure, and I think that's a great step.
Great, and I second the need for high quality outcomes evaluation. Jeffrey?
I'll be quick. 3 things, 2 have already been touched upon. Longitudinal research, and we're hearing good stuff about that. It's important to understand, but longitudinal research that is agile and is dynamic, because as we know, children's lives are ever so changing, and so are the technological engagements that they're having. The second is around impact evaluation, especially, we are on this viral policymaking global kick right now, and it would be really, really helpful if we make sure that we're putting the money in ahead of time. And impact evaluations cost a lot of money, though. So I think that's a plea to kind of those commissioning this research. It's not 60K. It needs to be ring-fenced appropriate funds that set up these robust, rigorous evaluations. And last but not least, more research with the children who aren't in the research. So children in humanitarian settings and their online safety. Big one for us right now is children with disabilities. With the Vodafone work, we did try and capture that, and we're working on some additional outputs on the back of that. It's a starter, but we want more of that.
Karen?
Okay, very briefly as well. 2 things I might pick up on, primarily actually with reference to a previous role that I held for many years in relation to children's rights. The first, and Milan, I think it's going back to something you were saying this morning. You made a very eloquent case for why young people need to be heard and be at the centre of the conversations, including around any prospective social media age restrictions. I would go back to the idea that children have a right to be heard, and you have a right to be in the room and part of those conversations. And I think, notwithstanding the fact that that right has been in place for 40 years now, it's still not mainstreamed. So we need to get to a point in terms of research where the voices, views, experiences of children are mainstreamed in terms of the types of research that we undertake and the assessments that we make. The second piece I might add just briefly is, I'm thinking of the Article 28 guidelines under the DSA, which came into effect last July, and risk review is a part of those guidelines. And one of the things that the guidelines encourage on the part of online platforms accessible to children is that they conduct child rights impact assessments. So I think there's again loads of scope in terms of research and capacity building. I say on an ecosystem level to integrate and mainstream child rights impact assessment into the work.
Great. Do we have time for like one question, one or two? Does anyone have any questions they'd like to ask? We have one right here. Do we have? Okay.
So I have a question. Sorry, Kate from Vodafone. Just around kind of the theme and common ground and adjacent discussions. We've heard a lot around from policymakers, people from tech industry, the young people themselves, but also really conscious that bad actors are actually exploiting systems more. So we're seeing, I've heard, that playbooks are being created to create CSAM. They're coming above the line. They're not afraid to have more forums. More money is high reward, low risk for exploitation of people. So just how does that all link together in terms of research and how, just getting more thoughts on that side?
Who wants to take that?
I'll kick off, but I'll take it from the positive lens and the positive angle. Not that you can really speak positively about these horrific harms, but it's again, grounding ourselves with knowing that we need to understand what what are these skills and competencies that young people need as they develop, as they mature. And that's not putting the responsibility on them. So for anybody that thinks that's what I'm saying, like, let the kids sort it out themselves. No, I'm not implying that whatsoever, but I am talking about the reality of their engagements. And therefore, what are the things, what elements of critical thinking, what's helping build their digital resilience, right? And not treating resilience as an afterthought when something bad happens, which I'm sure many people in this room have seen survivors, victims of horrific crimes talk, and often they're congratulated for being so resilient. Well, let's not look at it that way. Let's look at cultivating resilience, cultivating digital resilience with that skills acquisition so that there is a buffer, there is some protection, there is the creation of friction, tension, so that if something bad does happen, perhaps we're mitigating some of the harm that will occur.
Mike, do you want to have the last word on that?
Yeah, so maybe the one other thing I'll add is I think continued dialogue about some of these new and novel risks, right? So one of the conversations that I've been a part of lately is how you continue with things like CSAM to look at new and novel ways to detect or new and novel risk that continue to emerge in that space. And so there's a lot of conversation that we're having, I think, both cross-industry, cross-researchers that needs to continue. But the other thing that I would say is from a regulatory perspective to look at, and this to some extent, I think, it goes to the point that was just raised, which is looking at how we stay ahead of where things are going, right, and be dynamic both from a implementation perspective, but also from a regulatory perspective.
I have so enjoyed this conversation. Please join me in thanking our panel.
Thank you to Sarah and our expert panel, and we really hope that policymakers, governments, etc. are listening. Evidence-based policy is really important in this space, and we know a lot of resources, money is spent on the kind of whole research evidence gathering around some of these key issues. So we urge all of our politicians to listen to some of that evidence base. I am the only thing standing between you and coffee or tea, in my case. So please do go and help yourselves. And we have pushed the time slightly, so please be back here for 3:30. Thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, folks, if you could take your seats. We heard the complaints. It got a bit warm during the middle of this last session, so we've opened windows while the sun was out, and now it's raining, but that's okay. Welcome to Belgium. There you are. Okay, so we're at the home stretch now. Let's keep our energy levels up. We've got some really interesting conversations still to come. And yeah, let's get on. So I just want to introduce my good friend, Will Gardner. He and I have known each other since 2000, head of ChildNet International. He will introduce his guest, and please join us.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for that kind introduction. That was exactly the year. I remember it very well. Thank you. So I'm Will Gardner. I'm the CEO of ChildNet, like Stephen said. ChildNet's a children's charity. We're focused very much on helping to make the internet a great and safe place for children. We're also part of the UK Safer Internet Centre. I know there's some of the Safer Internet Centres from the EU dotted around in the audience today. But it's not about me. It's I'm here to chat with Cecilia. Cecilia Zapala, Head of EU Government Affairs and Public Policy at YouTube. And today I was reflecting before this session, we've heard from policymakers and regulators, and we've heard from young people, which has been brilliant. We've heard from academia and researchers, and this is a chance for us to hear from a tech company about some of the things that we've been discussing so far today. So, Cecilia, would you like to introduce yourself and we'll crack on?
Yes, so thank you so much. Thank you for welcoming me today at this very interesting event. I was really following the discussion and I loved some of the insights. So my name is Cecilia Zapala. I had EU public policy for YouTube out of Brussels. So my job is to talk to policymakers on an almost daily basis to talk about EU regulation, so what's in the pipeline, what has been approved already, and to present our perspective as a platform. A very large online platform under the DSA and as YouTube and Google.
So we're gonna start off with the big question, where we're seeing across Europe, we're seeing a real step towards social media bans or age-gated restrictions for young people, and we heard from Will from DCIT just now with talking about the government consultation about this topic, where there were over 100,000 responses from the public. It's a very hot, live subject. So from your perspective at YouTube, why is this so big right now?
Yeah, discussions on child safety, protection of minors online are not really new. I mean, we have been witnessing the DSA negotiations and, discussions about child online safety, even before, it has always been a topic that, was of interest for policymakers worldwide. I think what happened in the last probably year and a half is that, first of all, we have witnessed the first country in the world who actually passed a social media ban. So I think a lot of countries, a lot of policymakers actually saw that beyond, the proposals, the discussions, it was actually possible to do that. And then I think there were also quite some attempts and work around the enforcement of those social media bans. So I'm thinking age verification. So the European Union worked on this EU mini wallet system to be able to, in fact, for platforms to actually get signals about the age of the users and therefore potentially to enforce this. So I think there was this, concurrence of circumstances that then pushed a lot of countries, not just in Europe, but worldwide, to think, okay, we can actually, follow the lead and actually do it. So I think that's why we are here probably right now. Gloomy.
Okay, there's a build-up for the next question. So there are not many voices for the status quo right now. People are expressing the need for change, and for those who are not for an outright ban, there is the talk about ban on specific features and services. And Sarah, in the research just before, in the previous session, spoke about 75% of parents and carers and of children think that there should be special children's accounts on social media services, which I thought was interesting, kind of emphasising that view. Do you think that's a useful distinction for policymakers to be making at the moment?
Yes, I really think so. So, I mean, it's not a news, I guess, to you that we have been actively involved in the social media ban in Australia. We are observing the after the legislation was passed, we are observing the effects, and we really can say it's from our perspective, it's not the the best way forward to ensure to kind of increase safety of minors online for many reasons. Well, first of all, we think that this is a very blunt instrument, which has as a side effect, which cuts off access of all users under a certain age, under 16, to something that can be extremely beneficial for them. So I can talk about YouTube, but I think you can also see that for many other services. I mean, kids go on YouTube for many reasons. They go there to learn something. YouTube is used by teachers as a learning tool, as something that they use for teaching. And also they go to YouTube to express themselves. We have examples of many artists actually who started on YouTube as musicians or singers. And so the fact of cutting this resource to them is something that we don't consider to be proportionate. And so, having listening on a very regular basis to policymakers and to their concerns and to the real reasons why they want to do a social media ban, it really boils down to kind of some features that they consider to be problematic, but that are, that one can find in many other services than social media. And so we thought, okay, but then let's just focus on those features and let's age limit those features. Let's ban those features instead of banning services overall, which can be, as I said, counterproductive. So features, I'm thinking, limitless scrolling. I know it's a concern for a lot of parents, for a lot of policymakers. This time that kids spend online without, ever stopping, or live streaming, which is something that is particularly relevant for a platform like YouTube with videos. So we really are trying to have a more granular conversation as to what are the features, the things that constitute a problem on platforms, and let's address that instead of banning services overall.
In some of the remarks we've heard today, we've heard people talk about recommender systems, and we've heard in Russell speak earlier, we've heard the young people talk about, one of the young people talk about their concerns about toxic masculinity spreading wider, and Tende, one of the TikTok youth panel, spoke about this too. Recommender systems have become a big part of this discussion. So in terms of features and what can be done, what responsibility do platforms have when it comes to shaping what young people see and consume?
Yeah, no, recommender system is a big one. It's something that comes up almost every meeting I have with various policymakers because the algorithm is, it's not transparent, or at least policymakers have the impression that the algorithm is something that is this black box. They don't know what's going on. But I think from the YouTube perspective, what we try to explain is that recommendations can also be a tool for an age-appropriate experience, there can be a way to actually ensure that the kids go online and receive content that is appropriate to them. So what we do, what we did actually since 2021 is that we created principles for what is high-quality content on YouTube for kids, and we recently expanded those principles. Well, we worked on an additional set of principles on high-quality content on YouTube for teens, and we worked on those principles with other organizations, with third parties, with academics, and in civil society as well. And so what happened with this principle is that we fit them to creators on YouTube and to show them this is what we consider high-quality content for kids and teens look like. But we also inform the algorithm with these principles in order for the algorithm to surface content for children which is considered age-appropriate and high quality. So I think it's something that recommendations really need to be seen as a tool rather than a problematic feature that should be somehow limited or addressed.
In terms of YouTube Shorts are often mentioned in conversations about engagement and screen time. How has YouTube approached concerns around young users and short-form content?
Yeah, Shorts is another one that comes up all the time. And I'm sure for some colleagues in the room, it's not only for YouTube, but it's for other services as well. And this is what I was also talking about a little bit before. I think Shorts content consumption is associated with the excessive consumption without limit, and therefore excessive screen times that then make kids feel bad after they spend so much time online. So what we did at YouTube is that we created a timer for Shorts. And what I'm quite proud of is that not only we created a timer, but we kind of put this timer in the parental controls on, supervised YouTube, and we actually allow parents to set this timer to 0. So parents can say, okay, my children, parents and guardian can say, my children shouldn't, watch any shorts, and so this timer gets to 0. So it's just about living and allowing the different families and different, level of maturity of kids to be taken into account while setting specific rules that make sense for the specific individual situation.
And the first panel we had today, we had Bernardo from the Belgian regulator, and he was giving the example of the medical industry, how people want products to be safe before they go into market, and parents and carers clearly want services to be safe for children before they use them, not for them to have to make those services safe. And that points more to an approach where there are default protections on, rather than tools for the parent and carer to have to set up. Do you see companies responding to this? This direction, this call?
Yeah, I think it's important, and I think it makes a lot of sense when policymakers say it shouldn't be all the burden on parents and guardians to create a safe experience for children online. It's fair enough. So I think it's important that we have baseline protections that are on. In the case of YouTube, for all users under 18, we do have protections that don't depend on any supervised use of YouTube or YouTube Kids or anything like that. So certain type of content is age-gated. Under 18 years old means it's not presented or shown to kids, even if it's not against the rules of YouTube, just because it's inappropriate for children. Or, we have reminders to take a break or go to bed, which are on for all users under 18 years old. We do have limitation on recommendations on certain type of content, which again is not harmful per se, in itself, but can become harmful if seen over and over. So we limit recommendations on this type of content. So content that idealizes or compare body features, or content that portrays bad behavior from kids, like cheating on a school exam, or this kind of thing. So I do think it's very important to have those default protection, which don't depend on the activity of the parents or guardians. But it's also important, I think, to leave a little bit of margin of maneuver, again, to fine-tune the experience depending on the age of the children, depending on, again, the level of maturity, the preferences of each family. So I think the two things really need to be seen together.
You mentioned already about infinite scrolling, and when we think about persuasive design which is designed to encourage engagement, also plays in amongst that too. Are there any kind of features that we need to be talking about that we haven't spoken about already within this conversation?
Yes. So, I mean, something that, in terms of features that need to be taken into account is messaging, for instance. Messaging is something that could potentially be harmful. So what we do on YouTube is that we, limit messaging possibility for, and it's not possible to direct message users under 18 years old. We talked a lot about AI and chatbots. So we do have, again, not necessarily on YouTube, more on a Google perspective, we do have persona protections for minor users. So again, I think we are just, we have started the conversations on features, and we are very much, following the debate at European level in Brussels, in the UK, in many, EU countries, to really identify those features that are problematic. We know that beyond the child safety legislation that the EU is going to table eventually, where the expert group is done with recommendations, we have the Digital Fairness Act as well, which has very much in mind who's one of the goals of this legislation is going to be to address addictive design. So we are involved in this work. But yeah, I think that the features, this focus on features is definitely more proportionate than full services ban.
Thinking about the theme of the whole conference, which is kind of looking for collaboration and common ground, as someone who works closely with policymakers right across Europe, do you think there is genuine common ground when it comes to children's online safety?
Yeah, I think so. I think there is more and more realization that there is an ecosystem which works together, which is composed by, platforms and industry, users, kids, parents, schools, policymakers, and everyone has a responsibility there. It's not just about, creating additional rules to platforms, but it's more, kind of acting on the ecosystem and taking a set of measures beyond the actual legislation to make sure that we are all prepared to face those challenges, including the teens and the kids themselves. Because again, banning, one of the effect of banning access and then eventually just opening it to them magically when they are 16, we don't build the digital resilience that we should actually build together with them when they are maybe younger.
And certainly we heard that from the young people this morning, talking about regulation and education. Absolutely, it goes together. We're running out of our allotted time already. It's gone very fast. But if you could change one thing about the current policy conversation around youth online safety, what would it be?
I want to pick up on this point you made on education, because I think this is something that always comes a little bit like, the cherry on the cake. There is also education and media literacy, something we should keep in mind. But I think it's critical. I think it's crucial to have conversations on being safe online with children, since the age they go to school. So I think it's very important to invest in education again from all perspective, from the platform side, but also from the policymaker side and from the, schools and civil society. So I would like this aspect to be more present in the debate and not just, we all agree that this needs to be improved, but, it just stays there.
Very good. Listen, we've already run out of time, Sheila. That's been very good. If you could all give a round of applause for Sheila. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you both very much. Fascinating. I think we have some furniture to bring on. Just to mention, some people have asked, yes, the age assurance video is available on our YouTube channel, so youtube.com/FOSI. And the trailer for Molly versus the Machines, again, I think you just go onto YouTube and search it, and you'll find it there. And hopefully it will come to a jurisdiction near you in the not too distant. So without further ado, I think we can invite Charlotte back on to introduce the next panel.
Thank you, Stephen. And yes, I'm back on. I realised I didn't actually introduce myself earlier, so I just said I wasn't Stephen. So, so I'm Charlotte Ainsley. Great to see so many familiar faces in the room. And I am FOSI's UK and EU policy consultant. Been working with FOSI now for 4 years. It's my anniversary this month. So delighted to have the, thank you, the perspective of UK, EU and the US as well. So lots of really important conversations and looking to always find common ground. We've heard a lot today about the role of parents. We've heard from very powerful statements from the young people themselves, and also from Ian, who always says really important things to all of us. Thank you, Ian. And one of the things that we do at FOSI is we focus on the 3 Ps, and one of those is parenting. And I will embarrass my colleague in the room. Actually, I don't think she's in the room, Jordan. We have just launched a podcast called Mom's Off Mute. I can't say that in American accent. I'm sorry. It's mum to me. And we'd be delighted if any of you wanted to kind of join that podcast and talk to Jordan about some of the parenting challenges that we face in the online context. We also, and I will give this a shameless plug because I do have the mic, we are also doing a project with SWGFL, and my colleague David Wright is also in the room, called Unboxing, where we are looking to support families with their first smartphone and to support them in setting up the parental controls. So again, if any of you are interested in learning more about that, we'd be delighted to hear from you. So I will stop plugging our FOSI work now and hand over to my panel to please introduce themselves. So Tammy, to you first.
You should plug all the way. I'm Tammy Baumick. I'm the Vice President of Civility and Partnerships at Roblox. And you may want to ask, what is that? What is that role? So my team's purpose is to bridge the education gap between children and parents. I'll go a little bit more into that a little further down the line.
Well done. My name's Tim Levy, Managing Director of a company called Corey, which you've no doubt never heard of. We provide school safety and parental control technologies across the world. We look after about 20% of US students, about 40% of UK students in a brand name that might be known to some of you called Smoothwall. And we have a parental control product called Custodio. And this conversation is very relevant to our business because we've been on a mission for about 10 years to create the concept of a village raising a child, a single platform where all of the guardians of a child can interact, share control, share data, make their own choices, but importantly, empower the child. And I'll talk more about it, I'm sure, in this session, but it's been incredibly successful and hopefully it becomes a model that the world takes on.
Hi, I'm Catherine Teitelbaum, and I'm head of Responsible AI for Youth at Amazon Devices and Services. And my team's responsibility is to make sure that all of our products that are developed for children are built with safety in mind from the beginning and appropriate for parents to parent with the digital technology.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Beatrice. I'm a Policy and Advocacy Officer at FOSI Families Europe. I'm responsible for topics related to safer internet and digital citizenship, hence why I'm sitting in this panel. Maybe very shortly, for those of you who don't know FOSI Families Europe, we're a network of over 50 family organizations here in Europe working on social rights, on care, education, disability, employment, and so on, but also on how technological developments impact families. So that's, in short, what our organization does. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm delighted that you can all join us today. I wanted to start by just asking our panelists to talk about some of the parenting challenges that we see at the moment. And again, I know that we've spoken about that a lot today. And one of the things I was struck by was, I think, again, something that Ian says is that actually you can't parent effectively in the online world because you don't necessarily know what your children are looking at and some of the platforms that they are using. So I just wanted to start off with some of the challenges. So who would like to go first? Go on, Tim.
Because I got into this world because of this exact challenge. My son became addicted to Katy Perry videos, would you believe? And it was the saucy California Girls video when she's, if you remember the video, it's quite sexy. And I remember grabbing the iPad off him and thinking YouTube was quite a benign platform and it's got better over time, but he was being recommended stuff that was places that I didn't want him to go, or was conversation that needed to be had before he went there. And so I felt at the time, it's about 10 years ago, and I think that's still true today, that parents are disempowered. And that's really my mission, is to re-empower parents to be parents in the digital age. And I think these conversations about child rights are very important, but I think they also need to be balanced with empowering parents. And our experience in education, there's a few educators in the audience, engaged parents deliver better educational outcomes, and the same is true in safety. Engaged parents make a massive difference. And so that's the quest that we feel like we should be on.
Great, thank you.
So I can dive in from a gaming perspective. For those of you who may be a bit unfamiliar with Roblox, we are a immersive gaming platform. We have millions of young creators and developers who are creating games. We talk to parents every day. In fact, we have a dedicated person now, Dr. Elizabeth Milovodov, who is sitting right in the front. Wave, Elizabeth. Many of you know her, who is her one job is to educate every parent in the world. It's a small job. But her goal is to listen and learn. And we have the first parent council, I think, in the industry. Hopefully we are a trendsetter. Hopefully other companies will start parent councils as well. And what we are hearing is consistent. Parents are overwhelmed. There are too many apps on their kids' phones. There are too many parental controls. They have no idea how to navigate it, so they just throw their hands up and they give up. And that just can't be, because parents need to be able to have the tools and the knowledge to be able to guide their children, to be able to support their children, so that their children can grow up to be savvy, confident users of the internet. And I think that, again, we are focused on making sure that we're providing the education materials and then also advocating internally with our engineering and product groups to make sure that they are listening and creating technologies and tools that work for parents.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the amount of overwhelm that is present in every single day. We hear this from our parents with Amazon Kids and Alexa Kids pretty much daily as well, is that it is an overwhelming experience. But part of that overwhelm, and what I think is different or unique now, is pace. That's the word that I just keep coming back to. Things are happening so quickly. And on one hand, this is the most tech-savvy, digital native generation of parents that we've ever had. They are aware of how to use the technology. I think someone mentioned earlier the iPhone is about 20 years old. These are people who grew up with technology, with the ability to do apps, who are savvy about privacy controls and settings. So it's not necessarily about adding yet another setting or adding another control. It's about thinking about, if things are moving so quickly and parents have so little time, how do we as industry make it easy for them to parent? One thing I've always thought helped a lot was a shift from thinking about how to top-down parent, the parent having to set the controls or take away the phone, whatever the hard limit is, and encouraging parents to play with their kids, whether it's a game, whether it's co-viewing on one of our videos through Amazon Kids Plus, or we have a story writing experience called Stories with Alexa, and parents are very actively co-writing stories with their kids and learning about the new technology, learning about generative AI together. The best way to understand where the risks is to play together, get to know the technology, and have those small conversations starting when your child is very, very young.
Thank you, Catherine. Beatrice, in your context and your work with families and parents, what are some of the sorts of challenges that come through?
So I think my first point that I wanted to mention is also that parents and caregivers, they've told to us that they are very overwhelmed, and especially because things are happening so fast, innovation is happening so fast that it's impossible for them to keep up. I cannot use in my pitch that I'm a parent myself. Even I, working full time on this topic, I can also not keep up with all the different features being added, different AI chatbots being added or being launched on the market. So that's the first thing that we hear. We had about a year ago, more or less, we did a couple of focus groups in 8 different countries with it was together with our members. In each focus group, there were parents, about 10 parents and caregivers, and it was in light of the Better Internet for Kids strategy evaluation. And the thing that parents keep on telling is that they cannot keep up. But also, I think we cannot forget that the online environment and the physical environment, they are not two separate things. They are interconnected with each other. And there are a lot of other responsibilities that parents and caregivers also have. They need also in the physical environment, they need the time and resources to be involved in their children's life, to care for their children, and especially also to have these conversations with their children on their online behaviors, because parents and caregivers, they recognize that they have a responsibility to play and they want to play a responsibility, but there is a limit to the time and resources and also the knowledge that they have, because they often feel also powerless, seeing which impact that certain design choices have, and that there is a broad range of evidence what harmful impact that certain, it has been mentioned the whole day already, which certain addictive design choices have, which are the root causes of harm that we see. But they feel powerless because they don't see companies taking the proper measures to tackle those root causes. So that's also something that we hear, that families, parents, caregivers in general they are not trusting companies anymore as should be, maybe.
Can I?
Sure.
Can I dive into that? So I completely agree. I think that so earlier in the year, we announced mandatory facial age estimation. And the bottom line was that we needed to make sure that we knew who the ages are of the people who are on our platform and reduce contact with children and adults that they did not know unless they had parental approval. And so this is the first rollout we did was in Australia. We actually, since we rolled this out, we have almost 80% facial age estimation in Australia, which is a very exciting thing for us because we're learning along with industry. This is the first time we've ever done this. And so listening to parents, learning from parents what they want. Again, they are overwhelmed by all the parental controls from all of the different apps. So we looked at it. How can we make things easier? So we introduced Roblox Kids account, Roblox Select accounts. And what that is that, again, we want parents to be confident, safety by default for their children. So ages 5 to 8, there is no contact. There is no conversation at all, again, unless a parent approves it. From 9 to 15, again, no contact, verified parental consent, as well as facial age estimation. We are also rolling out content. The content has to be appropriate and age appropriate. So again, we want to really make sure that parents have confidence, and going back to that, confidence that platforms are doing the right thing and are being thoughtful about it. Now again, there's continuous work that we have to do. Our work is never ended in terms of the safety and appropriateness. We're constantly fine-tuning, but we're pretty excited about this and what's being rolled out.
Thank you, Tammy. And some of our own FOSI research, which we are imminently about to publish, 92% of teens told us that parents have a role to play in their online safety education. So a really pretty high percentage, but often the frustration of young people is that their parents might not know enough, or, my son calls me a boomer. How rude is that? When I've got my phone out, he says, "Mum, you're such a boomer." That's aging me, right? But I think often it's sometimes a frustration for young people that they want parental help and support, but they're not entirely sure how it works. And there needs to be these really important conversations that happen constantly between parents and their children. Tim, I know that you've looked at quite an innovative approach with some of the work that you do in schools. Do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, thank you. What we've done is built a platform that allows a piece of technology to put on a kid's PC or their iPad, and mum and dad can look after that device during night time after school, and as soon as that child gets to school, or if the schedule switches, the IT admin takes responsibility for that device, because school admins have a duty of care whilst the child's in the care of the institution. And then we can hand control to the teachers during class time, so the teacher can make sure that the device is focused on a particular website. They can literally look at all the screens, all the tabs. They can see the mouse moving around. This isn't unique to us, by the way. This sort of technology is quite ubiquitous in education now globally. And all behind the scenes, the safeguarding technology that really came out of the UK, key logging and logging into kids' cloud accounts to look for indications of risk, toxicity, what's called a concern in the UK, and escalate those through to human moderators. That's all inherent in this platform that kids are using. And so all those custodians that have a responsibility or a right are able to interact on that same platform. And it is pretty amazing. The first thing that we've learned from the experience of these platforms and our parental controls more broadly is transparency is fundamental. If you install these sorts of technologies as spyware, or it's considered spyware, you'll end up with the media at the front of the school. In particular, progressive markets in places like New Zealand, it's very risky if you don't tell the community, you don't engage the community in these sorts of technologies. So that's number one thing, and that's certainly my experience as a parent. The sooner you start, and the sooner you use those, your kids download an app, use that as a moment to have that conversation, they're critical. It's so fundamental. But the other thing we've found, we've got like 1.2 million kids on this platform, is that almost instantly as the school districts in the US launch this kind of community proposition that parents can now access these tools, even if parents aren't using them, we find a literal halving in the rates of toxicity in those schools instantaneously. Within 3 months, bullying collapses. And then we haven't done surveys to evidence this, but I think it's really just an expression of love. Kids want boundaries. They want to know that people are paying attention to them. So there's an instant reaction to that. And the other thing that is quite remarkable is the higher the uptake of parental controls in a school, obviously the much more magnified reductions in toxicity. Literally, there's an 80% reduction in toxicity in schools where there's 25% of parents engaged in the tool, and very little, like 10% reductions in schools where they've got less than 10%. So it's exactly what you expect. The village raises the child. The more engaged the parents, the better the outcomes. And we know that as humans, we know that as parents, and we're now seeing it through schools.
Yeah, and having worked with lots of schools over the years, there's often a criticism from schools that parents aren't engaged enough in the conversation, and the translation between what happens in school and what happens at home is not as good as it could be, and actually bringing that together is a really useful way of aiding that conversation. Yeah. Catherine, I wanted to talk to you about some of the work that Amazon have been doing, particularly around the kind of evolution of parental controls and how you kind of navigate your child transitioning from kind of pre-teen to teen to growing up, and how you kind of turn on or off some of those controls, and how you might be supporting parents in doing that. An ongoing question that we all have with kids.
Yeah, it's interesting when we're defaulting a lot today on parental controls as a solution to a multitude of problems. And although it hasn't really come up, I think there's probably people in the room who have been around maybe as long as I have and have a little cynicism about, well, parental controls can't be the end result. It can't be the solution to everything, because a lot of times people don't say they want them and don't set them up, or they say they want them and it's kind of a one and done experience. It's a separate experience. And what I liked about what you were saying is that it is a tool for a conversation. And I think that's a good framework for thinking about how we think about it at Amazon. For those who aren't familiar, I mean, I know everyone knows Amazon, but if you aren't familiar with Amazon Kids, it is a suite of devices. So there's a Fire tablet made just for kids. Once at a FOSI conference, a former general manager wanted to prove how indestructible and kid-safe the device was, and he threw it off the stage, I think, towards Stephen, unfortunately. Didn't hurt him, but the device also didn't break. We also have a Kids Kindle, Kids Echoes, and Fire TVs. Those products, those devices, those hardware are built from the ground up for kids, and they come with a subscription that includes age-appropriate content of all sorts, multimedia. So it's books, it's videos, it's games, it's creative tools that are generative AI. Now, I say all that to answer the parenting controls question about how do we help this conversation? Because our parent control comes wrapped around all of those experiences. Parents can access it through their Alexa app, through parents.amazon.com, through the Amazon Kids parent app. There's multiple ways, or on their desktop. And it offers conversation starters that enable parents to have conversations along the way, or to get information that they need in the moment that they need it. When I was teaching, we called it the teachable moment. Like, I don't need a lecture. I don't need 40 pages on an instruction guide. What I need to know right now is my child has been playing a game every day this week after school before they did their reading. I want the tablet to tell them to do their reading first, and their teacher says it's 20 minutes. How do I have the tablet enforce that instead of me? That's what you need in the moment. You need instructions. So we look at it as how do we help the parents be more of kind of a guide on the side instead of the expert. So we will give them, if you're looking for that, you'll get a hint. There are articles from other experts. And the last thing I would say is that we've also been not just listening to parents, but spending more time on our partnerships with nonprofits, with academics, really trying to lean into the people who are on the ground and part of our community, back to the title, Finding Common Ground, working very closely with the nonprofits and the academic institutions to get their help on what do parents need and how can we help them along the journey. We have a dedicated suite of products for kids. We want kids there so we can provide them with a safe and age-appropriate experience by design for all kids, not just the kid who has a parent hovering over them.
Thank you. Just moderator privilege again, but just in terms of all of these great parental controls support that happen in service, in app, in gaming, and how do we bring all of that together to give parents a kind of more streamlined set of support, and how do we communicate that effectively with parents? Because I know that many parents in the room will face the challenge of having to set up individual parental controls on devices or apps or gaming platforms. I know there's been some attempts to kind of streamline some of these services. But Beatrice, I wondered if you wanted to talk a little bit about how we might find some solutions to kind of streamlining more of these sites and services for parents.
Thank you. I think, first of all, parental control tools, they can be a support for some parents. But of course, again, I think it was also mentioned by Maxime earlier in one of the panels, it's putting the responsibility again on parents. I'm sure for some families it can be a conversation starter. The parental control tools also need to be privacy preserving and like respect the rights of children as well and go with their evolving capacities. So I don't think that's the main support that we can give to parents. I think the responsibility really lies on the company and the company that puts out these online services products to make sure that these are safe before being launched on the market. It's also mentioned in general comment number 25 of the UN Convention on Children's Rights, which is the most ratified human rights convention. I know that the US didn't ratify it, but still it's an important convention, and it's the main point, and it mentions that member states should ensure that businesses, companies respect children's rights. And one of the things that is within this due diligence obligation is that companies do child rights impact assessments before putting a service product out on the market, also new features, new functionalities. So I think that's what can be the main support for parents and caregivers, is that companies do these impact assessments, that these impact assessments are also transparent or are public for people to see. Maybe that's also something that increases the trust again from families, parents as well, if they see that a company has done a proper impact assessment and that a service product is safe. And then having standards among different services and platforms, I think, is something that can support parents, caregivers as well, making sure that reporting obligations, for example, have the same standards over different platforms, if it's online gaming platforms or social media platforms, making sure that some of the dark patterns that we know that are harmful, that they are prohibited over all different platforms. But most importantly, that there are impact assessments being done before launching a certain service app out on the market. If we look at some of the AI apps, I find it quite surprising how AI nudification apps can be launched on the market without having done or having gone through such an impact assessment, or at least not having that as an obligation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, please.
Yeah, sorry, I'm off. I've got a slightly different take on that, or maybe another discussion point, which is people often look through parental controls through the prism of what their experience with them is, and it's usually crap, right? And it's usually because you've got an Apple parental control that only works on Apple platforms, you've got a net nanny that only, it's got limitations on it, and you think, well, why have they built it like that, or whatever, right? And that's particularly the third-party parental controls like a net nanny or a Bark or a Custodio. They are deliberately limited by the operating systems. What is possible is far beyond that, and that's why Amazon have brilliantly built a suite of tools that take advantage of all the capability and provide a holistic experience that every kid deserves and every parent desires. Now, wouldn't it be great if regulators would actually force the operating systems to open up their platforms, all these great features that Apple launched yesterday? Parental control apps can't access them. Why is that possible? Why is that allowed? But school safety technology can access all of those technologies and more. So it's okay for a business to spy on their employees or a school to capture every single keystroke and look for a child at risk of harm. But Apple and Google won't let parents do that. Why? That's the question we should be asking. And so then you get into this debate about what's in the interest of child. And schools live and breathe that battle every single day, right? They're doing quite some invasive things to protect children. The safeguarding, again, developed through the outstanding work of DfE in the UK under Keeping Children Safe in Education. Building this, in some view of the world, certainly 20 years ago I would have seen it as quite invasive, but it is literally saving kids' lives every single day. And schools are having to make these decisions about what's in the interest of the child or the cohort of children that they have responsible for. And sometimes because of the limitation of the technology that we have access to, you're capturing data that you really don't want to collect. These are really tough choices, and it's very easy to stand back and say, well, kids deserve privacy, but kids die. It's tough, and I think what you have to do as a regulator, a person interested in the space, is to localise it, empower parents to make solid choices that are right for them, with full evidence for the purpose of making that decision. And particularly with schools, we work very extensively with schools to make sure that there is an evidential basis for the choices that they make, because they can get it wrong, and these are life-changing situations.
Can I also add? So, after many conversations with my tech colleagues, tech companies spend an inordinate amount of time and resources innovating and developing parental controls in their products. And I can tell you wholeheartedly that it's single percentage that actually use parental controls on these platforms. But yet, we continue to innovate because we have to. But I think that the opportunity is that we have to respect how busy parents are, and that we can make sure that there's a dashboard, there's information, there's just transparency of data that is then served to parents to give them confidence that they do have control where they want and can take control. Now, we're talking about privilege, right? We're talking about privileged parents who are really engaged. But the reality is, most of the world, parents are super busy and they're trying to get dinner on the table. And so, again, making sure that we are continuing to innovate. Roblox is really investing on making sure that we're trying to do the right things to give parents confidence that don't have the time to go in and set up time limits, spending limits, like all of the things that we give parents access to be able to control. If they do nothing at all, we want to make sure that they have confidence that the content that their kids are having contact with, the communication that they're having contact with, is appropriate and safe.
Can I add one thing to that? Now?
Yeah.
One thing to add, I agree with that. I mean, I think we do the parent dashboard because we have a strong relationship, and we're in a unique situation that way. We have a relationship with most of our parents already. But in addition to that, and probably more importantly, is safety by design. 12 years ago, we decided to invest, not me, I wasn't there then, but we decided to invest in building from the ground up devices and experiences that were age appropriate for children. And that safety by design is where parents have the trust in our products, in both the Amazon Kids devices as well as using Alexa with their children. It needs to be safe if they just turn it on and use the default settings. If they want to customize it, which I'm as surprised as you will be that our parents want to customize their experiences, and I have not experienced that in any other company or with any other ecosystem that I've worked on. But if they want to customize it, great, we're here for it, and it's our job to educate them. But if not, out of the box, turned on, first use for a child, it needs to be safe. And I'd like to see more of the conversation on safety by design. what that means.
Yeah, thank you. And I think you're right, Tim. I think we have a lot to learn from the school setting because they have been doing this for years because of the legislation around duty of care, etc. And I think we do have a lot to learn. Just one more question, and then I'm going to come to you for questions because we are running out of time. I just wanted to ask about children who may not have a parent who is either with them, or they might have a parent who is potentially not able to support them in some way, or they might have a parent who is abusive towards them. So how do we support those children in having experiences where they might have an absent parent?
I'll just reiterate that I think that, again, developing a product that already has safety by design built in, that's thoughtful, age appropriate, like we have with Roblox Kids and Roblox Select, which will be introduced here very soon in the next couple of weeks here in Europe. So we're very excited to see what it can do. But again, we don't want to rely on just the parents and put the onus just on parents, because that's just not fair. And we know that's not the reality of our world.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We obviously look after 15 million students in the US, and there is a live debate between blue and red states about sharing these sorts of insights. And so in some states it's illegal to share information with parents about sexual identity or sexuality, and with gender identity, and sexuality. And in some states you have to by law. And so what we try and empower the people in schools to make the right decision. We try not to be an actor in that. We provide the evidence base, the legislation, the best practice advice to them, and hope they make the right decision. Again, transparency in our view is critical in whatever decision that they make. And so they're the ones making those decisions that sometimes literally put kids in harm's way. And it's such a difficult problem, yeah.
Yeah, very difficult.
Yeah, the one thing I would add to that, because I agree, is that in addition to out of the box, the product needs to be safe if it is marketed to children, if it is designed for children. I think we can and we do add multi-layering filtering systems and all kinds of technology. But what we also can do as a community is, in our role as industry, is to be thoughtful about not isolating children who are navigating this on their own. Hopefully they have the school community wrapped around them. If not the school community, a sports community, a church, a library. There are other carers in that child's life. And so that is why we found it's really valuable to work with that extended community of advocates, of researchers, because they are sometimes more on the ground and will have access when we don't to help support that child.
Yeah, I think that's why equal protection is important. We want to protect all children, no matter what their social context is, how their social environment, like the physical environment, looks like. And I'm happy to hear that everyone agrees with the safety by design approach. I think that's key. And then maybe something else to add to it, since physical world and the online world are so interconnected. And of course, that's not something up to platforms to ensure, but it's on governments, on municipalities, on local governments, to make sure that there is family support in place, and that there are the right child protection systems in place, also in the physical environment, that there are mental health support systems in place, that schools get enough funding to do the work that they should do, that teachers are recognized. So I think it's all part of the holistic puzzle. So I just wanted to add that as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our panel. I think we have time for just one question in true style of today. So if somebody would like to ask a question. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, hi, David.
Hi, David Wright, SWGFL. Tammy, I'm always, it's always really disappointing.
Oh, David.
It's always really disappointing to hear such low take-up of parental control systems. And I know in fact, I think it was this panel a year ago. I think if children only ever used one platform, it'd be easy, or one device. But they don't. They're using multiple devices, and so setting those up for children, whether they've got Apple devices or Microsoft devices, you have to do it for each and every one. It's like a blizzard of parental control systems. And the reaction we heard Will say, 90% or 80% of parents in terms of the poll are calling for a ban. Isn't that something, kind of the catalyst enough to do something in terms of interoperability, that you just do this once for your child, not multiple times? So I suppose it's not actually a question, it's more a comment. Forgive me.
Yes, I agree.
Excellent comment.
Thank you, David. Would any of the panel like to respond to that comment, not question?
Yeah, I mean, I think I won't take up people's time, but we've launched the program I was talking about before in the early days in New Zealand. We got 100% of parents using parental controls. So there's clearly a desire for parents to use parental controls, but there is a frustration when they don't deliver. There's a frustration when kids hack around them, or they realise that they've got all these different devices or attack surfaces in the home. They've got, or their cousin comes over with an iPad and blah, blah, all that stuff, right? And so David's absolutely right. If there was a single pane of glass, to use that expression, for the distribution of policies and the receipt of signals to intervene in your child's situation across all social media platforms and all devices, which, by the way, exists in business. Schools can do this, right? Schools can intercept messages, intercept kids going to YouTube and provide an age-appropriate version of YouTube. They can access kids' Google accounts and O365 accounts and see everything that's going online. So enterprises can do it. But if that was available, interoperable safety everywhere, you could QR code scan your way to protect every single device in your home. I believe parents will take it up en masse.
Thank you. And thank you very much to our panel. I will hand back to Stephen. Round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Thank you very much, panel. We'll see you again next year. Hopefully with better news. We're just going to rearrange some furniture. Speaking of finding common ground, I don't know if you've been watching your news, but the White House has urged the UK not to impose a social media ban for under 16s, saying such restrictions could impose a disproportionate burden on US tech firms. Let's go with the positive. I would actually agree with the administration's approach. I just simply slightly disagree with the methodology. Yes, please come. So anyway, just thought I'd share that with you. To take us home, take us to the final, we're going to hear from Candela Montero, who's the Vice President of Trust, Safety and Support for Epic Games. Just landed here from her daughter's kindergarten graduation. Isn't that right? Okay, so please give her some grace. She's just stepped off the plane. And Dirk Bosemans from the Director General of PEGI. And I'm fascinated to hear about the future of online safety in video games. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Hi, everybody. Yes, I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. I came from Los Angeles, so I don't know what time it is or the day, but the graduation was great. It's very exciting to be here with you all. As Stephen said, I'm Candela Montero. I'm our VP of Trust, Safety, and Support at Epic Games. What that means in practice is that I lead the teams that are working really hard to ensure that Epic's ecosystem is safe, welcoming, and fun for players of all ages. So the teams that build our proactive safety tools like reporting flows for players or parental controls, which we just talked a lot about. The teams that set up our moderation processes behind the scenes, as well as our content ratings team. And I'm here with Dirk, who is part of PEGI. Dirk, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. Welcome, everyone. I'm Dirk Bosemans, and I work here in Brussels as director for PEGI, which stands for Pan-European Game Information. We're the age rating system for video games across Europe. We provide age rating advice to parents to help them make informed decisions, and we've been doing that since 2003.
So we've known each other about 4 years now. We first started talking when we were thinking about integrating ratings into Fortnite, which we did in 2023. I think we started chatting end of 2021 about how that might work. But for those who don't know in the audience, can you tell us a little bit more about Peggy's role in the video games industry and how that's evolved over time?
Yeah. So when we started in 2003, the topic that was the backdrop for the foundation of Peggy was violence in video games and the concerns around that. And to immediately take away an illusion, it wasn't the video game platforms that got together for coffee and said, let's protect the children. There was a very clear, self-regulation is dependent on some laws of physics that are very particular. It was the European institutions that put out communication that said very clearly, there is an opportunity here to do self-regulation, to set up an age classification system harmonized across Europe that provides age ratings for parents. And you need to understand that at the beginning of the century, we were coming from another system before, censorship and bans, which everybody agreed that wasn't the way to go forward. Whereas empowering parents, teaching them how to, what they were dealing with, because obviously at the time, video games were as alien to parents as some of these things are today, to today's parents. So there was an opportunity, and the video games industry jumped on that. Now, that was in a time when video games were very much a physical distribution model. And so over time, we have evolved from physical to digital domination. We have a much broader audience, a much deeper offering. And so even though some were halfway, the academic evidence that, fed the concerns about violence in video games turned out not to be that convincing. That didn't mean the end of Peggy. There still was an opportunity. Parents still wanted to be informed. So we pivoted from harmfulness to inappropriateness. And we continued to do the same level of, information sharing. At some point, we reached a very interesting 80% of awareness of parents with children that play video games. And we're pushing really hard to, get that even higher. So I guess that is, together with the digital challenges of today, what we're up against for the coming years. Now, on that note of awareness, parental controls are another topic that we feel very strongly about, because I understand, and I listened at the tail end of the last conversation. There was some talk about parental tools put the responsibility on the shoulders of the parents. I think I have a different take on parental controls. It is a way to involve parents, because no matter what you want to do in terms of solutions, you need to involve parents. Thinking that you can do it without the involvement of the parents is the true illusion. It doesn't mean that it's easy, and you should make it as easy and accessible. So all the points there were really good, but they're often mentioned as a key safeguard for games. But obviously, research shows that adoption rates still have room for improvement. How do you think we can close the gap between the awareness of the tools and the tools in practice, from your perspective?
Yeah, sure. I think, first and foremost, I do agree that we should not be relying solely on the parents to set up a digital ecosystem that's safe for their kids. So we do prioritize creating tailored environments based on age-appropriate design for different age groups. For us, that starts with anybody under the age of 18 will have high privacy social setting defaults. So chat is turned off by default. And we have a personal information filter that prevents minors from giving their email address, credit card numbers, home address. We also have a mature language filter, which is defaulted on for all players under the age of 16. Beyond that, we also have cabined accounts. Cabined accounts are the type of account that a child who's under the age of 13 or under their country's digital consent will be placed into when they first set up an Epic account, which is something they need to do to play Fortnite, Rocket League, or Fall Guys. And what a cabined account does is it allows a player to be able to jump in and start playing with their friends But they're doing that in our highest safety and highest privacy setting while they wait for their parent to provide important consents for certain features. So while in a cabin account, they are not able to chat with players, they're not able to make purchases, their profile details are hidden. But they can be in that state for a very long time, or up until which the parent provides or completes the account setup and provides consent for them to use those features. So everything starts there. I think when we're talking about how to make it easier for parents, something that's very unique about our verified parental consent flow is that we have integrated our parental control setup into that flow. So when a parent goes in to accept the privacy notice and decide what features their child can use while playing Fortnite, for example, they are then guided into the parental control setup flow so that they don't have to then complete that, accept the privacy notice, exit the game, then figure out where they have to go. Is it web? Do I have to pick up a controller? A lot of parents don't want to use a controller at all. And so as a result of integrating those two things together, we have an extremely high uptake of parental controls because we've made it really easy for a parent to walk through that step by step while they complete a process that they have to do anyway for their child to access a digital service. The other thing that we do is with certain consoles, we share a parental controls API so that if a child has chat parental controls set up on PlayStation, for example, then we read that API and we will apply those within Fortnite. If the parent has set them up in both, we respect the most restrictive setting. So we're trying to make some progress into what I think the gentleman was speaking about at the end of how do we create interoperable parental controls, because I'm a parent. I have a 5 and an 8-year-old. We all know we are strapped for time and that it's confusing out there to have to do it over and over and over again. You might think you've done it. You might not remember where you've set them up. So the process needs to be easier. But parental controls, we do think, is a really important tool in addition to creating age-appropriate environments. So we have about 12 over 12 parental controls that are quite granular. So if a parent really does want to get in the weeds and figure out how to curate an ecosystem that they think is right for their family, whether that's very conservative or more permissive, they have the ability to do that.
Very cool. I mean, the difference between making parents opt into certain things or giving them the possibility to opt out makes a very strong difference in terms of the responsibility that you put on them. Yeah. Giving them the possibility to opt out of things, but putting things by default off makes them a lot easier to use, I would argue.
Yeah. So kind of along those lines of expanding safeguards, Peggy just announced a bunch of updates to the rating system. Can you walk us through what's changing and why?
Yes, we made the announcement in March, but we're now in June, and so effectively we went live last week with an expansion of our of the categories that we use to give age ratings to video games. Whereas we were exclusively content-based, violence and sex and drugs and bad language and all of those things, we have now followed the example of the single country in Europe that doesn't use PEGI, which is Germany. They use the USK system because it was already legally embedded and rolled out by the time we started thinking about PEGI. They, under the influence of a change in the law, expanded their criteria 2.5-3 years ago. And so we're following suit now. So we're expanding the amount of questions that companies need to declare to us, which may impact the age rating for their game. To start with, maybe the most impactful one, but not necessarily for the parents and the users, it's unrestricted communication. If a game would be unwise enough to launch in Europe with no restrictions whatsoever with regards to the communication features. So no muting, no blocking, no moderation. It will get a PEGI 18. Do I expect to see those games on the market? I think a company would rather build in safeguards than take the 18, because the 18, and this is why this is more of a red flag to publishers than it is information to parents, is the first port of call of a lot of trouble. There is regulation developing in Europe that would not make that game legal for sale. Terms and conditions of platforms might be difficult. So, but it is very important for us to share this information with publishers that reach us from all parts of the world and may not necessarily be very aware of the regulatory reality in Europe. So that 18 is primarily important for the publishers. More hands-on for the parents are the two categories in terms of in-game monetization. So if a game has time-limited offers, subscription models, or countdown timers that create friction in the household. Mom, can I get my weekly allowance now because the thing is going to disappear from the shop by tomorrow? It will be a PEGI 12 instead of what it is today, a PEGI 3. Second, next to that, obviously the paid loot boxes. Very controversial, very hot topic. They will go to a PEGI 16. A game with paid random items, which is the generic term that we use, will from now on be rated with a PEGI 16, which is quite the jump because until now there have been games. We have been informing parents about the presence of paid random items, but we didn't tie it to an H rating. So that got us quite a bit of applause, like, yes, stick it to them, you know, and they were happy. And now I'm somewhat scarily anticipating later in the year when people start to realize which games also have paid random items that they like very much. And then they'll be angry at us on the internet, obviously. But that's fine. That's part of the deal. Specifically, social casinos will even go up to 18. So we have more granularity there, but I'm giving you the top line. And lastly, we're introducing a category called pressure to play, which is things that incentivize coming back to the game, which once again causes friction in the household. Mom, I cannot come to the table. I need to play this now because if I don't play every day, I'm not going to get my reward at the end of the week. So if you are being punished for not coming back to that game, you know, you lose status, you lose progress, you lose an item, that's a PEGI 12. We did a broad consultation in the months preceding the rollout with our academics and our experts group, but also with a number of public officials that represent all the countries in Europe where PEGI is used. And they all acknowledged that, you know, that sort of friction isn't really good for younger children, and it also frustrates parents a lot. So that goes up to a 12. If it's not punishing, but just there, like these daily quests and these login streaks, we mostly want to inform parents the game will go up to a PEGI 7, which is kind of soft, but it's also in line with what the German H rating system has been doing successfully for the last 3 years. So that's the last category. We are live now. We're going to expect to see the first games on the market after summer, maybe announced a little earlier, but it's going to take a couple of months for this to effectively come, I would say, at full speed. But so far, so good. We've had no technical issues. So that's good. Now, I mentioned at the start, we have some safeguards in place. We have that 18. On top of that, we do ask companies, when their game has communication facilities, to show us 3 documents. Otherwise, they cannot get their H rating license. And with an H rating license, they cannot release the game. We need to see their privacy policy. We need to see their community standards to make sure that they explicitly ban or prohibit illegal or harmful content or behavior. And we need to see what the reporting mechanisms are in that game so that players can report such behavior or content. So these are not tied to an H rating. These are minimum standards regardless of the H rating that we want to see in video games. So these are the safeguards that we have in place when communication features are present in a game. What kind of protection does Epic have in place when it comes to these communication features in Fortnite?
Sure. So I think starting first with player settings and with parental controls, the first thing is that we don't have binary settings for chat. They're not just either on or off. There are 4 granular chat settings that a player or a parent can choose when they're setting up their communications. They can choose to be allowed to talk to everybody. They can choose a setting that's called friends, teammates, and connections, which narrows that funnel. They can choose friends only or nobody. So there's some granularity there. Of course, we have blocking and muting, which is quite common in the industry. And we have reporting flows for players to be able to report conversations that they suspect violate our community rules. The way that we've set up our reporting flows is that if you are under the age of 18, any conversation that you report will be accompanied by evidence. If it is a text chat conversation, we will receive the last 50 lines of messages, or the 50 lines before and after you hit the reporting button, so that we have context and we can see if there was a violation that was committed. If it is a voice conversation, for every player that's in our ecosystem, we have a rolling buffer of audio recording going that is stored on the player's device. So we never will see that unless somebody clicks report. And in that instance, those audio streams are sent to Epic for a moderator to review. The reason we take everybody's in the conversation is so that if somebody's trying to really bait you to say something that violates our rules, we have that context and we will enforce our rules against anybody that violated them. We have voice reporting, as I mentioned, is those reporting mechanisms with evidence are always on for minors, or in any conversation that a minor participates in, and in our game channel. Of course, adults that are talking with adults can also opt to turn those on, but they have a privacy option as well if there are no minors in the chat. So we're using a combination of automated solutions and human review for moderation for our community rules. But we also, in December, rolled out a new feature that we call automated reporting. What automated reporting does is that there's a classifier that joins any conversation that has a member under 18, or again in a public game channel, and it is looking to detect patterns in the conversation for high harm interactions. So patterns of conversations around self-harm, around child endangerment, or physical threats. And if it detects those types of conversation topics, it automatically reports the conversation to Epic, and those will go to our high-tier investigators that are full-time to review whether there's been any illegal activity or any high harm interaction that's happened. And the reason we set that up that way is because, in particular, when you're thinking about a high harm interaction involving a child, there could be a variety of reasons why that child doesn't hit report, or maybe doesn't hit report within that 5-minute window. They might be scared of retribution. They might forget. They might want to talk to a parent first. So we don't want to rely on player reporting for that. We want to make sure that that is automatically reported to us so that we can take action against the worst violators of our rules in the ecosystem quickly.
Very cool.
Yeah. So the theme of today has been all about common ground. And Peggy, this is something that you've been doing, working to establish common ground for a very long time. What do you think is the best way to establish common ground between parents and players and regulators, the community at large?
It resonates very strongly with us because we are the result of finding common ground. And what you need to do is talk a lot. So thank you for organizing this, because this is where you can actually start to meet the people with whom you need to find the common ground, so that we can better understand the risks, but also the opportunities of video games. You know, games can be safe spaces, and they are for many people. That doesn't mean we need to ignore when they're not, but be careful with the solutions. The middle ground needs to ensure that they can remain safe spaces. And they can stimulate learning. But what is mostly important for me personally, and I find it sometimes difficult to express that, is I want children to have an opportunity to fail safely, to learn from mistakes, to make them. We often talk about the child's right to play, the child's right to access this or that, and I don't disagree with any of that. But, you know, I feel that falling down and getting up and learning from that experience is, in the figurative sense of the word, part of that too. Children have the right to that. And in a lot of the debates today, I feel there is a very strong tendency for control and prevention, and nothing can happen. Whereas, you know, and that makes it difficult to find the common ground. So I find it a very difficult subject, but I am keen to continue to promote Peggy as an example of where we were capable of finding middle ground. Because the industry evolves so quickly, I'm talking about the video games industry, we need to evolve all the time. So as long as we're willing to do that and finding the right people to talk with, we can find solutions as well. Now, another thing that has changed a lot is Fortnite. Since we started together, it's evolved into a platform with thousands of developer-made experiences. How do you think about moderating all of those experiences at scale? You just talked about how you do the moderation, but I keep thinking about this must happen at a massive scale. How do you stay on top of this? Because Fortnite is now also a creator platform. How do you continue to do that looking into the future?
Yeah, I think scaling is incredibly difficult. We do rely again on a combination of automated means and human review, but every game that is published into Fortnite is moderated before it is published into Fortnite. And that's really important. And we're moderating about 5,000 games a day. We are, the assets are scanned, and then everything is looked at holistically within context to make sure that the game is not violating any of our content rules. The age ratings is also a big part of that. So when a developer is looking to publish their game into Fortnite, the first step in their pre-publishing flow is to fill out the IARC questionnaire, the International Age Ratings Coalition, which Peggy is a part of. Once they fill out that questionnaire, then local ratings are generated for all of the jurisdictions that the game is going to be published in. And that makes it really easy for players and parents to understand exactly what is within that experience, because it's the ratings scheme that they already recognize. So when a moderator reviews that game, they are not only looking to moderate against our own content rules, but they're also looking to verify that the IARC questionnaire disclosed the right things and that the age rating that it received is the right one. But we are, so that's a big part of it. We're always looking to evolve how we are moderating games and the content that goes into Fortnite, particularly because we are scaling very quickly. But we are over time. It is 5:01, and Steven said not to go past 5. And I went past 1 minute. So thank you all for having us. It's been a wonderful day from what I hear. Thank you for letting us join at the very last minute and be your closer. And over to you, Steven.
Brilliant. Thank you both very much. I had a sort of full circle moment because I started in the 90s with RSAC, the Recreational Software Advisor Council, rating computer games, which turned into ICR, which turned into FOSI. So thank you. You brought us home.
You're welcome.
All right. Cheers. Okay, team. You made it. It's 5 o'clock. Well, it's past 5 o'clock, but never mind. I began this morning by quoting the Pope, which surprised me. And it seems only appropriate that I end the day with words from His Holiness, particularly as they echo our theme today. And this is from his recent encyclical. Building a world in which everyone can flourish requires shared responsibility and courage. All are given their own section of the wall. Scientists and researchers, entrepreneurs and workers, educators and legislators, civil society, popular movements, and faith communities. This is the logic of subsidiarity, which values the cooperation between generations, peoples, disciplines, and cultures as the best way for fostering stability, prosperity, and peace. We should not be intimidated by tensions or differences because they can become creative forces when guided by shared responsibility. End quote. That's, from now on, this is not the Pope. But that's about as good a description of finding common ground as you're likely to find. And I would just urge us all to accept our different but overlapping areas of responsibility to make the online world safer and more equitable. And instead of moving fast and breaking things, let's pause and pick up the pieces to rebuild our part of the wall. And let's keep humans in the loop as we build out our AI systems and capabilities. We owe nothing less to the next generation. Now, before I finish, I want to invite you all to join us for our 20th anniversary annual conference, there it is, in Washington, D.C. on November 19th. We're going to create something quite special for our 20th, and we'd love to see you there to celebrate in some style. And I'd like to conclude with some thank yous, and there's many thank yous to go around. First of all, to our generous hosts, Google and YouTube, for providing this wonderful space and for looking after us so well over the past 2 days. Thank you to our generous sponsors, without whom today would not have been possible. Thank you to the brilliant AV team and the lovely catering folks who have kept us so well fed throughout the day. Haven't they kept us well fed? Come on, let's give them a round of applause. To our speakers, panelists, presenters, and exhibitors, thank you for sharing your time and energy and expertise with us, and particularly to the young folks who came along to share their views and impressions with us. I found that session and the later one with TikTok to be quite profound. We really, really appreciate you being here today. Yeah, round of applause. To the fabulous FOSI team, where are you, FOSI team? Who have worked tirelessly over the many months to make all of this happen. A special shout out to Sarah Bean, who oversaw the amazing programming of this, and someone who didn't travel with us today, Steph Condello, who oversaw all the logistics. You guys have just put in the most amazing amount of work, so thank you very much. And last but not least, to all of you who have traveled near and far, some as far away as Australia, for heaven's sakes, to be with us, for your time, for your commitment, for your vision and work in this space, and for your willingness to repair your part of the wall. Thank you all so much, and come and have a drink with us.